Hey everybody, quick shot here, looking back at Europe's match history. Any standout games that shaped what the LEC is today?
We have seen a much deprioritized Gwen. Yep, we've seen a lot of priority on things like the Varus, very strong AD carry as he has been across the last few patches. And apart from that, I don't think we've seen too much change.
Well, yeah, I think that we're still seeing Lucian being a very high priority combined with the Diana. Nerfs to Diana are becoming in a later patch, but right now we are, of course, on 11.15. The Tahm Kench being removed is a little surprising. I think there was a lot of debate among the pros that I spoke to around how good Tahm Kench actually was, but after last week on the LEC and teams getting to practice it a little bit more, and it even showing up today, it seems that that priority has increased, and now teams are even willing to take it off the board. So Tahm Kench can be removed. Thresh, still a classic. There were the nerfs this patch, I believe, to Thresh.
Yeah. It's a 2-second cooldown reduction. Like, yes, it is.
I think it's pretty big. Okay. I personally think it's a pretty big, but it seems that G2 thinks that Thresh is still a very strong champion, and they're going to remove it alongside the Viego, with Mad Lions removing the Camille away from Wonder, the Xin Zhao away from Jankos, and Tristana very targeted towards Reckless. So let's see what their priority is. Given that the meta has shifted and we don't expect the Gwen.
There is the Varus straight away locked in here for Kazi. He has played that 2 times already this season, has won both times. He has brought it to the Rift. So no real surprises that Mad Lions want to lock that in. Of course, the flexibility of Varus with the poke and the on-hit build being equally as effective, depending on the opposition team comp, gives you a few more options. Once again, Reckless is going to bring out the Callista here, Vedius, alongside what I expect to be Jankos' Lee Sin.
That's what it looks like. So G2 already going for a little bit more of an aggressive composition, options around playing towards the bot side of the map. But let's see what Mad Lions do. They could just get themselves a strong bot side. They could grab the Nautilus early if they wanted to. They could get themselves a good jungle matchup. Instead, they're going to prioritize the Syndra. She did get some small buffs this patch, which seems to have risen her in priority. When Syndra is strong in the meta, she's often very valued as an early pick, simply because it's very easy for her to get prio in a lot of lanes. She has really good gank setup thanks to her QE combo, and she scales pretty well, given that her ability to burst a single target down is always going to be relevant as the game progresses. They're going to pair that up with a Graves.
Okay.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is the first Graves of the LEC that we have seen so far, and it is going to be in the hands of Elyoya. I believe Graves did get some buffs recently. I don't know if it was this patch or if it was last patch. I want to say that he got like +2 AD or something. I'm trying to recall exactly what the Graves buffs were.
I will say, this patch, Sentinel Graves was released. It wasn't buffed or nerfed on this specific patch, but I'll have a look back in a second. It is the first Graves we have seen this summer as well, Vedius.
Okay, so Syndra Graves, I think, has quite a lot of power in terms of the mid-jungle 2 versus 2. I want to say that it's a little bit stronger than that of the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate has really good setup thanks to the gold card and is not that great in terms of the straight-up matchup. I think TF can struggle. You can be poked out because you don't have any dashes. Syndra has a lot of easy setup against you, but Caps clearly feels confident in the matchup, and you know that you have so much more roaming power. Syndra, while she can often gain prior in the lane, she's not the fastest when it comes to moving towards the sides and can't always follow the Twisted Fate. So Caps looking to go back to his, I guess, iconic playstyle of being that heavy roam mid laner that loves impacting the side lanes. And when you have a Lee Sin and a Callista, definitely suggests that G2 is looking like a bot-sided play, or focus rather, in this matchup.
Let's see if that continues through the rest of these picks. They've already banned out 2 supports. Another will follow in the form of Alistair. There's Rakan taken away by the Mad Lions. Graves, Betty, I did look it up. He was nerfed originally on 11.1, where his base attack damage was reduced from 66 to 68. And then on 11.11, his attack damage growth was increased, and on 11.14, his base attack damage was increased once again. So he's actually stronger.
Right. So it was.
Yeah, he's actually stronger than he was at the start of Season 11.
Oh, well, there you go. But yeah, I knew that he recently had some small changes. Cool to see that Elyoya is picking the champion up. We'll see how that one works. I haven't seen a Graves for a while now. But the support bans continue to come through. G2 is looking at a Nautilus or a Leona right now to be paired up with the Kalista. What will Mad Lions choose to remove? Because you expect G2 to grab one of the two, and whichever one gets banned, I imagine G2 will go for it if Mad Lions even want to ban it. Looks like they're not going to. They're going to leave both options open, so perhaps they can go for the other one themselves. Now, what will G2 prefer? Right now, it's looking like that Leona, strong, powerful CC, very good setup, very powerful all-in against low mobility champions in the form of the Syndra and the Varus as well. And when you pair that up with the Kalista, you have a very powerful 2 versus 2 lane in the bot.
Gives your opponents a little bit less reaction time as well. The Leona engage just a bit quicker to come down than a Nautilus engage. The hook can take a little bit of time to connect, giving Mad Lions the opportunity to dodge away from it. Also, Leona naturally slight bit tankier than the Nautilus, and considering she's really the only tank so far on this G2 lineup, might be a bit tricky for...
That's a Trundle medic.
Yeah. So that's Trundle...
Support, I think. I think that's Trundle support.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think that just because of his ultimate, you literally just talked about how Leona being super tanky.
Yeah.
He can literally steal all those stats.
The only tank.
Right? Yeah. I mean, like, Pillar as well. I mean, do you think... Pillar, is it strong into Kalista?
I'm trying... Okay, so it's strong into Kalista because it has an attack speed slow on it.
Yes.
Or movement speed slow, so that's an attack speed slow for Kalista. So Pillar is strong into Kalista.
Okay, okay.
I'm trying to work out how it works with Zenith Blade, whether if the Zenith Blade connects and then you Pillar between you and the Leona, whether it cancels it.
I don't know.
So that's what a match, something I want to look at as we get into the game as well. But I will ask quickly, Marcus, if you could check when the last Trundle support was that we had in the LEC as well, because that has been a very long time. Final pick is a Gangplank here for G2 in the top lane. Wonder has already brought that out once this season and was able to pick up a win on it. Elyoya back to comfort on this Graves. I looked it up, Betty. His most played, 24 games, 63% win rate on the champ.
Yeah. Okay, so let's start with G2's composition. We talked about how they were edging towards a bot focus with their first round of draft, and by rounding out with the Gangplank and the Leona, it is looking like an early game bot side focus for G2. So I expect a lot of roaming. The level 6 are going to be very clear spikes that we're going to be keeping our eyes out for. Mad Lions, they're going to have prio in the mid lane, and they're going to have prio up towards the top side of the map. You expect Elyoya to be a little bit more focused that side. Maybe they can look to try and punish and shut down this Gangplank early. I think that the Gangplank ultimate in the late game fights is going to be very difficult for the Varus and the Syndra to be able to play around. When you look at Mad Lions' poke, they do have a lot at their disposal, a very long-range composition. We'll see if G2 have enough engaged tools, very much reliant on the GP ultimate and the Leona to be able to successfully close the gap and get the fights that they're looking for. The TF can also be used to attack the side lanes alongside the Gangplank, so they will have side lane options, and we'll see if Armor gets caught out. Very similar to how he was often against the rogue comp. It's going to be a good one. It's Mad versus G2, so without further ado, let's jump onto the Rift.
And on to Summoner's Rift we go. Mad Lions and G2, two teams with a storied history against each other, although it's only been a couple of years since they first met. Mad Lions
last year, even.
Well, yeah, but it's a couple of years since last year. Like, if you count it as seasons, they met all of 2020, and now they've met all of 2021.
I'm just saying that, like, it's
your
close.
pedancy wasn't needed there, Eddie. I was building a story.
Okay, continue building.
Aim in with the pedanticness. No, you can do it now. Go on, off you go.
No, go.
No, you know the graphic we're going to bring up. Go on.
All right, we wanted to ask you at home who you think will win, right? So you can vote in chat whether you think G2 or whether you think it's Mad, right? So while you're all talking in chat, there's a reason why we asked.
You need to spam Mad if you think Mad are going to win, and
yes,
G2 if you think
G2 is going to win. We do see a bit of a delayed invade here, so before we talk about this next thing, let's have a look and see if anything happens here. A ward was dropped onto the top side red. Caps will be spotted out by humanoids, and Elyoya continuing with the delayed invades. It looks like G2 has spotted out. They recognized it. Jankos is going to disengage, not going to choose to overcommit. And Elyoya is going to be stealing away that blue buff. So it looks like that Mad are creating a bit of a split map here and are looking to try and cut Reckless and Mickey off from the bot side focus that G2 have drafted for themselves. But the early push here from G2 could deny Mad a lot.
There's the Guardian on Kaiser. Mickey's ignited. He's ticking away. Flash forward into the chomp for Kaiser. Flash away. No vision from Kazi on Mickey. First kill goes over to Reckless. Mickey trying to dodge around. There's some Alcove gaming, but it's just going to be a short break here for Mickey. You have to think, has the stun back up. Kazi uses the cleanse and exchanges it 1 for 1.
Oh, and Reckless even collapsed onto Elyoya, tries to poke him out. The stun Q comes out from Cap, so a bit of trading in the mid lane. Already a lot of action, but it ends up being Reckless that draws first blood as Kazi's able to trade in return. Every summoner spell was burned in the bot lane, and overall you can see that G2 with a bit of an early gold advantage. But we wanted to quickly bring it back because this matchup is really... Oh, we won't have time. Let's look back at the replay and see exactly what happened. So you can see that because the late invade came through from Kaiser and Kazi, they were obviously late to the lane. G2's bot lane shoved it in early, but the power of Trundle's early dueling is very potent. But because Reckless was able to build up so many Ren stacks, he was able to get that kill. And then Elyoya and Reckless were forced to change blows a little bit. And Reckless actually ends up flashing.
And I love the start of this game because it already shows us quintessential Mad versus G2. It is neck and neck, bit by bit, inch by inch between these two teams every single time. Across the course of their matchup history, they've gone 11 and 13, and they're looking to add a little bit more spice to the table. Jankos diving under the tower, flashes forward, one turret shot. The second won't follow. Elyoya flashes, smoke screen! That's why smoking kills. A great kill there for Graves as Armor now looks for a fight at the top lane. It's such a bloody game when we're only 3.5 minutes in. Wonder dodges the shock blast, Armor flashes forward. 3-2 to the Mad Lions.
The gold is even, but Mad lead in kills, and we've had action all across the board. We had some really cool stuff prepared, and both these teams have
We're
just
not doing that anymore.
No, we're not going to allow you to talk about it. So let's take stock of what has just happened. Jankos, he did a full clear topside into mid lane gank. He was only level 3. They hard committed onto trying to shut Humanoid down. By getting Caps even slightly ahead, it makes it easier for him to roam around the map, and by removing Humanoid's flash, it gives him a little bit more of an opportunity to set Caps up for success. Of course, Jankos had to commit his flash in order to get that kill. And that means that Elyoya was able to come in and clean up that answer. Meanwhile, Armored in the top lane was able to find himself a solo kill. And that was just because Wonder was slightly overstepped in the lane. You'd hit that level 4 mark. The wave was in a bit of an awkward position for Wonder. So there was very little that he could do as Caps now, with support from Jankos. Ooh, Humanoid just sidestepping there. Gets a very nice trade back onto Caps. And now Elyoya, as we talked about, finally making his way up towards the top side. No flash on Wonder. And the wave is not a good position for him. And he's going to face check into Elyoya.
Yeah, Wonder no flash, as you say. Elyoya on the chase. The red buff slow will be ticking away, and Wonder, it's the end of the line for him. Elyoya gets his second kill on this Graves. And I think a few fans in Twitch chat might be ruining the decision to vote for G2. It was 70-30 split in their favor, and G2 are trying to award some of those faithful fans. Mickey tanks up the tower, Caps coming in with the gold card lock. Mickey the first to fall. Kaiser will be rendered to oblivion, and Reckless picks up his second kill.
Wow, so Caps, not even level 6, hits level 5, and immediately uses that as an opportunity to set up the dive. Ends up being an 80 carry trade once again. Reckless 2-0-0, Kazi 2-0-0. The gold is dead even between the two, and the gold is slightly in favor of Mad up towards the top side.
Yeah, you can see 300 gold lead for Armor over Wonder, 200 in the jungle as well. But Betty, oh, please tell me. Come on, Jankos, I have a graphic I want to bring up, mate. Please. They're going to fight. Okay,
yeah,
we're going to wait on it for a second. Here comes Elyoya, blast coning over. Wonder pushing in the wave. You can see Jankos was just acting as a bouncer there for Wonder, trying to make sure Elyoya can go in. The smoke screen, so effective versus Wonder and Jankos, because you can't hit what you can't see. Lee Sin has lived off that for his entire playing career, and now
his whole shtick. And now Elyoya's just like, no, I'm going to use your shtick against you. Caps level 6.
They're going for it. The Destiny, Mickey here as well. It's still only level 3. They're going to root Armor underneath the tower, and he is gone. Elyoya cannot do anything to stop the G2 oncoming storm.
Okay, so G2 relentless with the aggression, constantly going back and forth with Mad Lions, investing up towards the top side because that's where an opportunity was. And look at Reckless, just gets out of there, doesn't want to run the risk of getting dived on. Kazi is now level 6, has this huge wave. Kaiser's only level 3. Reckless has moved into mid wave so that he's able to get some farm. But this is going to be huge for the Mad Lions bot lane. Because that top investment, 4 members from the side of G2, Reckless is going to lose so much farm, so much experience because he's losing another wave as well. And Kazi's going to get himself 2 tower plates. So, observers, let's have another look at the gold and see what happened between the 280 carries. Only a 300 difference, so that means that Kazi's effectively at 3-0-0 rather than 2-0-0 at this point in time.
But you see the top lane's evened out, Betty. Armor and Wonder now even on gold. Wonder actually slightly ahead. However, jungle for Elyoya, he is still 400 gold or so ahead of Jankos. Quickly, before your point, I need to celebrate supports. Mickey, great job, mate. You've died 1,000 times. Incredible stuff. Good job in the LEC. 1,000 deaths. Incredible. Just amazing.
Amazing.
Just superlative stuff from one of the best supports in our league. Now that's out of the way. Hit me, Betty.
Okay.
Great job, Mickey.
We've had a lot of action happen so far, and I just really wanted to use this brief window to talk about what happens every time these two teams met. So you saw us talk about the wins losses earlier. Don't bring the graphic up because it's going to ruin everything. Basically, what happens is they're very even because every time they meet in the regular season, they go 1-1. G2 wins the first game. Mad always wins the second game throughout their history. Now G2 on the offensive again.
Humanoid stand underneath the tower. The chase is on. Mickey with a shield of Daybreak will be enough. Reckless pings over to 6 on that dive.
Now, G2 is doing everything in their power to break that curse.
Yes,
they have tied the kills up. The gold is dead even once again. And it's crazy that the bot lane is even coming mid, but the entire side of G2 is constantly looking to be proactive throughout the map and look for plays wherever possible. The thing is, Mad are not going down without a fight. They're getting things elsewhere on the map. Kazi's continuing farm. Kick.
Jankos kicks him back, and that is a very dead Elyoya. Shut down going over to Caps as well is huge for G2.
Very smooth play there from Jankos. Glides his way in behind Elyoya. Doesn't have time to react. Gets kicked into the lineup of G2. And then Caps signs himself another kill. But notice that the gold continues to stay pretty even as Kazi continues to get plates. Do they have a TP? Doesn't look like it. Mickey's not likely going to be able to collapse onto Kazi. He's going to walk that one off. And he is the primary gold benefactor right now. You can see that Elyoya is still a level ahead of Jankos because he has primarily been farming. Still ahead in gold over Jankos and armor. This could be an opportunity for him to grab a plate himself. So while G2 is making a lot of plays, Mad is still picking up a lot of gold everywhere on the map. We continue to have a very close game, and you know that the bloodshed is only going to continue to fall.
Why is this game so important for both teams, you might ask? Well, you can see G2 sitting below where they usually would in the standings coming into Week 8, coming into the Super 8, 9 and 6. If they win this, they catch up with Fnatic, with Mad Lions, with Misfits, and of course, one of Fnatic and Misfits will go up to 11 wins. But those championship points so important for these teams. Mad Lions picked up 90 in spring. They are guaranteed top 4. G2 are not. They only got 50 points, and they need to be placing close to Misfits, close to Fnatic, or ahead of them to make sure they get the top 4 going into playoffs.
And as a reminder, how our playoff format works, and when it comes to Worlds qualification, top 3. You just finish top 3 at the end of playoffs. Those are the world spots, and that is who will be Europe's representative. And if you end up in the upper bracket in playoffs, that means you only need 1 win in the best of 5 to qualify for Worlds, because then you're guaranteed a minimum of top 3. So just being in the upper bracket, it matters a lot when so many of these teams' goal is to get to Worlds, because you can learn so much and compete against the best that the world does have to offer. So let's bring it back to the game now. We can see gold continues to be dead even. The first strike of the game yet to go down. Both teams posturing around mid, and with the control that G2 have around the bot river, it is suggesting that G2 is looking at it, but they don't want to commit right now. They're going to push out that bot wave, and Elyoya, expecting sort of what we were just talking about, decides to go for the cross map. Invests in the Herald up towards top. Good stun here from Humanoids.
Caps underneath the tower, stopwatch. Bought that early, had a big gold lead in the mid lane, was able to invest some of that into going gold and keeping himself alive. You can see G2 able to force Kazi away from this. Solar Flare coming out. I think that was more
Just
of a warning flare. Yeah.
I think he was just doing everything that he could to keep Kazi away from Reckless. I think also in his mind, if he gets Kazi's cleanse, that's also a big advantage as well, because the ult's definitely going to come up before the cleanse does, and it gives G2 control over this Drake that we were just talking about a little while ago. But now, Elyoya reset on his way towards the bot side of the map. G2 needs to recognize the potential for the collapse as Wonder gets a really good trade onto Arnold.
Armor, it doesn't have the mana, does get the knockback. Wonder can chase in, but with the minions there, he decides against it. And for the moment, it is quieter on the Rift than it has been for the rest of the game. I will say G2 able to pick up 3 plates in that bottom lane. Although Reckless was pushed behind a lot in the early game, he's now only a level behind Kazi, has equal plates on the bottom side of the map, and has stayed around even on CS as well overall. So although Kazi has already got himself an Eclipse, Reckless will be going back and getting that first completed item pretty soon. Now more gold being funneled into the Mad AD carry.
I like this investment from Mad Lions. Played towards the side of the map that has kind of been stronger in the early game. G2, I think that when you look at their comp, we very much expected them to play towards the bot side of the map. And while we did see some plays there, they've actually just been moving this bot lane around a lot. Been playing around top, been playing around mid, pretty much playing everywhere that they can. And Mad has just been trying to answer every play that G2 has made. And huge props to Mad kind of weathering all this pressure that G2 has been throwing out at them in the early game. Because over the last 2 weeks, Mad haven't had the strongest early game. When you compare it to their first few weeks of the split, you can see they were super bloody. They had high kills, high deaths, high combined kills per minute. But in the second half, they actually slowed the game down a lot.
Yep.
They found themselves at a couple early game deficits. They were quite close in a lot of their games, and it wasn't until the late game fights where they were really coming out on top. Kind of how they won the split last season, relying very much on their 5v5 prowess. But in this game, they've really shaken things up, and they've been going toe-to-toe with G2 in the early game.
And a lot of it comes down to that delayed invade that we saw from Mad Lions early on, because you said it at the time, this will split the map. This is Mad Lions trying to isolate the bottom lane of G2, and we saw that isolation beginning to happen, and then Mickey and Jankos started making plays on the rest of the map. Jankos especially, around mid, around top, really finding the opportunity to influence the map when he was not put, well, his game plan was put a little bit out of whack. And once again, we see G2 moving away from the bottom lane. Their tower already gone. A minute left before plates fall off. Where are we on total plates picked up? Well, 5 plus 2 for Mad Lions, 7 overall, whereas G2 have got 3, 4 so far. And they're looking for more, as Reckless will be the beneficiary of more gold on that top side.
Well, G2 did invest around 4 to 5 members on the top side of the map, which means that Mad have control over the bot wave and the mid lane. They're going to get themselves another plate, may very well be a second one. As Wonder now goes to catch bot, Mad use this time to invade in the enemy jungle. They have their eyes set on Mickey and Reckless, but with the positioning of Mickey, I think that the bot lane should be fine. Mad, though, playing the map very well. I like that they've been doing in the early game. They have been trading well across the board, funneling as much gold wherever they can to try and make sure that even though G2's going for plates and kills, they're actually just trading very evenly. Now they have pressure in mid. They're roaming up towards the top side of the map. They have the numbers advantage.
Safety of the Fates call there from Reckless just gets Mickey out of a precarious predicament as he is able to walk away, but Mad Lions can now push in all 5 members strong in this top side.
Yep, Mad just committing members to securing this tower. TP. Wonder looking to make the cross map happen. I do like this TP from Armor. Nice collapse.
The Destiny as well. Demolished not going off on the tower. Armor clears out the way. Humanoid comes in with a TP. Scatter the Weak not yet used by Humanoid, but the wave is cleared out. Mad Lions able to hold on to their turret. Wonder puts a little bit of chip damage down, and there's the stun card. They know where Humanoid is, and Humanoid cannot escape the Pirates. A stolen kill there by G2 under the tower, and they're looking for more as Armand has nowhere to go. Still has the flash, might hold on to it until the final moment. The wild cards are just enough damage for Caps to find his mark.
Oh, wow. I can't believe Caps actually got that second kill as well. The solo laners from G2 end up coming out on top, and they will secure themselves this bot tier 1. Very well played. I thought that once the TP from Humanoid had come through, G2 would disengage from this dive, because when the Syndra is there, it becomes a little too risky. Both Wonder and Caps are very squishy, and you can see how much damage he took from the tower. Armor plays that initial exchange very well. But you can see Caps drops the stun card, throws out the Everfrost, just buying time, creating gap between him. But look, they have very little vision on the Syndra here. Then the bomb comes through, which provides vision. It gives vision long enough for the gold cards, and then the flash in auto into Q gets the kill onto Humanoid. And now they're back in the situation they found themselves in the first place, which is a 2 versus 1. Caps has the heal and is able to support his top laner as they go for the dive. If Armor just presses S, he could have lived. But he likely would have died anyway because Jankos was hovering around. So little he could have done in that situation. Very well played from G2 solo laners. They've now extended the gold lead to 1k, about the most significant gold lead we've seen so far in this game, as the next Drake spawns in 20 seconds. Let's see if Mad try to answer with a fight, or whether they hold off for the time being.
Well, in terms of items, team's actually relatively equivalent here. Importantly, Humanoid does have a stopwatch where of course, Caps used his earlier, and it looks like Mad Lions want to take this fight. It's a Mountain Drake. The soul will be either Infernal or Cloud for the moment, though. Caps hiding out of vision. Kaiser stepping forward. Mad Lions control the top side of this river. G2 control the bottom. There's a good shot blast. Caps and Jankos take a bit of a chunk. Wildcards coming out as well. Dodge to the side there by Mad Lions. Reckless stacking up the Ren, stacking up the spears. Scuttle Crab down. There is the dragon secured. Chain of Corruption going wide. Mad Lions will disengage, but Solar Flare has been used. Kaiser the first target. Kazi flashing away. Kaiser stunned up, rooted up. Jankos tries to dive onto the backline, but can't quite kill off Kazi. Reckless, though, is on a rampage. Another song that wave connects. Elioya now running for the hills. Mickey dies to the tick from Elioya, but now G2 with 2 kills are looking for more. They get 3. It's a triple for Reckless. Another end could make it 4. Immortal Shield Bow on Elioya. Reckless will not get his 4th kill of the fight. Caps takes it away.
And G2 just execute the fight flawlessly. Great combination of the rend from Reckless into the execute from Jankos' Q to help them secure the Drake. Then, once Mad realize that they can't leverage their poke anymore because the objective is gone, they try to disengage, but G2 gone on the offensive. A beautiful ultimate from Mickey. Look at this here onto Kazi and Kaiser. Sets up, forces the cleanse out. Jankos lands his Q, but the Gangplank ultimate also splits Mad apart. So they're just in shambles. They're completely separated. G2 can just focus one target at a time. There's no way for Humanoid to escape.
Another Sonic Wave.
Just a very well executed fight from pretty much everyone on the side of G2. And this is where, if you're a G2 fan, you can start getting excited, because I think that this is the kind of team fighting that we've been looking for a very long time. They've definitely been returning to form in the second half, but what a well-played team fight from them. And this is going to give them firm control with 2 Drakes now and a 3.5k gold lead.
Huge lead for G2. Mad Lions team fighting not coming to the fore as we've seen it do so many times before in this season. It's been their strongest point throughout summer, and there they struggled, just a little bit separated by G2 when it came to the final moments of the fight.
And we've seen this with G2 before. They brought out the Gangplank last week, and it works to great effect against these low mobility carries, and I think we're seeing it again here, where just the impact of it, the moment an engage comes through, you immediately force the enemy team to split up. And I think Wonder did a great job of it last week, and he's doing the same thing here. And this is where we get this strong engage bot side, we have the roaming mid jungle, it feels like this type of comp just works very well for G2. And huge props for Mad, because in the early game they were going toe-to-toe, they were playing the map very well, they were keeping the gold even, but when it come to that fight, they needed to leverage their poke, they weren't quite able to pull it off, and now they find themselves at a pretty significant deficit that they now need to claw their way out of.
I mean, the good thing for Mad as well is because of their points that they earned in spring, they are already guaranteed a top 4 spot, an upper bracket spot when it gets to playoff seeding. G2 really need a high finish to get it, and a win here would give them that 2-over versus Mad Lions, which would mean they win the tiebreakers, but also stick them up alongside Fnatic and Misfits in terms of total score.
And I do want to bring up that I think that Humanoids being attacked was a very big thing. We talked about how G2 didn't play around bot lane as much, but he was focused a lot this game. Yeah. We saw the level 3 gank mid, where multiple flashes were committed. We saw roams from Reckless and Mickey multiple times. We saw the collapse happen down towards the bot side of the map. He hasn't really been able to play this game, and I think that he's been one of the star performers of Mad throughout the split. I think that in the first half of the split, he was by far and away the best mid laner. I think that while his second half hasn't quite been as dominant as other mid laners, he's still been a very strong contributor, and I think that teams are getting better at trying to shut him down and limit his impact, because when he gets going, he really is a force to be reckoned with. So by keeping him out of the fight and making it much harder for him to play, you can see how much easier G2 is dealing with this Mad 5v5.
And now Mad Lions that have to try and find a way back into this game, sitting 4,000 gold behind. Only 1 item complete on Humanoid. Kazi, who a lot of the gold was funneled into in the early game, has got his Manamune sacking up, and that Eclipse complete. But the Poke Varus can only do so much, especially since we have seen just how effective G2 are at engaging on him and making sure that he cannot contribute to these fights. Right now, G2 pushing in mid, pushing in bot, pushing in top. Mad Lions resigned to have to sit in their own jungle and not really explore any more of the map.
You can see how difficult it is for Humanoid to even step past. I mean, look at all of Mad, actually. Kazi sitting underneath his tower, Humanoid sitting underneath his tower. They know that with the double globals of Twisted Fate and Gangplank, all it requires is one other person to show up, those 2 ultimates to drop, and you're dead. So Mad have to respect this. And look, here's the ultimate.
Ting, ping, ping. The dinner bell is ringing. And Caps is looking to get a little bit more fed. Reckless going to be gifted the kill as Armor jumps in. Reckless goes godlike. 7-0-1 on this Kalista.
Exactly what we were talking about. Humanoid respected it, Kazi respected it, Armor did not. He ends up being the target that gets collapsed on. G2 find themselves a pick, and now they can look to siege onto these tier 2 towers. Well played by G2. And at 20 minutes in, they are looking dominant. And they're looking to break the curse. Often been 1-1 against these two organizations every single split. This could be the first time that G2 get a solid 2-0 over their new budding rivals in Mad Lions.
Yeah, even through playoffs, they're very even as well. 9 and 8 in favor of G2 across the course of their careers. That second tower goes down, gives G2 a little bit more gold. 5,000 stacks in their back pocket. Oh, 5,000 individuals. If you made 1 gold a stack of notes, it would be 5,000 individual stacks of notes. But you can't really have a stack of a single note.
Who uses cash these days, man? It's all by cards, you know what I mean?
It's just going up to Boris being like, yeah, chip and pin, please, mate.
Yeah. It's just so much more efficient.
You know what I mean?
It's just so much faster than just getting a bag of coins out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but a bag of coins is more, you know,
Summer's Rift, you need to get up with the times, you know what I mean? You need to be faster. Well, in any case, the Baron is being set up for right now. G2 have the mid control. You can see the Gangplank pushing in through top. Mickey and Reckless. Reckless is just that bodyguard for Mickey right now. Has the ultimate to pull him out to safety just in case as he gets deeper vision. Mad Lions just doing what they can to scrounge whatever vision is available to them as Caps has his eyes set on what looks to be another out-of-step Armut.
Wonder doesn't have the cannon barrage. Caps actually running all the way down here. No destiny for him. Armut, I believe, saw him going over a ward here. He's going to try and TP out. That was...
no.
That's not how you get out of that one. Wonder TP's down. And Armut, no 1v3, doesn't win these. Wonder TP'd in just to be donated the kill, it seems, as Caps lands the stun card and Wonder takes it away.
That was not good.
Yeah.
We saw this last week with Armor. He was getting caught out in a side lane against Rogue, and Mad were actually able to make that work in their favor, given that it kind of screwed up Rogue's setup for objectives. And to be fair to Armor, from his perspective, he's like, G2 setting up around Baron right now. Why would they collapse on me? Because there's the risk of us starting Baron. But G2's like, no, there isn't a risk. There's no risk here because you still have the Gangplank ultimate, you still have the Twisted Fate ultimate because they walked to bot lane, and while they did invest the TP from Wonder, the second that Mad tried to even start that Baron, it's not going to go the way that they think it is. So, bit of a misjudgment there from Armor. He ends up getting picked off once again. G2 extend their gold lead to 6k.
And you can see it didn't even give Mad really any time to gain vision control over the top side. With 3 minutes left on the Cloud Soul. G2, they might just want to wait that one out. 3 items on Reckless. Caps has his school book. He's going to write some pages, write some notes in that as that Medjay continues to stack up. It's an interesting combination of items, you know? So I've got my Frosty gun, like my frozen hose, as Mickey gets caught out a little bit. Kaiser's going to chase him down. That Subjugate doing a lot of damage, but Mickey can still flash across the wall. Caps switches away from the cleanse to a TP as Mickey is able to escape. Mickey perhaps stepping just a little bit too far up without the support of Reckless there.
He didn't have his get out of jail free card available to him, so he ends up almost losing his life.
Oh.
Ooh, the knockup doesn't quite interrupt the base. Feels bad, man, for Kaiser. Is a level up over Mickey, but yeah, it feels like that from start to finish, G2 have kind of been the more proactive team, and while Mads have kind of kept the game even very early on, it was that one big fight around the second Drake where G2 really swung the game open. But I think that what excites me is that Mad have progressively, I feel, been getting back into form after their struggles following MSI. They've kind of been slowly ramping up as we get closer to playoffs, and while this game doesn't look convincing, I think it also showcases the strength of G2 as we get closer and closer to playoffs. We are, of course, in the final week of the regular season. A lot of our top teams are going to be playing against each other. Mad's schedule is not an easy one. They go up against only top teams. They play against G2. I think they also play against Fnatic and Misfits. And so we're going to see how they stack up. Right now, they are struggling just a bit against G2, given the gold deficit position they find themselves in. But you know they're a strong team, and you know they're going to be fighting for those top spots. And as we get into the best of fives, I think is where we're really going to get to see the strength of this Mad Lions roster. But I think it's going to fill a lot more people with confidence about G2, as they have only looked better and better each week. Both teams now setting up for the Baron, the poke coming through from Mad, but without really strong vision control, they don't feel super confident setting up for already pushing into the river.
It is great to see that we have 4 pretty strong teams at the top of the LEC right now. Misfits,
top 5.
I mean, I think I would like to see Misfits have a good best of 5 performance or a good performance this weekend for me to really have faith in them, because the second half of their season has looked just that little bit weaker than Fnatic's, Rogues, Mads, and G2's. So if they can continue to challenge, if they can pick up some wins this weekend, then I'll have a little bit more faith in Misfits. But it's been a while since we've seen them make a deep run at playoffs, and until they do, I think a bit of hesitancy is permitted.
I mean, when you think about it, coming into this week, both G2 and Mad in the second half were 5-1.
Yep.
And so the winner of this goes to 6-1, and you can really see how dominant both these teams really have been in the ramp up to playoffs. And that's kind of why when we look at these teams, especially when you look at how convincing Rogue has been, when how Fnatic have had such a strong split, Misfits is kind of seen as the outlier team, and they have a lot to prove as the stun card lands.
Caps stepping quite far forward here as Jankos goes in for the chase. Dragon's Rage kick was used there. Kaiser now on the retreat. Armor low as well. Doesn't have the TP to rejoin the fight. And the cannon barrage. Death's Daughter finds its mark. Shutdown's going to hit there for Humanoid as Wonder will fall as well. But with 5 seconds left on the Drake, G2 are in a much better position to fight it. Of course, no unleashed power available for Humanoid.
Good
And,
stun cards.
Stopwatch. Gonna delay things for a second here. Humanoid tries to get away, but Reckless once again finds his mark, flashes forward, has the face call. Elioya being chased by the Destiny, and G2 decide that they can turn back towards the Dragon.
So Mad had control over mid and wanted to use that prio to move into the river, but the second that Humanoid did, he got stunned up by Caps. He's really been utilizing this rapid fire cannon to get so many great picks, but now Mad are forcing a decision out from G2. The TP comes in from Caps, and now Armut is responding in kind.
Jankos there, has the smite. Mad Lions, you're going to disengage us. Guys, it's going to eat some honey fruit. Try and make this okay. Mad Lions continue on it. TP in by Wonder to the mid lane. That Dragon is low, taken by Elioya. And now in a 3v4, G2 have to fight until the rest of their team can arrive. But Mickey is already down. Baron has gone over to Mad Lions here, and you can see the poke coming out from them as well. Looks like it's going to be a Cloud Soul for Baron exchange.
And just like that, 5 members of Mad sit with the Baron in their back pocket. They still find themselves at a huge goal deficit, but
Humanoid didn't get it. Humanoid didn't get it.
Oh, he didn't quite come back up. Okay, so he wasn't quite... Wait, really? Oh, yeah, okay. It looked like it. Okay, whatever. He doesn't get it.
I'm pretty sure it was Kaiser.
He doesn't get it. In any case, Mad got a Baron, which is pretty significant considering their position in the game. I'm very surprised that G2 just gave that one up, but Wonder was still in the respawn timer. He wasn't able to TP in time. They said, hey, Reckless, you can go do Drake. And I think that Mad's thinking, they're like, okay, so you have bonus movement speed, sure. Twisted Fate, Gangplank, I can see why that's super useful, especially on Kalista as well. But it's not something like an Infernal Soul, it's not an Ocean Soul. It can be managed. Whereas a Baron gives you more time to ramp up in the game, gives you more opportunity. Your poke is only going to get stronger. The Graves is going to continue to scale. That Infinity Edge looks like it's going to be completed very soon for Elioya, who probably only needs a little bit of gold left to be able to complete that item. And it gives them more opportunities to come back. Ultimate onto Reckless.
Reckless rooted. Oh, almost goes down. Does still have the GA. Guardian Angel popped, and now G2 will pop the cannon barrage themselves. Reckless able to escape, overstepped a little bit there in the mid lane.
Good poke there from Mad Lions.
Subjugate going down. It's going to be a very squishy Leona, but the minions get in the way of Elioya's shotgun shots. And now Mad Lions pushing in with the Baron, 5 members strong. Caps is split pushing, doesn't have TP, does have heal. Of course, the unsealed spellbook to switch that one over. Has the Destiny as well, but this is 2 quick turrets over to Mad Lions. Still a 5,000 gold lead for G2. They are still in a commanding position. The Mad Lions have shown us what they can do with this first minute of the battle.
I'm amazed at how quickly Mad have almost reclaimed control over the game. Now, G2 do know that they should be in there. That ward is over the wall, but it's Wonder who's forced to flash.
Flashes away, able to get away. Now Caps pushing in.
Oh, but they're just stopping the bases so that the split push can come through from Caps.
Armor's back, he clears the wave. Now will G2 take the fight, because that Destiny is going to be able to get Caps in range pretty soon. Armor does not have TP. Destiny still spots them. Caps on the flank, that's Humanoid. Pops the stopwatch, Armor on his way. G2 pushing forward, Wonder doing damage. Caps with the Everfrost. Jankos trying to dive onto Kazi. Humanoid locked up in spot, stunned down, and he will fall. Caps on a rampage, but Elioya able to get a kill in response. He killed off Reckless all by himself. Who is still alive? Armor survives, Kazi survives, Kaiser survives. And Caps, Wonder, and Mickey do on G2.
Bear in mind, without Armor there, Mad ended up trading 2 for 2. Yes, they lost some Barons, but they were able to get a very big kill onto Reckless. That is a shutdown. That is shutdown gold into the back pocket of Elioya. I think he's even level 16 now. This Graves is only continuing to get stronger, and Mad, that Baron call ended up being so huge for them. And we can see here, Caps split pushing in the side lane. Armor able to get back to base thanks to the Baron recall. But now, G2 see a window where they can force a 4 versus 5 fight. The Twisted Fate ultimate range at level 16 is so huge, but just watch what Elioya does here. So he splits off from the team. Kazi's kind of left to fend for himself. All of G2 are focusing onto Humanoid, and Elioya takes so much damage But then look at him, Reckless and Caps, they just think, okay, this is a free kill. Look at how much damage he's doing to Reckless on the backline. Ultimate, autos, Q, he's able to get that execute. 1,000 gold goes into his back pocket.
It's pretty hard to kill that which you cannot see.
Yeah, like, so well played from Elio and showing some of the late game power that Graves has to offer. The gold deficit now, only 4.5k. We were singing the praises of G2, and then they made I would say a bit of a mistake around the Baron. They made the choice. They said, hey, you know what? We can contest 3. I mean, I think it was even 3 versus 3 around the Baron. And then Mad was still able to secure it, but now they're looking for a pick onto Humanoid. Great
scatter of the week there from Humanoid. Cap smashes forward into the cannon barrage, and Humanoid doesn't have a flash of his own. He's left to die to the cannons.
Oh, they were respecting it so well early on, but you can see the power of it. The GP, like, you don't even need the GP to be there.
Off cooldown now.
Unlucky timing there from Humanoid. Wasn't even able to flash out. Ends up losing his life. Now G2 can look to go on the attack once again. They're attacking all 3 lanes. Wonder pushing in mid. G2's bot lane attacking the bot. And Caps and Jankos attacking the top side of the map. Oh, but G2 actually disengaging on all 3 facets. They're just going to steal away as many camps as possible. Actually look to go for a reset as the Elder spawns in a minute. They've been here before. They know.
It's not a 10,000 gold lead, it's fine.
But they've been in this position and they know that Elder is going to be an important fight. But Medic, run us through the items because I feel like the poke this time around for Mad is going to be a little bit stronger.
Yeah, just a tad. Armor sitting at 3 items, Cerilda's Grudge and the Manamune all the way stacked up alongside an Eclipse and a Serrated Dirt. Hasn't even decided to upgrade his boots. He's just like, no, I need the flat lethality, I need all the damage I can get. And Kazi 1 item ahead of him with that Edge of Night complete. Also, Humanoid almost has himself a Rabadons as a 4th item here. I wonder how long that is away. Can we just switch over to Humanoid's gold, please, observers, and see how close he is to that Rabadons?
No.
Can Betty do it for me? Oh, he's a long way.
He's a long way.
Around 1,000 gold still away from that, so he's not going to have it in time for this Elder. However, Caps is 1 page short of a full novel. He is George R.R. Martin'd the hell out of this game with 24 stacks on his Medjais. And if he can manage to get a single stun card down, you have to think G2 will win the fight.
So very quickly going to bring up the minimap. Look at all this vision that's sitting behind as well. The potential for a TP flank is real, but the flash engage.
Flash, stun, Humanoid locked up with the solar flare. Humanoid does not get a chance to react. Mickey dived in first and immediately dive bombed onto Humanoid, who dived. And now G2 can fight this 4v5.
I like this from Caps. Go back to base, TP back in. Elioya loses his life.
No, Elioya wins these. Elioya wins these.
Yes, he does.
Have you not seen what Elioya can do on a damn Graves? He can do exactly that, and he's still got the smite coming up in about 5 seconds time to fight this one out. Caps in with the Destiny, but G2 are split. They're opposite sides of the fight as the Elder is the target. Rend available for Reckless. Elioya's in there. Jankos gets it, and now Mad Lions is the mad dash to flash away from the fight. Reckless diving in. The first laser finds its mark, and the Mad Lions have been neutered. Jankos hits Armored. Reckless goes in the 2v2, and that is it. G2 win the fight.
A huge secure for G2. Reckless and Jankos together are able to secure the Elder. It looked dicey, it looked close, but Mad, G2 have been in this situation before, and they're not going to lose the same way again. The moment they get that Herald, Reckless flashes in. He's looking for more kills, and G2, they're on the warpath.
Man, Humanoid has been a punching bag for G2 this game. You said it so well, Betty. So often the reason the Mad Lions win this time, G2 have struck him down at every single opportunity. G2 with I was going to say convincing, but it wasn't quite that. A strong win here against Mad Lions as they put their name forward for top 4 in playoffs. They will tower dive, and the face call will bring Mickey back out, but he's not done. He goes back in. G2 fighting Mad on the fountain will take the win and go to 10-6.
Thank you all for tuning in, and let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting at LEC. Match History, we'll see you next time.
systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind, Captain. We cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
The planet and us are connected. We share its veins. We can continue to clog them, or do something about it. By using millions of recycled plastic bottles in our new generation of durable washer and washer-dryer tubs, we reduce plastic waste from leaking into nature's veins. Discover Beko Eco Tub washers and washer-dryers for healthy living on a healthy planet.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone, conversations with a stranger I barely know, swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, my bad habits lead to sending alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, or do my bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space? And I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, my bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Or would you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? Or would you walk away this time? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light in the dead of the night. Will you rise above the days to come? Will it be enough? Or will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, and by your
on to Berlin, Germany, and the LEC Super Week. It is day 2, and 1 down, 3 left to go in the race for playoffs. Astralis, Excel, and Vitality, they are the ones left standing. Only one of them will make it to the end of the week. We'll give you all of the latest updates in today's Ready Check, and of course, look at the fight for the top 4 as well. I'm Shox, and I'm joined by Trouble and by Ender. Hello, you both.
Hello.
What's up? I went for a throwback today. Check it out. My Madrid t-shirt from 2018 Summer Finals. You were talking about it yesterday, so.
Oh, Ender, amazing. It's bringing back so many memories. It's making me a little sad because I really want everything to go back to normal, you know. But regardless, those are some very, very warm memories. Super happy to have you here. Did you sleep a bit more, Ender?
I slept more than 0 seconds last night, so no, I'm all ready to go. We're 2 coffees in today, so energy, it's ramping up, and we've got some good games such as Schalke versus G2, where maybe the underdogs G2 can finally take a win.
Let's see, indeed. So let's talk about the standings, because yesterday we saw Astralis eliminate SK from the playoffs, while Rogue secured their spot in the upper bracket alongside the Mad Lions. So Mad Lions and Rogue in the top 4. But one of the standout games yesterday, to me, has been G2 versus the Mad Lions, Ender.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this game from like the first 15 minutes in particular was just executed at such a high level. Like we had fights all over the place, individually, mechanically. Players just absolutely pushing their champions to limits. Yanko's tower diving here. Elyoya, I think, actually killed them off with the smoke screen at the end. But really, the game came down to how Caps and Wonder in particular destroyed Mad Lions on the side lane. No, this is sending me to like 2019, 2018 even, with Perks in the mid lane, flashbacks of G2 just crushing you by playing in those side lanes. And it was those 2 players that really just blew the game wide open, apart from Reckless and just stomping in the team fights.
Yeah, but Caps was better than Perks in this game, in my opinion. Bold statement. Well, sorry, I'm sorry. No pun intended, but he was absolutely fantastic on that Twisted Fate. He played it to absolute perfection. I think at some point the game was like 16 kills in, and Caps had been a part of 15 of them, because the other one, he just couldn't get there in time. So
he tried.
Absolutely fantastic. And also, like, you know, the spawns for me where it's like, Reckless gonna play Kalista. Well, apparently he can.
Yeah, I think what this showed yesterday, aside from Caps also, is the fact that G2 really seemed to have turned it on in the last couple of weeks. On course for those playoffs. We also saw play, of course, on 11.15. We talked about the buffs and the possible mages we would see, and we saw a lot of Syndra. Trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Seraphine, Sona, Karma have left sort of a void for the AP bottom lanes, and especially with the likes of Diego, the Zinza, all these ADs, the Yone, the Yasuo showing up in the mid lane, you need some AP damage somewhere. The Ziggs showed up with a recent buff, and now the Syndra as well, with less mana needed on her Q, so you can permanently spam, and with the likes of a Tam Kent and a Thresh possibly in lane, she also managed to stay safe as well.
Hey, you want some AP damage? Talk about Ken and Odoamne finally getting some buffs on that champion. We saw him play it. White Knight too played it in their game for Astralis as well, which is a lot of fun. But man, that game, Misfits versus Fnatic rather, what a heartbreaker. Fnatic absolutely crushing through the early stages, and somehow Misfits just keep their heads straight and you know, take an Elder Dragon and win another game, just stealing it away.
Yeah, Razork said in PGL, he says, I think other teams underestimate how easy Elder is to take down. They think it's super tanky, but it's not. It's literally like 7 seconds before we can kill it, and we keep winning games with it. Very good for them. But let's get our attention back on the standings and on the race for playoffs. I'm going to tell you a couple of possible lock-in scenarios for today. First off, one more win from Rogue would give them first seed going into playoffs, a coveted position to be in. Now, an Astralis win versus Excel and a Vitality loss versus Rogue would lock Astralis in 6th. And if Astralis win their game today, they are at least guaranteed a tiebreaker for that 6th spot. When it comes to the top 4, Misfits have multiple scenarios in which they can lock the top 4, but they of course need to start by winning those games. It is a bit complicated to explain, but I can refer you to the Foldy sheet. You can find it also at LOL Esports Stats on Twitter. If you follow them, if you check out the account, you can find the link for the Foldy sheet, and that should help you out in terms of determining who's going to make it as
Can we make it much more simple? You need to win, guys,
just
to go to playoffs. Just win.
Yeah, rather just win. Exactly.
That makes sense.
That does make sense. I mean, we could run down everything, but I'd rather hear my analysts talk about it. Let's talk about who gets the last playoff spot. Only one spot to go and 2 days of games. Now, also important, due to the tiebreaker rules, Vitality, they can't lose a game if they want to make it to the playoffs. This is the games that they are still left to play. Trouble, who are you giving it to? I know you're a big Excel fan.
I'm going to ignore the strength of schedule. I'm going to ignore which teams they have to play against because Excel has to go through Astralis. Fair enough, they're in the same running, but they also have to go through G2.
You can't ignore, what is this?
Okay, I'm not ignoring. Okay, fair enough. I am on the hype train as well. I sold some tickets to Quickshot as well. He bought some tickets. Now the train, he said yesterday, was a little bit derailing, but ultimately, I think I have to resort back to Astralis. They look like the superior team to take it all. Their strength of schedule looks much easier. All they have to do is pretty much win their games. They don't have to rely on anyone else to take the last playoff spot.
Yeah, just win their games. It's easy, man. You can't go selling things to Quickshot. He'll buy whatever you put in front of him. Okay, Trouble. That's some advice. Yeah, you got to use that power wisely.
I wanted to get rid of the tickets, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, because no one should be on the Excel hype train. Look, I think a lot of the roster changes they made were very good. I love seeing Markoon and Advian in the roster, but at the end of the day, Astralis has been the most consistent team. I thought Vitality could maybe do it, but coming into these last 2 days, Astralis has not lost yet to a team underneath them in the standings. And I just feel like they have their heads on the right way in order to win these games later on. They're going to punish you for your mistakes, and Vitality have to play Rogue today. Like, I don't know. It's just not going to happen for either of those two teams. Astralis did the work early on in the season, and they're being rewarded for it now.
Yeah, it will be very difficult. It will be very difficult for Vitality. But speaking of Astralis, earlier this week, a very mysterious guest joined us on the Euphoria podcast and shared some insight on the race for playoffs and Astralis.
Hey, Dracos. Yeah. I hope we have a good guest today. I really want a star player.
Yeah, a star player would be really good, Cage.
There's no guest like Reckless. 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 There's no guest like Reckless.
But I think for a team like Astralis, it might be that they're so used to this position and maybe they don't care. They're happy with almost nothing in their lives. So being under their tier 2s and chilling is like their comfort zone maybe even. And they never tilt and they just keep on fighting until the Nexus falls. And then they get these crazy games where they make a comeback. I think for the other teams, you cannot say the same thing because maybe they expect more from themselves, or maybe they just don't want to play out this losing game. And I think maybe for Astralis, that's like what they're most used to.
Yeah, and I think the mental side's interesting because teams, like you just said, there's some teams who are under their tier 2s might just force a play. It's like, okay, the game's lost, let's just fight this Drake, see what happens. They get ace, game's over. Whereas some teams will be like, yeah, it's fine, we can give it up. Just wait for them to make a mistake, wait for them to overpush, wait for this guy to grief it or something, or them to dive us, you know. And then they just find fights and they just find their way back in.
And maybe that's why they don't beat the higher-end teams, because the higher-end teams don't make the mistakes to give them a way back into the game. But against the lower-end teams, maybe they make the mistake, and then when they do make the mistake, they're ready because they aren't tilted and they aren't giving up yet. And I think that's, a big reason why I think they'll make it is just the mental portion of this is so important in a super week where one win or one lose can decide your entire season.
Yeah, and the biggest person on Astralis who I think of who doesn't tilt is Magic Felix. I mean, you've probably played with him in solo queue. That guy, if you're down every single tower in the game and they have every single Drake, Soul, Baron, everything, he will not give up. And it's a good
I've heard more pros complain about him refusing to surrender than I've heard praise him for his like winning mentality.
A lot of people want out. Sometimes when the game is absolutely lost, you know, some pros are like, come on, like this is really not winnable. But he stays strong. I mean, he was top 5 accounts in the top 10 in solo queue, and I think mental also plays a big factor in solo queue as well as competitive. So.
I love how Cadril talked specifically about Magic Felix because he's one of the names that I'm just about to mention, but these are basically the 3 teams still in the running to make playoffs. And in my personal opinion, these are the 3 stars that can push one of these teams forward. First of all, came all the way from the NLC, the Fnatic Rising roster to the Fnatic roster that went to Worlds last year. A player raw diamond to have in a team. 5 challenger accounts, 5 different roles. He knows anything and everything when it comes to the Rift. The untiltable, the calm before the storm. Used to be known as an amazing Mage player on the likes of the Azir and the Victor, but ever since he has stepped into this Astralis lineup, he has also stepped up. The one performance that comes to mind this season is his Sylas game versus Misfits that you can see right now. That one call that turned the entire game around, the TP into the enemy base all alone. He takes down 2 players, he takes down 2 Nexus towers and the Nexus itself. Add the pop-off factor into his resume. Now, I know that if I talk any more about Markoon this season, I might as well get his name somewhere tattooed on me. But yeah, jokes aside, this is another NLC boy with an amazing showing in this spring's EU Masters Finals that was very recently promoted to the LEC team of XL. After the addition of Markoon, the XL roster has looked much stronger, like a real contender for playoffs. His early proactivity and aggressive playstyle have given confidence to the entire team to play the game on their own terms. He's not afraid to take the coin flip, the 50-50 engages, because as he has previously said himself, if you int enough engages, you eventually get them right. And in the game versus Vitality, he got them just right. And of course, the last guy from Vitality, Selfmade, I don't think this guy needs any introduction, especially with his performance yesterday. He has played for Fnatic, he has gone to Worlds, and now he has landed into Vitality. This is the redemption arc for Selfmade, where he shows that he has learned what he has learned through all his journey and what he's capable of. The fact that he doesn't need Fnatic to go to Worlds, the fact that he doesn't need Fnatic to go to playoffs. After a very hard 0-2 weekend in Week 7, Selfmade heard you talking some shh. He brought out what I like to call his Assassin Rumble with Dark Harvest and Rocket Belt, and he took over the Rift. He was top, he was mid, he was bot, he was all over the map, ganking, counter-ganking, turning fights around on his own. Selfmade has proved over and over again that he has the Popo factor to lead a team to victory. But can he do this for Vitality is the question, because they're right now in a very, very dire position.
Yeah, it is $1 million question. Thank you. What an amazing breakdown of the people to look at for today. And Ender, I'm going to relay that question to you as well, because Vitality, it's such an interesting one. We were talking about them so much, and I think even when you asked the pro players because of the scrim results, they were like, yeah, you know, they are the team that I think is going to go to playoffs. And it's odd that we find ourselves in a position now where we barely talk about them because they might very narrowly miss out on playoffs.
Yeah, you know, this is a team that obviously a lot of people had like wildly varying opinions on, but ultimately I thought was going to be our 6th best team in the league and sort of fit right into playoffs. And now I don't know if they actually have what it takes with their remaining schedule going on. You know, of course, they had those roster changes up in the top lane. I think Shigenda has performed very well since coming into the team, but it does feel like now that we're in that final hurdle, they don't quite have what it takes to take over a team like Astralis.
And maybe we'll swallow our words because we've had to do that many times in the past.
Usually it happens with Vitality.
You know,
happens.
We'll definitely see, and it would be great if they managed to do it. But as said, Vitality was one of the teams that make big changes going into the summer. Overall, there were tons of crazy roster changes that really shook up our league. And with now almost 8 weeks of data to judge from, it's really time to bring back the trouble meter to see if anything changed in the second half. If you didn't catch Week 3, Georgia Trouble, I was going to like make a mix out of those two things.
You were trying to make a nickname from the
that
two?
was not
Okay.
going to work. In any case, you had the trouble meter where you talked about the roster changes and how you thought they would go, as well as us asking Discord viewers what they thought. Now you get another chance at home. You can join and give us your emote at discord.lec.gg. Let's start with Nukdog, who was a huge question mark, I think, and he also had that by the crowd. They gave him a question mark frog. So, Ender, where do you land now? Is it still a question mark for Nukdog?
No, I think it's been great for Nukdog, and I think it's unfortunate that people doubted him a lot, and I get it. 2018, he was a top mid laner, and after that, didn't quite find his footing for a long time, but I think at the start of the year, he looked pretty good before he stepped down from Astralis, and this XL team has been built around him. They came in with the style, and they brought him in Russia, let's play towards mid, and that wasn't quite enough, so they said, okay, we need a new support and a new jungler. They're just going to run into this mid lane all the time. He's playing these very aggressive champions. The Lucian, the LeBlanc, has a whole lot of highlight reels with those too, and I feel like has been sort of the backbone and defining style for how XL play the early game is through him.
I absolutely agree, especially about the early game. The addition of Markoon, I think, has unlocked Nukdog completely on the map due to the fact that he wants to be pressuring his lane, due to the fact that he wants to play underneath enemy tower. I think the concoction of the two has really helped XL, you know, exceed their expectations for this split. And I know he received a lot of flack for coming in. I think part of that had to be that Chocolate came in with a really hype train as well. But I think overall, as a veteran coming into the team, he had a lot to prove, and he has proven that. So I'm going to take it from the Frog all the way to the Fiora this time.
To the Fiora, awesome. We're going to catch up on the crowd vote later, and now also talk about, you know, something we touched on just a bit ago, Selfmade, leader, the changes coming into Vitality as a whole. Just to say, the crowd said Fiora, they thought super Pog. Trouble, you said Sadby, it's not going to work.
Okay, I think this pretty much sums up their split though. the ups and downs, but coming into the start of the split, I thought Selfmade and Leader, very similar playstyles. They both want to play aggressive. They both need the resources. They both need the farm. They both need the kills on them. They somehow managed to marry the two. They're playing together, but if we completely exclude what happened yesterday for Vitality, the ship was sinking. It wasn't going that great. It doesn't matter resources or not. The both aggressive mid jungle wasn't working. Mainly to a lot of difficulties that Leader had to encounter in his games.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm just gonna take it from the sad B and put it to the question mark. And maybe I'll take it all the way to the Fiora if they make playoffs.
Yes.
Yes.
I feel that. Ender, what do you think?
I mean, yeah, I think you have to put it in the question mark because it has been relatively inconsistent for them. I think for me, I've been slightly disappointed in Selfmade personally, just because I know what this guy can do. You know, like when he joined the league in 2019, 2020 was for sure his breakout year on Fnatic, and he's been all right, but it's not that same level top jungler in the league that we've seen in the past. And for Leader, I feel like relative to last time he joined the LEC, he has been performing better than that. Certainly, the first time in the LEC was very, very rough for him. But it's still a big struggle for him inside of the laning phase in order to show up for the team. And it's caused a lot of problems for Vitality in the early game. So there has been some greatness with a lot of the bad, but it's too much all over the place. And it's one of the reasons why they are still outside of that playoff picture and trying to fight their way in.
Yeah, we need that lady from TikTok that's like, I got a call about a beehive in need, and it needs to be rescued.
Oh my, okay, that's like one of the best.
That's perfect. Yeah, crowd still, or the Discord vote still at 68%, so I think they are on your side. They're like, okay, I think they can make the push to playoffs, and then they deserve the praise. I also want to talk about Lilip. He couldn't be in the poll in week 3 because he hadn't joined by then. Georgia, I know you're very familiar with the SK dynamics. What do you make of Lilip's joining the SK roster?
He has always been a very, very aggressive player, and that is what I think SK were missing up to the point where Lilip was introduced from the Prime team to the main LEC team. And that has also helped Jezu excel in his lane so much because he is generally a player that likes to play for his advantage in lane, and Lily provides him with that. They will play aggressive, they will try to make the picks, they will try to be proactive in the early stages of the game, which is, yes, what SK lacked on the bot side of the map. But if you're asking me if it's enough, I can't really give an answer. Someone coming in the middle of a split when a team is literally on fire, you can't necessarily see much about how much they've progressed because they've had to progress that much faster.
Yeah, maybe I'd give Lilip personally the Fiora, well done, but I'd give like the sad B for the changes.
I'd go Frog, so let's meet in the middle.
Okay, yeah. I see. Finally, let's see what the crowd has said as well, the Discord voters. Sad B, question mark, Frog. Yeah, I get it. They're just like, what's going on here, SK? Finally, let's talk about Bwipo. I think this was, Ender, one of the changes that shocked everyone the most. It was Fiora across the board. Trouble was excited. Discord was excited. Were you excited?
Yeah, of course. You know, I was talking to this guy, you know, when the roster changes were going down. He's like, yeah, you know, I've got some special tech I'm going to pull. And then he pulls out the TP Karthus and looks absolutely fantastic on it. The stats don't lie. He's been absolutely crushing it and been such a driving factor in the early game aggression of Fnatic. You know, I feel like he's quickly adopted himself into the jungle role and is one of our stronger junglers in league. Still, of course, going to be room to improvement. It's just a split under his belt now in the jungle role. But I know jungle has been, you know, a secondary role for him in solo queue for a long time, and I just feel like he's brought a very new style to the role. From the picks with the Rengar even just the other day, he has been such a breath of fresh air and has beaten a lot of junglers that's been playing for a long time.
And I think that's what makes him special, right? That spark, that new flavor that he brings. Specifically to me, the Nocturne game comes to mind that we broke down in week 5. He was pressing Paranoia literally on cooldown. He was living in his opponent's head rent-free the entire time. It's like, you get darkness and you get darkness and you get darkness, and you, Bwipo, get all the way to the Fiora.
Yeah, Discord, over 600 people voted for Fiora for Bwipo. So Bwipo has been doing great. Fnatic, not so good in the last couple of weeks. I don't know, 5% of people.
Maybe they just want him top. That's why they voted Sad B.
Yeah, that might make sense indeed. But as said, Bwipo and Fnatic, they've struggled, I want to say a fair bit in their last couple of games. Tonight, though, they get a chance to prove themselves as they take on the Mad Lions in our match of the week.
Everyone in our team is quarantined, so we cannot see each other. We can't leave the house. We are gonna be playing way better at the end of the split.
Now that we are back in office, it's getting better, and we started improving a lot once again.
So
As the reigning champions, you are always looking over your shoulder, watching for who could threaten your title. And Fnatic have their eye on the prize.
Feels good to have the trophy when there are people that were hyped, like Hansama, Upset. They were both like super hyped, but in the end, I got it, guys.
Definitely feels bad to see other people reach the things you want to, but it's also part of growing as humans.
Fnatic came into Summer wanting to prove that this lineup is championship material. They want to show Mad Lions who's boss.
Well, Ender, I think Fnatic is going to want to prove it triple times over because of the 0-3 they had in the last couple of weeks. It started as maybe they were overconfident, they said as much, but this isn't the form you want to be in right before playoffs if you're Fnatic.
I look a little bit different. No, not at all. Fnatic, of course, wants to do a whole lot better. Don't know what Laura's doing on the screen. But honestly, like even their game yesterday, Fnatic were absolutely crushing for so much of it. So I don't think like this is some kind of a big slump for Fnatic and we should start getting worried for the team. This is going to be an exceptionally difficult game for them and one that they're going to be challenged up against the Mad Lions, but also be a good one to prove themselves in because I feel like Mad Lions for me was the strongest team fighting team in the LEC during the spring split, and now in summer Fnatic has proven themselves as always wanting to fight, and they've been so good at it too. So it is going to be a very bloody mean by all regards, and I'm just excited to see what happens.
Oh, me as well. As we look at the schedule, I just also want to remind the Fnatic faithful that Fnatic is not locked in the top 4 necessarily yet, and they need to win and also want G2 and Misfits to lose any game that they end up playing. So you know, if you end up in that lower bracket, it's not a good time usually. I also want to put the attention trouble on Astralis versus Exile. Now, this is going to be, the single most important game when it comes to playoff listings.
Absolutely. I think these are the two probably most highly contenders of teams to take that final spot just because they're also even on the score. And beating each other would make a huge statement, taking that 1 point above. Excel have what it takes. Astralis also have what it takes. I think it's going to be very bloodthirsty.
It's going to be a great game. If you're wondering which games to watch today, definitely tune in for that one. And now, as for our first game, SK are looking to play Spoiler in their final games on stage. And earlier, Laura caught up with Treats to reflect on his summer season.
Thank you, Shocks and Treats. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game. I'm glad we get to have SK at least one last time in the studio for these games. I'm sorry the journey stops here for you also. Must be a bit bittersweet, especially because you wanted to make playoffs when you begin the week. So how did you adjust expectations maybe coming in today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously our goal was playoffs, and it sucks a lot to miss playoffs. I think it's my first time ever in my career that I miss playoffs, so that really sucks. But now we kind of have to play devil's advocate for other teams. We have to kind of screw up their games a bit, so I guess that's what we're aiming for, and just to end on a good note and with some honor for sure. Yeah,
it's a cool position to be in, at least knowing that you can influence other people's results. But reflecting on the split you had with SK, I feel like everything was so complicated from the get-go with the jungler going away, you going to the jungle, switching supports. Any takeaways from this season that are going to help you in the future?
I mean, I think it's important to realize that we actually had a decent second half of the split. I think the start of the split was obviously super messy and everyone could see our problems very obviously. But I think with the second half being slightly better, there's definitely some takeaways for all the players that we can do. And I mean, I want to play support next year, so I have a lot of takeaways from that as well. I have a new role experience and stuff like that, so I think we have a lot of takeaways, but yeah, it sucks to miss playoffs.
I'm glad that you mentioned the fact that you went jungle and you're going back support, which I'm looking forward to next year. But I mean, can you imagine on your first season as a competitive jungler, you managed to rival against one of the best in the league? I mean, to me, it means something, the fact that you were able to do this. So what does it mean to you, the fact that as a replacement jungler, you still managed to look super good on stage?
Yeah, I mean, I was always confident in my jungle skills because it's a role I've played for a lot of years in solo queue. And I think it's definitely my second best role after support. So I was pretty confident that I would do well. And I think even though we didn't make playoffs, I'm decently happy with my play and what I could bring to the team. So that's definitely something that I can bring this jungle experience even to the next split when I'm playing support again.
You can all be proud of everything you did with SK this season, Treats. Last question maybe, who you think is going to make it to playoffs?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I mean, I think Astralis has the easiest schedule, especially after the win against us. So I think they would be the obvious answer. I think they are consistent enough where they can pick up one more win, which I think they need. It would be kind of fun to see Vitality rival them for the last spot, but I think overall I would put my money on Astralis.
All right, well, keep that in mind. Well, thank you so much for this interview and have fun during these last games of LEC Super Week. And back to you, Shox.
Thank you very much, Laura. Always great to hear from Treats. I hope he stays in Europe. I really, really do. And I hope he plays supports here again.
Sorry, I think TSM?
No.
Okay, I won't go
We're
there.
going to keep him. But in any case, so a sad exit for SK from the playoff race. Trouble, what was kind of your view on how this whole summer season developed for SK specifically?
Obviously, there's like two different me's. One that sees the perspective of SK, seeing it from the inside, knowing the players, seeing their players in their losses, in their wins, and connecting to them in a different level. And there's also the perspective of the analyst Trouble, where I'm looking at and I'm like, it was a freaking mess, man. The team was obviously mismanaged, unfortunately. And they had to play with two different roles that are the core of the league right now. Support and jungle are two of the most important roles in the league, and swapping them constantly around. The players have to adapt to that. The team has to adapt to that.
Yeah, and I think, Ender, from my perspective as well, and we talked about this in rehearsal, it seems like we have to give all the praise to the players and what they managed to make happen on the Rift in the second half of the split. As Treats alluded to there, they got some wins out of situations where nobody would have expected it before, and the praise goes to the players.
Absolutely. And when you're looking at the players too, I think you have to take the whole year into consideration, because spring split, I don't think a lot of people going into that would have been like, oh yeah, SK, I'm real excited for this roster. You know, there were a lot of fresh faces, you know, players being pulled up from the ERLs, and they absolutely performed. You know, the Jesu Treats bot lane was absolutely amazing to watch, and how they were able to transition their early games into their later games. Their team fighting was fantastic. I felt like that was sort of the best project that we'd seen. And then with all the changes in the summer season, obviously a mess there, but the individual players even then started showing up, and I think Lilip coming into the roster too was able to find his footing and show a pretty good side. And I think that I'd like to see him back in the LEC next year, and I'm really excited to see Treats back in support, because he was absolutely phenomenal and one of the best supports in the league in spring.
Absolutely was. They're up versus the Misfits, and before we get to that game, we do have a quick update. A member of the Misfits team is feeling unwell today. They have all been tested for COVID-19, and the results are negative. But just to be safe, they have decided, along with league officials, to play from their office and minimize any risks. SK will be playing in the backstage rooms in the LEC studio, and the game will be on a delay to protect competitive integrity. That does bring us to the Misfits and their huge win of them yesterday versus Fnatic. A comeback win once again, and now comfortably in the playoffs.
You know what? This team, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes teams just throw against you in the late game, and you're able to steal a lot of these Elder Dragons. I don't know how many games it's happened with Misfits this season, but just a few too many. Still, though, Misfits have looked great all split long, and I feel like so much of that has to do with the evolution of their top-sided map. Razork, of course, came in and has looked absolutely phenomenal, and I think this team can pose a serious threat come playoff time.
Yeah, that is the big question for me, Trouble. Razork also said in PGL yesterday, oof, we have some work to do if you want to tackle those good teams in the best of 5. So what do you want to see from them in their final 2 games before playoffs?
I think when we have the talent already popping off, all you have to do is just keep them, develop on them, invest in them. And I think Misfits are doing just that, and it's looking great. To me, I would make the comparison with Astralis, where I'm like, oh, Misfits just look like a better iteration of Astralis, because they pop off much more often, and they have a little bit better macro than Astralis does. So if they do work on that, they have the assets. They can, I mean, probably the sky's the limit.
Yeah, definitely. And they love that Elder Drake, right? They're just waiting for the enemy to let it
winning
spawn.
every time with this.
Then they win every single game. Let's take a look at Misfits versus SK, because Misfits have their eyes set on a top 4 seed going into the playoffs, and they can take a huge step towards that with a win versus SK. Let's see what happens.
Thank you so much, Shox and the analyst desk. I'm Quickshot, joined by Gulborg for the first 2 games today. And I want to turn straight to the draft. We are on 11:15. Action is disabled. And Gulborg, what are the priority picks that these teams want to get their hands on?
Yeah, I feel like both teams right now have already shown that they have interest in at least a Syndra. We saw VTO on it yesterday, even before the buff to come through from Syndra. We saw Blue on it as well. But my biggest point of view from the draft, at least from SK's perspective, is have something you can actually play with. Yesterday, yesterday, we came to a point where even Jesset had to go out on social media and say that draft, it genuinely sucked. We lacked everything. And just to sum it up, no engage, lack of range, and they just couldn't play into the enemy composition. They had no scaling whatsoever. So this time around, we just want a stylistic of a composition here you can actually work with.
You make it sound so simple.
It is!
So simple. Well, let's find out what Misfits and SK Gaming will be locking in. As everybody at home is already aware, SK are eliminated from playoffs, and Misfits are continuing their campaign for that top 4 seed. See what SK can do. Not only was the composition just not complimentary yesterday, Treats on that Gwen did not have an impact, was unable to influence the game. It was great hearing from Treats, as Law interviewed him a little earlier today. I want to see what he pulls out the bag. Straight into the draft, Kalista as well as Xin banned out.
Yeah, I feel like Shinsao, even though he had a bit of a nerf on towards this patch, loads of teams are still feeling that he is a force to be reckoned with, especially in the early game. We talk so much about the early skirmishes, we talk so much about our junglers in this league, and quite often, Shinsao is just the easiest one to play around. There's so much high burst damage in the early game.
Yeah, and really helps those skirmishes, helps the proactive teams make the moves. Lucian will be banned away by Misfits, and SK starting to take their time. Of course, a lot of those really high priority picks from 11-14 did take some nerfs. Thresh still remains the highest priority pick and ban champion.
That is very interesting to see on blue side though, because usually that's a ban that's reserved for red side, much like the Viego themselves. So to me on Misfits right now, that means they have a priority pick right now in mind that they just want 100%. It could be, just throwing that out there, the Syndra that we had earlier as well, just because both teams love this priority, and there's the hover.
I think it's going to get locked in. Now, VTO has played Syndra 4 times this summer. In fact, the same for Blue. Both players as well. Their second most played professional champion is Syndra. So, of course, we are seeing that showing up a lot more on this patch. SK Gaming, where do they lead? One of the things I want to know from SK is will they stick to a style of composition? Gen X, 12 unique champions played. Treats, 11 unique champions played. It feels like they still haven't found that recipe for success, and admittedly the ingredients have changed multiple times.
I will say though, one of the ingredients they had are what we're seeing right now. Treats on the Mundo and Lilith on the Leona. The analyst desk was talking about the impact Lilith had already had on this season, and every time that he has had pop-off performances, it has been on the Leona, out roaming on the map with the Hex Flashes, mad lithing with the center plate as well, predicting the flashes. That's what we love to see from this guy. So SK so far, they have the comfort, they have a front line already, they have engaged. Now we need the rest of the damage to come through.
Okay, what will that damage be? Kobe will get his hands on Tristana, and Trundle locked in after Leona.
Now this is interesting because we have seen Trundle support not only yesterday, also in LPL today, and specifically does quite well into Leona when she goes for that aftershock herself, when she has the W resistance. Trundle, he just completely nullified with his ultimate and becomes one tanky troll himself, and a Xayah to come through as well after the buffs.
Oh, I like this as well. The Xayah can dodge some of the burst damage from the Syndra. The Subjugate from Trundle can untankify either Leona or Mundo. So there are options to play around. And of course, we still need to find out what Blue wants to run into Syndra as we head into phase 2 bans.
Yeah, so here's the thing. They're still thinking this is a, not support Trundle, but a jungle Trundle instead. But also in general, SK right now, they have a lot of setup down in their bot lane. They have the CT to come through. They have the Leona. They have the feathers from Xayah. Now you need a priority mid laner. You already know the mid laner is Syndra. Therefore, Misfits, they're going to be prioritizing some of the mid lane bans to come through here from SK Gaming.
And of course, that first one will be the LeBlanc, removed from the pool. I'm not seeing a huge amount of engage from the Misfits comp. There's soft engage, obviously Scatter the Weak, the Pillar can help, but definitely not the same as that Leona. Orianna removed as well, and then Camille taken out of the pool. SK Gaming, do they pick their mid and save the option to counter jungle? That's what I think.
I think they definitely go for the mid laner here, because then you keep the Mundo flex alive. You don't know if this is the jungler or the top laner just yet. Right now, I'm still thinking that is Mundo for Treats, but I think if you go for the counter pick on Syndra right now, then you can start focusing on the top laner afterwards. And they match this with a control mage in the SC. We haven't seen him too much here, but in LCK, he's a heavy heavy favorite for a lot of the mid laners there, specifically into a Syndrome matchup as well.
And how does it complement the rest of this composition? Now I think you've got backline, you've got the ability to disengage. SK Gaming have learned from yesterday, and now we're seeing a comp that is going to work a little bit more cohesively.
Yeah, you definitely got already something to play for in the early game in your bot lane. You got the scaling towards the mid to late game with the Azir, the disengage. You mentioned it yourself. You have 2 frontliners, and you can kind of pick whatever you want for your top laner now. If you want the carry, if you want an extra frontliner, if that's what you need. On the side of Misfits, though, they lock in the Jays, and now, is this going to be a Trundle in the jungle, or is it going to go down to the support? It is going to be Vander on his Braum. I think that's a good response when you see Sire to come through with the feathers, when you see the Leona, when you see the Azir, a lot of this disengage that you need in your kid right now. The fact that you can peel back is what you need. But Misfit right now, my biggest concern is they don't have an immediate engage. They have a lot of range to play with, but they don't have that instantaneous engage that you're looking for.
No, they don't, but I do think the tools they have make it a little more difficult for SK to start a fight. And this will be the Gragas locked in, so treats Gragas in the jungle will be the second time this summer. We're seeing Razork's Trundle for the first time. And look, I'm not the smartest League of Legends guy on the planet, but I think I like what I'm seeing from SK Gaming's comp.
Yeah, I honestly would agree with you here. This is a very basic composition that you would usually see a few years back when it was Control Mage meta, where it's just the standard AD carry, Control Mage, and 3 frontliners you can play around with. On the side of Misfit, though, the more I look at SK Gaming's draft, the more I like this Trundle pick. Whenever the Mundo is going to be running into you with resistances, they're going to be able to nuke him with the Trundle. If Leona dives too far forward, the Trundle is going to be there as well. And that is the risk that SK Gaming will have to play with as well, because yes, you do have the engage, but if you are too far forward, the rest of the members of Misfits do have a lot of damage to play with.
They really do. Target selection is going to be absolutely crucial here, honestly, for both sides. I think 2 main damage threats from SK, 3 on the side of Misfits. The team fights are going to be very, very interesting. Misfits are tantalizingly close to a top 4 seed. The summer regular season looking ahead to playoffs. Can Misfits pick up another win and go 2-0 in Super Week? Let's find out as we hit the Rift. And welcome to Summer's Rift, the second last day of the summer season. Misfits did group up towards the top lane. No shenanigans afoot though. LEC has already made his way into the jungle. Couldn't see if he dropped the ward. Yes, he did inside the Brambleback pit. And we're going to now move back to lane. So for the early game here, the Gragas versus Trundle matchup is not one we see a whole hell of a lot here. What do you think will happen, Gulborg?
Well, I think Trundle is much one of the much more skirmish-heavier junglers that we will have, where he can look for ganks with the pillar. They don't probably want to meet each other here. I think Treats would love to look for other stuff as well. They do find a ward here, and this is great, because if you clear a ward as a mid laner right now, the XP is actually, it's not shared. You get the same amount of XP even though you're all there, so that means you will actually hit level 2 on the first wave. And as a mid laner, that plays a huge priority in terms of actually getting ahead against your opposition in the mid lane here.
That's going to be so important here. ETO on one of his signature picks, I think, second most played, has had very, very impactful performances on this champion. If he is able to get ahead this time, though, he's clearing out the wave just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, but also to take it back to the jungle discussion we just had as well, Trevor.
Oh, is Lilip really going to be downed? Yeah, the exhaust is used already by Jezu. No summoners from Kabi and Vander. That is a very big win early on.
Now, remember, they just cleared a ward at red buff right on the side of Misfits, but immediately Razork washed up towards the top side of the map instead. So right now, SK is thinking that Razork is pathing up towards top, but he's actually pathing down towards the bottom side of the map. And there you saw the level 2 for V2 as well, instantly gaining the mid lane priority and out-trading Blue in the mid lane.
Well, V2 is going to continue to step forward. Summons that Dark Sphere. Didn't tag Blue, though. The Sand Soldier will get a couple of autos. Scatter the weak. Or at least get a small stun. And relatively even for now until the 2 Sand Soldiers go back. This is one of the least exciting play-by-plays I could be doing. Let's turn our attention to the bottom lane as Lilip, once again, is the target of Kabi. And I want to draw attention very quickly as well to the standings and just lay out the stakes here. If you look at the standings right now with Misfits at 11 and 5, if they want to lock that top 4 seed, wow, awful timing, Trevor. Kobe gets jumped on. He's going to rocket jump to safety. And now Jezu and Lilith, they continue to press forward.
Yeah, but look at this. V2 now, he is spotted on the ward, moving down a bit towards the fog of war. And then Razok coming in is spotted, but they're far forward. This could be a gank to come through, but no, they smell it out. They're actually out.
Yeah, I mean, Jezu and Lilith were a little bit lucky. Razok didn't pull the trigger. He stayed put inside the bush. Now he's got caught out by the Zenith blade. Here comes Kobe. He's low. Somebody heal has already been used. So Rocket jumps forward. First blood picked up by Jezu, but the bomb gets a reply. So both ADs 1-1.
Yeah, but definitely a win over for the side of SK. They get the first blood. They get the double buff onto Jezu, and they get the tempo on the junglers because Treats gets to stay in the jungle. He gets to stay in the clear. While now Razok, Raptor, Grom, the topside Scuttle, that's not clear yet. All that is a priority now for Treats.
All right, Treats needs to use that tempo, use that advantage. That will be accrued. And every time we catch a glimpse in that mid lane, VTO is pushing forward.
But it's a really good setup here. It's a ward Razok doesn't spot on the sweeper, and therefore he thinks he's safe. Treats actually opts into just skipping the blue buff. He was doing it, but he would rather go for the play down here. And once again, Lilith, we talk about this support so often from SK. The flash he comes in with to connect the center blade on Razok. Yes, it is traded, but once again, double buff and first blood over to Jezu.
That means SK got a small advantage in the gold front. VTO will teleport back into lane. We'll pick up a small CS advantage. Not going to be able to interrupt the recall from blue, but I think he will be able to get back in time to pick up a few of those minions. And we've not yet looked at that top lane. Here it's in GenX, they're just continuing to farm up. GenX has already TP'd back to lane though.
I mean, it's not really a lane up towards topside where we're going to be expecting the biggest action. If we want to see anything happen, it is when Razok does hit level 6 and you have the subjugate to actually tear down some of the resistance from GenX. But speaking of attention to the top side of the map, Treats actually skipping camps here, and it looks like he wants to opt in for a little bit of a lane gank.
I am so happy to see this. SK Gaming fixing almost every single one of the mistakes from yesterday. Draft already looking a lot healthier. Treats finding influence and skipping the pathing to apply pressure has already helped set up that first blood play. And he's not showing any signs that he's going to slow down.
I like what Hero did here though. He held on to the TP, waited to burst down GenX as much as he could, because now when he is TPing back, well then GenX, as you see, is going to be recalling himself. If he had stayed in lane, that was going to be an advantage over the Hero because he would have the base HP advantage in that matter. But GenX once again reads that, pushes in the wave, and now the wave is completely reset.
Yeah, it is indeed. And this game is already just, there's so much trading. Every single lane showing that they want to play for that win. No handshake farm fest going on. VTO gets tagged a couple times from those Sand Soldiers, and Lilith already roaming once again. He was one of the game changers for SK in the second half of Summer. And this Leona, those Hex Flashes you already talked about during the draft, Gulborg, they can be so game-changing against the low mobility Syndra.
But from what we're seeing already from SK, you can see how much they actually want to get out and influence the map. From Treats just up towards the top side of the map to Lilith now with priority in bot lane, using that priority to facilitate some pressure now in the mid lane. Once these level 6 starts to come through from SK, I'm sure we'll start seeing them be more explosive as well, because they have a lot to play with. They even have the disengage if they go too far forward here, but with the Drake being up now, with bot lane coming through, and with the Scuttle also respawning down towards the bot side of the map, you can see that they're diverting a lot of resources to this play to keep Razok in the game, at least against Treats in this part.
You're getting me very excited when you said they're going to get even more explosive, because as it stands, SK have been throwing a lot of punches. And with the exception of the CS advantage for VTO in the mid lane, it is a 15 CS lead in the bottom lane here for Jezu on that Xayah. He was able to pick up that first blood. It's only a 400 gold lead for now. But again, you can just feel the presence of Treats and Lilith. They are applying pressure. And Misfits, they have to respect it.
It's also with the fog of war that has been developed at the same time. GenX up towards the top side.
Dosage running down Herod, missed that cleaver, gets the auto, stepping through the mini wave. That's a flash forward, flash away from Herod. He's going to get run down underneath the tower. Mundo goes where he pleases.
And that, I didn't even notice that, but look at the rune choice from GenX as well. Starts the fight when he has the Conqueror out from the Omnistone, keeps it going with the extra healing, and just once Herod down when he's too far forward. And not only only that, they're getting the Drake at the same time. So they can't even be cross-mapped on here. They get the solo kill, they get the Drake. Phenomenal start from SK, night and day to yesterday's performance.
Advantage after advantage. And Treats talked about that in the interview. Pretty happy, pretty excited that he could play spoiler to some of the other teams at the top of the table. 7.5 minutes in. As I've said so many times already, Treats and Lilip are two of the most important players on this squad. You see, for the time being, Razork has been relatively quiet, so he's going to start off as Herald, farming up for the time being, but hasn't looked for or hasn't found an opportunity to get involved yet.
They could look to contest this, though. They could be able to gain mid lane priority with Blue. We already saw what GenX did just earlier, so this could be a bit dangerous as well from the side of Misfits. It looks like SK, they want to contest S1 as well.
All right, 3v3 for the time being. GenX has not left that top lane. Few members of Misfits are starting to fire down the Herald. GenX makes his way forward, no maximum dosage available to him. The explosive cast comes up, and it's SK that pick up the Herald. Now GenX is being jumped on by all three members of Misfits. The Unleashed Power picks up the kill, that evens it out at 2-2. The Dark Sphere slows down Blue. Scout of the week, will it find the stun? Slide and glide. Blue holds onto that Emperor's Divide, but they got the Herald as well.
They did get the Herald initially. The play is good, but the fact you have to sacrifice GenX for that one is certainly not what you're looking for. You don't know the value you will have out of this Rift Herald just yet. But initially, I like the setup from SK. I like the fact they realized they can go in and steal it. Treats come in with a nice cask as well to throw away Rasa, get the Rift Herald. Afterwards, probably could have been a bit more clean, and here we have it as well. As you can see, GenX skipping the priority up towards the top side of the map, and as you can already see, they're quite split. So as soon as this Rift Herald is taken, it's super easy for the rest of Misfits to turn on towards GenX, and he's just cut off guard completely from the rest of his teammates.
Well, that will give Misfits the temporary gold advantage. And I really like the way you phrased the Herald versus kill. Unless you actually use the Herald effectively, it is not a guaranteed more beneficial play, right? So where does Treats go with that objective? Just for the time being, this is the first time we've seen Jezu and Lilith pushed back a little in lane. Looks like Kobe and Van are stepping very far forward, and they're going to start hammering away the tower.
And this is the tough one for them, right? Because you can see they don't have mid lane priority, they don't have bot lane priority, and therefore they almost have to use this Herald for the top side of the map. But it's not really your Mundo you're looking to inject all of this gold in. Obviously, you're not going to complain. You're going to be getting a lot of gold for yourself. It's just the fact that not the most ideal target you could have had across the board here as a team.
It's to balance out his death for the Herald, all right? All things equal. Of course, Treats now will be shadowing GenX in this lane. If you look at the minimap, Razork has gone deep into SK's territory. But the fact that Treats and GenX are able to push Herod back, he's losing XP, he's losing minions, and there's a number of plates that have been secured. So a lot of very interesting cost versus like risk analysis going on, because across the map, there are objectives being contested.
It definitely is, but it's also the fact now with this Mundo and he's able to push Herod back that Herod should be able to just freeze this wave here and just, you know, sacrifice the objective if that's what they want to do. But we take a look at the gold here, and you can already see now, Mundo, the one with the biggest gold lead across the board, and also you take a look at Herod's gold, that's quite a big investment. That's the difference here.
Yeah, significant. 1,000 gold up for GenX, around 800 for Vizio in this mid lane. Small CS advantage, he's also got that kill. We're a minute and 25 from the next dragon. I'm looking at the vision, number of wards from both sides inside the river, and it looks as though Vander as well as Razork floating nearby.
Now the important thing for this next skirmish is that all TPs are coming back off. Herod, his TP just 1 second to it. GenX Blue has the TP. The same goes for Vito. So if a skirmish were to break out around this next Drake, if a skirmish were to break out and once this bot lane fight, well, teleports, they are going to be available for it.
Yeah, and very important as well. Here, it did just pick up that Eclipse. He was currently moving to the mid lane. I just have a inkling that SK are going to make a move for this dragon. You can already see Treats going in, trying to get some wards behind the dragon pit. And while he's doing that, Razork is now making his way up. 35 seconds. SK got the first dragon. They still have the gold lead. And they are the ones that are in position first. Vander's going to chuck out that Glacial Fissure. Lips holding on to Solar Flare for now. Finally drops it down. Kobe sidesteps it. The feathers flying. Vander stays alive for now. Winter's Bite will slow Lip. Vander's going to jump to Kobe. Now everybody's in the party. Those teleports are being continues. Razork is already subjugated one, but nobody dead just yet. Finally, Gen X kills Razork, and it's SK that come out on top.
Yeah, they're just playing that skirmish around it better. The Vandus comes out with the Brom. It's not giving that instantaneous CC you want. It's not giving that burst. And Lilith and Jesu, they play around that so patiently with the Feathers. They continue!
The Emperor's Divide! Scooping up VTO and donating him into Gen X's waiting hands. That was beautiful. Does end up costing Blue, though, as he was on the wrong side of the wall. The fight's still not done yet. Misfits are now stepping forward, and the reinforcements are coming. The Dragon wasn't even taken.
I actually think that was a bit of a mistake coming in from Blue there. Yes, the trait came through, but that was a lot of reliable damage you missed for you, Drake, there. At the same time, Jesu took a very unfavorable trade with Kobe that just gave them all the priority they wanted. Now, Spotted and Vision, they are going for Kobe.
That's a Flash-infected Cleaver. The Body Slam, I don't think, found its target. Flash away from Kobe. That's going to be able to get 2 flashes from SK. Razork's inside the river. Thank you for correctly analyzing that Emperor's Divide. It was pretty to look at, if ultimately not that beneficial. And we just go back to the setup, as no team was able to secure the Dragon. Sheet stepping forward, Explosive Cask is still on cooldown, a few seconds away from use.
Yeah, but with the map set up right now, if SK wants to, they should be the first on the objective, but are still going down towards this bottom.
Vanda's got that flash, not going to use it just yet, finally does. The Unbreakable was thrown up. Here it is going to arrive to the party. He needs to land some poke to help Misfits out. Remember, they're engaged, not the strongest. Solar Flare will catch out Vanda. There's a slow move from that Pillar of Ice. The giant trophy will stop SK finding the kill.
Yeah, remember, right now this is a 4v5. Vito just pushed out the mid lane, and now he is looking to join the fight. Just hit level 11 on Syndra. That's a huge spike for him.
There's only one ultimate for SK. It's Treats. He needs to have a fantastic Explosive Cast. Get rid of the Misfits members. He's not even used it just yet. Finally does, but it will not save Gen X. Only 1 kill. SK were unarmed with 4 ultimates on cooldown, and Misfits find the kill.
Yeah, now with the resets to come through, what can Misfits get on the map at the same time? Herald is spawning in just a few seconds. The same goes for this mid lane turret with Blue being chunked out. Is he going to back? Is he going to stay? He is just going to stay. He's healthy enough for this one, and he's even going to go for it.
This time round, scoops up VTO underneath the turret. Razork throws out the Pillar of Ice. VTO finally goes down, but from beyond the grave, picks up the kill with unleashed power.
And what a statement game to come out, at least from SK here. As I already said, completely night and day from yesterday. They're out to fight. Blue, so decisive. It's not always the best Emperor's Divide we're seeing, but we're seeing it every time. And now down towards the bottom. Not going to go for an engage just
Hold
yet.
that thought, because Vanda is stepping out. The Winter's Bite not going to be thrown out just yet. Finally does. Lilith gets tagged. Solar Flare by some time. Buster shot pushes Lilith back. The explosive shot will pick up the kill. That's the 6th kill secured for Misfits. But I want to build on that. Yes, SK are looking fantastic right now. But if you were to tell me that the number 2 team in Summer, in the standings, was playing the number 10 team, you would not be expecting the game to go this way.
This was definitely not the game I was looking for. And you know, earlier today we were talking as well, the early game for Misfits every now and then had been a bit shaky. We already know the meme with the Elder Drakes already, with Misfits, that it's kind of their only win condition sometimes, but we want to see them dominate this kind of game. We want to see them take over the early game, because right now, as you just rightfully said, they are the 2nd place team of the LEC, and sometimes we just don't see that. But the scary part of Misfits is always the mid to late game, and that is also what we're waiting for in this game, with the 2nd Herald now being picked up by Razork, with them now to utilize or opening up where the map with a side lane, with the extra gold you get from the tier 2 turrets as well. That's what we're looking for from that part, and you want to do it away from Gen X, you want to do it away from this Jace, because he just does not have this priority you're looking for right now.
And SK have been so proactive and so willing to start the skirmishes and the engages that Misfits have not had any time to look for any poke from here on the Jace, to look for that scat of the week. They haven't had a second or two to assess the situation. Misfits do have a 1,000 gold lead, but SK have got 2 dragons. We are playing on the Cloud Rift. Razork throws out the Pillar of Ice. Winter's Bite predicting the Body Slam, which was not pulled. Now the tower in the bottom lane will be the focus. But look, Gen X shoves out their top lane. Blue's going to be able to push out the mid lane. What do Misfits do in reply? The tower's not even going to fall either.
Yeah, but it's the jock lane they're using right now as well. They're not overcommitting. A lot of teams would probably just have popped the Rift Herald. They realize, all right, Blue's still around the mid lane, pushing in a wave. Let's send VTO back so he can pick up the wave. At the same time, you got a lot of chip damage down towards that bot turret. And it's just SK being navigated back and forth all the time. Here it needs to be a bit careful not to get caught up by the Mundo, but once again, look how low this turret suddenly is. Look how low the mid lane turret suddenly is. If you keep navigating the members of SK back and forth with the threat that you have a Herald as well they need to take care of for a second charge, that is why SK are moving all the time.
Of course, SK have picked up the only tower of the game at 17.5 minutes. Treats is going to look for Hirit, not find him. The rest of Misfits, once again, 1.5 minutes before Dragon, they are setting up inside SK's jungle, pushing the tower down bottom, pushing the vision deep into SK's territory, and we're just going to have another big brawl for the Dragon.
And look, once again, it's an exact replica. Vito push in mid lane, move towards bot, go and catch the turret. He's back towards the mid lane again.
Well, here it's going to flash away from the explosive cast. That means it's not available for the impending fight. Vito will catch this wave, and now SK will be able to push towards the river. It looks as though Kobe's starting to back out. And if you just take a quick look at some of those CS numbers, yes, here it is farming up relatively well, but GenX is the beneficiary of 3 kills. Pretty much even in the mid lane, pretty much even in the bottom lane. And now, try help me spot who gets subjugated here. Razork really needs to find one of these frontliners to allow Kobe to take over on this Tristana.
I feel like it's just it depends on the execution as well. If Lilip is the one engaging the call immediately, going too far forward, if the Aftershock is proc, if he has the W, you just immediately subjugate him. Mundo, on the other hand, if you get to catch him off guard, you might go for him, but speaking of going for someone, Blue is having a lot of attention, but dodging away a lot of the abilities at the same time.
Catches O'Houlihan. Well done, Blue. Dodged every single skill shot but that one after I caster cursed him. But now it's Misfits in the river first. They've pushed up on him, they've pushed out middle. And this is just going to be a tennis match, a juggling match, as Trouble would say. Back and forth, back and forth. Gulborg, it looks like Misfits may be able to secure this uncontested.
Yeah, they are getting the Drake. They're doing a good job at body blocking the Herald, and they are posturing as if they want to deter them from getting back to the mid lane here, so we could have a little breakout fight.
How does Misfits start a fight? They don't have engage. The Glacial Fish is on cooldown. Subjugate comes out, but it simply doesn't do enough. It's too little, it's too late. An Infected Cleaver catches out Hirit. Treat's coming from the side with an explosive cask available to him. He knocks back one! The rest of the Misfits are running for their lives. It's Hirit that's taken down, the second of the fight for SK. Misfits, what were you doing? They didn't have the engage.
That was a very egotistical move coming into that one. That was disrespect towards SK. They had no priority from Vision side to go into that mid lane. The waves were not there for them either. And it just completely blew away. Look at the vision control. Every setup you have for this one is just in favor of SK, and as soon as Razork is overstepped, he's not going to be the one that can help you actually one-shot one of these members. From an extended teamfight perspective, where you get to kite back, BTO gets a lot of value on the Syndra as well, but the problem for them is, once again, that immediate engage we see to come through from SK. Lilith, they're flashing from Treats. So nicely done by SK.
The thing that I actually really like about that replay, it demonstrates how both teams ideally want to play their comp. Misfits don't really have the strength if they're pressing forward, but imagine if Vander was alive, running backwards, had Glacial Fissure, and could have thrown it into the river. No ways, are they being cheeky? 20 minutes 30. Oh my word, SK Gaming, they're starting to sniff this out. He's going to be able to spot it. 5,000 HP. Hex Flash going to be cancelled. Running away for Lilith. The Solar Flare is available to him. That's a knock up there onto Treats from the Glacial Fissure inside the pit. Not going to be able to take him out. Treats is down. Baron is secured by Razork. Misfits may have just regained control of this game. Jezu flies up with the feathers to drop down onto Hirit's head. Kobe turns it around. It's VTO that gets the kill though. Now all of a sudden Lilith's running for his life. He started the fight. Maybe the last one to fall. GenX has been utterly ignored for now. He may be able to be the front line that Blue needs. Hopping over the wall, flashing forward as well. Blue sends in the Sand Soldiers. The wall comes up from Vander. Now there's a teleport coming back in. VTO is going to rejoin the fray. Lilip is low inside the blue buff. VTO, no ultimate available to him. The Sun Disc is thrown down on that top tower. That will help the escape somewhat. VTO needs to find the stun with Scatter the Weak. He's holding onto the trigger. Finally throws it out. Who will be the target? It's going to be Blue, but the ball falls short. Nobody gets stunned, and Misfits come out ahead.
And that was such a clever call. The reason why they opted in for that TP immediately was because of the fact that GenX did not have TP himself. So if they force this Baron, it will always be a 4v5. If they don't burst it down, that's fine. We'll make the turn and we'll fight you 4v5. If we get the Baron anyway, even better. Loads of gold injected into you, and you can take the fight afterwards. Once again, 4v5, and VTO on this Syndra, once again finding so many priority abilities hit here with such an insane amount of burst damage to come through. This is why it's first pickable for Misfits. This is why it has so much priority for them.
I formally apologize to VTO. All the damage that was on Jezu was from you, and I assigned it to Kobe during that fight. Did not see him inside the pit. Gulborg, is this good League of Legends? I'm enjoying it, but I'm confused.
So that call right there, I would call that good League of Legends, because under the circumstances of your opponent, what you had to play around with was just amazing. This is something we see a lot in the LPL as well, where a lot of teams will just start the Baron at 20 minutes because it's kind of like, well, dare you. You won't think we'll start it anyway, and therefore they're hesitant at going towards it. And that gives you extra seconds to play with. Those extra seconds was all you needed to burst down the Baron to immediately go for that play.
That is such a beautiful concept, because ultimately SK had been in control. They were making the decisions that Misfits had to react to. Misfits pull the trigger on Baron, flipping it entirely. They regain control. They are now 3 towers to 1. They have a 3,000 gold lead. And with that Baron buff, had they a little bit more time with it, playing multiple lanes will reduce the strength of SK's composition. So Misfits, they are now right back in this game.
And this is where the comfort zone of Misfits lie. Now with Baron buff, you can start sieging off these turrets. You have the poke damage to come through from Hirid, you have the ground to play with from Vito, and all you have to care about is that flash from Treats, the Hex Rise from Livid. Make sure that you are not getting getting surprise attack from any flanks where you do not have the vision.
Yeah, and of course, for Misfits, looking ahead, I think I may have a little bit of time here. 20 seconds. Quickly take a look at the standings on the side of your screen. For Misfits to secure a top 4 seed, they win versus SK and Rogue beat Vitality. Those two things happen, they'll take that top 4 seed. And also, if Mad beat Fnatic, then Misfits will be guaranteed that top 4 seed. So for Misfits, very, very important. They had no championship points from Spring. And Ender was saying it from the analyst desk, that this is one of the teams that could be a dark horse in playoffs, that could surprise. And look, they're inconsistent, don't get me wrong, but you can see the ceiling. And I think one of the things I like about their gameplay is you can see behind the curtain of their decisions. They are bold and brave, and it does work for them many times.
Yeah, look at the flank though from Treats now. The TP is not there, but Lilith is coming from base, and it may look for a bit of an engage here, but it's very disjointed.
I'm waiting for Blue. He's holding on to the Emperor's Divide. SK Gaming, they aren't quite sure how they want to surround Misfits. Treats goes all the way in, but he's already used that explosive cost. Buy some time with that stopwatch. Here comes Gen X as well. Jezu jumps forward into 2, pulls all the feathers backwards. He takes down Vito. That's a solo kill for Jezu in the midst of the team fight. 1-for-1 for now. Jezu is not going to be able to be taken down by Misfits.
But that was exactly what SK needed. We talked about it. They need a flank, a vision pocket where Misfits do not know where Treats would be. And there they found it. You called for Blue. He does still have that Emperor's Divide. Decide not to flash for it. But at the same time, while SK is pushing down the middle lane, Misfits immediately beeline it down towards the bottom side of the map, and they get the tier 2 turret that gives you so much gold at this stage.
Oh, I'm scratching my head so much. The pace of this game is unrelenting. Of course, Misfits committed for this one because you hear it joining a little late.
Yeah, but it's actually quite crucial because that cast made Copy tank 1 tower shot, made him use the rocket jump as well, and makes it sure that they can't really play around the fight that they really want. Then the scatter to come through once again from Ritio was pivotal in setting down Treats. But Jezu, you talked about it as solo kill in the middle of the team fight, and he's setting that one up for sure. He even ulted backwards to make sure he could flash like that.
The exhaust, very, very helpful as well. I don't think I've seen very many flanking assassin Zayas. 4, 1, and 2. Got the Phantom Dancer completed, making his way towards an Infinity Edge as well. SK are still down 2,000 gold, but they are the ones that now need to react. They've lost 4 towers, but they've not secured any because they were 2-0 up at one stage. With 30 seconds to Baron, with 3 minutes to the next Cloud Drake, and which one are they going to fight over?
I mean, that is the big question as well, Trevor, and I'm so glad you're asking it because in this gold deficit that SK are having right now, it's not like they're in control of the map. As soon as VTO gets the blue buff that will spawn in 1 minute, he's gonna have endless mana resources to keep the priority for them there. Also, the Tristana in a side lane as well together, or just in the mid lane if that's what you want, it's also gonna be pushing it up. Down towards the bottom side of the map, you can already see Hirid once again pushing out the bot side. So from a map point of view, Misfits are just a team that is setting the pressure. They're the one who's pushing SK back. They're the one who's setting up these vision pockets. And once again, that's for SK to disrupt it. It's for SK to find these windows where they can mimic a fight they just had, just to make it even better.
That's what we're going to try to do now. Misfits again stepping forward on that front foot. They don't care about the engage power from SK. They trust in the disengage. Some of the vision that was placed in the river has just been cleared out. Shallow, nevertheless, but with the map control that Misfits have established, they can now try to assert dominance around the Baron pit. And it feels like both teams are definitely focusing on this objective.
But imagine the mental edge Misfits have on you right now as well. They started the 20-minute Baron. You can never leave this Baron untouched again. And that puts a lot of pressure on towards the Cloud Drake as well, because a lot of your priority and a lot of the vision, as you currently see from SK right now, is being put towards the top side of the map. It is being put up towards the Baron. Granted, yes, there is still 1 minute and 30 seconds onto the Cloud Drake spawns, but if you're able to keep this pressure up from Misfits and then just rotate down towards the Drake, then you're going to be able to just get an objective essentially for free.
Well, Misfits have a small window of item advantage. 3 completed for Kobe. 3 for Hirit as well on the top lane. And once again, here it goes, catches the wave down bottom. We'll start to push that out. He's got teleport available. Genax and Blue do as well. So Hirit can decide, does he want to push this lane? Does he rejoin the rest of Misfits? Keep your eyes on that mini-map. There's a number of wards in and around the pit, so SK still have information.
But Hirit is doing exactly what he needs to do here. He needs to wait for a response to Blue to come through here, so he actually gets the vision. He can get the intel to the rest of his team. They don't have 5 members of the top side of the map. We can actually push forward a bit, and there you see it as well. Hirit, as soon as he saw RC was there, he feels more confident to push it forward. Now with the resets to come through as well, bot lane is pushed out, mid lane is going to be even, and with all the vision from SK put toward the top side of the map, with Drake now spawning in 30 seconds, look at where the rest of the Misfits are going.
Yeah, gonna once again make their way towards the objective. There is a cheeky SK ward inside the Dragon Pit. I'm not quite sure how much life it has left, but this is just a really good demonstration of how controlling those side lanes, pushing the vision in, just allows you to be one step ahead of your opponents. Once again, we just stare down the 5v5. Jesu gets chunked out from real long range, and just like that, Misfits plant a flag and say, we own this land.
Exactly. That's how you play with a composition that don't have that immediate engage. You just want that poke to land so Jesu can no longer perform in a team fight. You can see he's trying to find anything to lifesteal on. There's nothing of it, and now they're catching Genax.
He's indeed caught out. The Fissures drop down. Nobody else from SK's joined just yet. Jesu's recalling is still low on HP. Misfits are not going to commit for the Baron at the moment. The Cloud Dragon rather, is alive as well. All of a sudden, they're making their way down. So, gonna go for the Dragon instead of the Baron right now.
And I think that's the correct call as well. You have established vision for yourself now. You make the resets to come through from SK, so they can't threaten the Baron play. Even if they wanted to, they're not in position to do so. You can even see the ping board is still in the pit for Misfits. So now they're on soul point. And you know what? You know Misfits, they don't care about the soul. They just need to get it so they can get Elder Drake on the map. And that's the essential real win condition. But SK, they're threatening them. And now TPs are coming through around the Baron.
Everybody's once again inside the river. Resource going low. VTO's caught out. The body slam, the explosive cost. VTO's down. Solar Flare catches out a few. The Emperor's Divide pushes Misfits backwards. But the Hourglasses, the stopwatches buy so much time. Kobe's going to be able to get reset off the reset. Genax and Treats and Blue are the last ones. Keep your eyes on Kobe. He hops forward. The little Yordle is wrecking SK. Despite how good it started, it's Misfits that close out the fights.
And what can they get from this Genax? Still has the ultimate, and it seems like he's going to be able to run away from this one. But the rest of the members of Misfits piling down towards the mid lane turret. TP even comes out from Genax, and now they might just turn towards the Baron. No, they're just going to continue on this one. A bit indecisive, but I think Baron will be on the table now with 20 seconds still on Blue and on Treats. There's not much you can do as SK rather, to stop this Baron from coming through.
I am so confused, but I am so entertained. I really need to see that SK Cask and Emperor's Divide, because I want to see how the damage was followed up. Could they have gotten more is the question that I'm going to ask, because it looked like such a great setup.
Well, once again, it's the damage that comes out from V2 here. Jesu, once again, not able to fight. So even if Jesu wants to step up further, there's not much he can do in this situation. But look at the damage from Hirit. He is one of the main damage dealers, together with the bomb from Kobe to come out here. That is making them able to split up the team fight, flash away with Copy as well, completely pile down the members of SK where they can't focus down a member themselves.
It actually kind of felt like SK stepped into the AoE. You know, they all piled onto the targets. You know, Melee Mundo, Melee Gragas, Leona Melee as well. Jesu playing Melee Assassin, flying Bird Thing. As all of SK grouped up, it was Misfits' AoE damage that melted him. 7,000 gold lead, 3 dragons, a Baron. Misfits continue to suffocate SK out of this game. But SK are not going down without a fight, and they still could win those team fights.
They could, but once again, it becomes more and more unlikely the further we get into this game as well, and the further behind SK gets. Also, just in terms of the map state right now, you have a member pushing out the mid lane. That's a pressure point you have to respond. Carve has been slow pushing a wave up towards the top side of the map as well. So there's just too many things right now from the side of SK. They're burning, the house is on fire, and there's not much water you can actually use to put it out.
This is fine, is what SK are saying right now. But I think if you cast your mind back to the beginning of the game, where SK were in control of the Rift, were making the first moves, Misfits couldn't land that initial poke. They couldn't make use of the Pillars of Ice, and just like that, the threat of the Scat of the Week. But because Misfits this time round are controlling, are making the first move, they're able to just control and keep SK away. Here it is, almost able to take down Genax. He chucks out the ultimate as well. Treat's making his way down. The explosive cask is available. Misfits could cut them off, but they're not going to. Inhibitor for Herod? I think that's worth.
Yeah, I mean, there is a there is a call to be made that Hero should get run down afterwards as well, but it's a good punish to come through from SK. The problem is right now for them that Hero will still be respawned for when this Cloud Soul becomes available. And right now as SK, there's nothing you can get on the map. All you're getting right now is just extra breathing room to clear out some camps, to clear out some waves, to try and diminish the gold lead that Misfits have. But the fact of the reality is that no matter what, when you get on towards this Drake, Misfit will still have the advantage, and that's for the X Factor once again from SK to come through. Treat should have his flash up as well as soon as that happens, and if you can lock down a priority target like VTO that has so much burst damage in his kit, but no Sonya's, that would be extremely ideal.
I think the damage that VTO has been able to put out despite dying in multiple fights has been very influential. Getting that Unleash Power a little bit earlier just as he was dying, as well as the Scat of the Week and the Dark Spheres in the river. Of course, look at that, 4 items completed already. 45 seconds, and again, just like clockwork. Misfits, they push out the bottom lane, they push into the jungle, start placing down the wards, and Blue's got teleport available to him, so he is trying to get something back and crucially taking out some of those super minions.
Yeah, it's just to alleviate some extra pressure so you don't have to worry about the top side of the map suddenly collapsing, but the Drake is not even on Misfits' mind. There's still 30 seconds until it spawns, so they're going to keep the pressure up instead. They have a minion wave to play with, and they're going to be able to get the bot side turret as well.
Well, very clever here, VTO sitting on the side, so if Lilip or Treats engage on the main Misfits cluster, he can come in and clean up with Scat of the Week, he can clean up with the multi-man stun. Now all of a sudden, after opening the bottom inhibitor, now Misfits are falling back. There's wards behind the pit. The observers are highlighting that now. TP is just about available for Genax. I'm not sure if they really want to use that.
It's gone.
Yeah, oh wow, okay, thank you. I didn't even realize they started it. There we go. Soul picked up.
And you know, they're trying to get some mid lane pressure at the same time. That's one cannon and a caster minion you have to work with. That might be able to give you a little bit of gold, but that is not going to be the difference maker. That is going to be the Cloud Soul to come through now from the side of Misfits. Now, granted, it doesn't do all too much for their composition. It does give you some extra movement speed to play around with, and that is going to be important, especially when Genax has been running members down and you want to create space between you. But the pivotal part is that you also get Elder Drake on the map. The pivotal part is that you're going to be able to keep up the pressure even more, but I don't think we will get to that point. There is 1 minute, 40 seconds on towards Baron spawn. That's going to be the third Baron of this game, and I'm sure that's going to be the final nail.
That's a very bold statement at this time. I will tell you if you're right or wrong after the combat takes place.
Oh no.
But for Misfits, this is a good step towards picking up the win. Obviously, if Rogue beat Vitality, then Misfits will have that top 4 seed. They'll be in the upper half of the bracket, have the ability to play 2 best-ofs, you know, not one and done if you're 5th and 6th. And it's just, I just have more questions. Every game I watch from Misfits, I feel like I come away understanding them less. Because this is just a very, very interesting game with so much intensity and very visible decision-making.
I feel like the style of them very much is the same. Mage and AD carry to play for, and then a brawler to play for as well.
Oh my word, so much damage onto Lilip. Kobe is chunked out for half though. VTO still holding on to that ultimate. Only the explosive cast and solar flare were thrown down, but those are two very important ultimates with 30 seconds until Baron spawns.
And that is the thing, you have to salvage your top lane being pushed in. There's a slow push with the bottom lane pushing in. You're so far pushed up towards the mid lane of the map with VT, or just with blue buff now in the mid lane, continuously pushing you back. And once you have to go towards the Baron, you also have to worry about the fact that maybe Misfits will be camping in a bush. Maybe Misfits will be looking to bait the Baron rather than just start it immediately. You do have 2 blue orbs to work with from SK, and those blue orbs are going to be their saving grace.
Well, Treats is going to try set up a flank. He's got no ultimate though. Razork is being jumped on by Gen X. That will at least split up that front line. And a little bit easier poking. Yeah, Shock Blast not yet having an impact. Finally, Lilip gets chunked out, about 25%. Yeah, Dragon is still 3.5 minutes away. Baron is up, and Misfits have started hammering away. Super Minions are in the top lane. Misfits, they're going to stand inside the darkness and look at that AoE. Hear it. Melts half the hit points of SK. Baron to 2,500. Treats is going to jump into the pit. He might be able to do it, but he doesn't. Razork wins the burger flip, and Misfits are now hunting down SK. If they can get a clean fight, they can win this game. Pillar of Ice will lock blue in place. The Emperor's Divide sends Misfits backwards. That's Copy. He jumps too far forward. He's bitten off more than he can chew, but he busts a shot to SK away. Gen X is taking out the bottom of the fight, and Cobby in a 1v3 manages to survive. Misfits get themselves 2 kills. They lose 1, and they're pushing into the base, Gulbog.
Yeah, this should be it this time around. They just need to take care of the mid lane or the bot lane inhibitor here. Then they can start sieging down the turret as well. It is still a 3 versus 4 situation in favor of Misfits, and they do have the poke of Hirit that does an immense amount of damage now with the 4 items completed on the Jace.
Now, will Misfits pull a Magi Felix, overcommit and get backdoored? Blue's got the teleport available. I don't quite think it's going to happen. Multiple waves are now going to push onto the Nexus. Blue's getting chunked down. The engage from Lilip and follow-up from Treats. Razork gets knocked all the way to the inhibitor. Now all of a sudden, Cobby's starting to hammer down. First Nexus turret has fallen. Still 9 seconds before Jezu is alive. Blue gets caught by the Pillar of Ice. The second Nexus turret falls. Misfits turn their attention to the Nexus. They're starting to ignore the SK members. A couple more shots will do it, and Misfits take down SK.
But had you asked me if it was going to take Misfits 38 minutes to take a win here, I probably said no in the beginning of the day. SK completely revitalized and much more to play for with what we saw today with this draft.
And of course, on the other side, Misfits didn't falter under the pressure. They didn't fall significantly behind. And once they were able to make that 20-man Baron play, the game was in their control. But I can only hear the words of, was it Maximus, the movie? Are you not entertained? But I still am so confused with that game. You know, this is number 2 versus number 9. It was non-stop action.
That's what I love. This is what I cast LPL for as well. This is just what the League of Legends I am here for. And the decisiveness as well to come out from them was what genuinely put Misfits in the favorable position.
Now, if you want Fnatic to have a chance at top 4, you need them to beat Mad. If Fnatic lose to Mad, it's going to hurt their chances, and Misfits will lock in a top 4 seed. Similarly, if Rogue take down Vitality. So Misfits sitting very comfortably at the top of the table, and all the question marks are going to be best of 5s, playoffs. How is this team going to perform in that environment?
That's the thing. We have seen them as a kind of, at least the rumors are going out there as a best of 1 team. Razork even jokingly said it, PGL yesterday as well. It's that clutch factor we're looking for as well, but they're bringing it, some of it today. If they are down in deficits and they are willing to just start Baron calls like that.
Yeah, they really are. Of course, if you want to vote for Kia Player of the Game, at LEC on Twitter, Razork, Cobby, and Vander. I have genuinely no idea how you'll be able to figure that one out. Of course, Misfits now have 1 more game. They're 2-0 on Super Week. Congratulations to them. Before we head to the break, we're going to sit down with Jezu, as Law is waiting to interview him.
Thank you, Quickshot, and Jezu, thank you so much for joining me. I'm glad that we get to have one last interview on stage before the end of the year for you. And I was talking to Treats before the game, and we were, I don't know, talking about the fact that you get to play devil's advocate for other teams for this week's Super Week. And I know the relationship you can have with Jezu outside of the game and how close you can be. How special was it for you to play against him, knowing that you can influence his playoff standing? Also, the fact that you solo killed him during the game, which was noticed on social media. I'd let you say that.
So obviously, it's always really nice to play against VTO, you know, because yeah, we are really good friends. And yeah, I might have targeted him a bit in the fight, but like it wasn't personal. I think I had to try to get to him and one-shot him to win the fight. But yeah, it feels nice because it's him, you know?
Yeah, it's all good fun, and you mean well. I know that. We had a chat in the makeup room before the game, and I asked you, is there anything special you had planned for today in-game, but you just ran for the regular LEC game playing Saya. What is the goal now that you have one game remaining, and what do you want to get out of this Super Week?
So we didn't do anything special because we feel like it's better for all of us to just play the best we can, which means not trolling draft, because I mean, it's good as well for the other team, you know. I think it's a bit disrespectful if you start to blind pick Vayne, even though I'd really love to, but it's just not really cool, you know. So we're just playing what we know and trying our best, even though we're not making playoff, we can still show some good things.
Yeah, I saw you were hovering the champion in the draft phase, and maybe you get to play Vayne really in last game tomorrow. But of course, you want to leave a good impression, I get, on these last games, and you want to come back next year. So I want to know how different are you from the Jesus I met a year ago at the Misfits Gaming House? Like, how did you change as a person since you joined the LEC, but also as a player in game?
I think as a person, I've become a lot more secure in myself because when you enter LEC, there's a lot of pressure on yourself, and people are straight going to you and say, you do this bad, you do this bad. And before that, it's all like in ERL, in Misfit, it's more like chilling, you know, like saying you're doing this good, you could do this better. And when you enter, I think it's really important that you're really secure with yourself and your level, because it's the same for the fans. Every time you miss something, they just point it out. And you have to know how good you are, your value, and what you have to work on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think my work ethic has been just improving a lot during the two splits, especially when it's hard, like when we were starting, I think we were 1-8 at one point. So you just have to find other way to work, try to make it change, you know, find for a solution. And I think you grow a lot during these times.
What would be your best memory from this first year in the LEC?
This first year, probably the Jarvan Kalista game with Streets in the first split, because it was really funny game to play, and I felt really good. So yeah, probably this. And playing on stage as well was really good, obviously.
I can imagine. Hopefully with an audience next year. And well, congrats on your first year in the LEC, Jesus.
Thank you.
Good luck on the last game tomorrow. And we're going to take a break now, and we'll be back in a couple minutes for a very important game as Excel will take on Astralis. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss it.
Movement is the heart of the most creative plays. I'm back again with Kia to give you the chance to show millions of viewers around the world your ability to move like no one else. We're inviting you to show your biggest and most inspirational plays. And if you've truly got what it takes, then your play will be cast by me during the LEC Finals, just like a pro.
Kia, movement that inspires.
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
back, everyone, to the LEC, where it is time for a matchup that could decide everything in the race for playoffs, as XL Esports and Astralis, the only teams to never make playoffs in the LEC, face off in a pivotal game. And I want to take some time to build up this game as it is so important. Let's start with the side of XL, a UK team that has been in the position to make playoffs, time and time again, trouble, but they have always fallen short. Is this the time for them?
It probably very well could be. I think we've been very repetitive saying, yes, the addition of Markoon and Advin, but yes, it has been that influential on how the team plays. We're very critical about their early game. They don't take enough chances. They don't have enough engages. Where is their proactivity? And right now, this specific roster, having Advin in the bot lane, helping Patrick excel, taking the 2v2s, having these fights, Markoon completely going everywhere, outside of his mind in the rest of the map, pushing Nukta, going up top lane for Cries. I think this XL is looking very scary.
Ender, we've talked a lot about the roster changes, and to me, it was really also like, this is the changes that I wanted you to make for so long, XL. But the question is, was it in time to make it to the playoffs?
I mean, it's going to be really tough because Astralis are no slouch whatsoever. They've been so consistent throughout it all. But for me, like, yes, we talk about the jungle support additions. The big change from spring to summer was getting laners that could play the early game, that could do anything. And that's where Nukeduck has been so influential. And the new players playing around him in the early game has been absolutely critical because Spring Split XL was the worst early game team in the history of the LEC. Absolutely abysmal, but with Nukeduck, they have found ways to get advantages around that lane early on, and he's been really good at using those in games they've been able to win, transitioning that into a large advantage.
And even some games that weren't wins, like yesterday versus Rogue XL, they made things happen. They, straight up 2v2 killed the bot lane of Rogue. They 2v2 killed Hansama and Tribi. That is not something that happens every day. They have what it takes, but will it be enough today? And I think specifically in this matchup versus Astralis, we also have to talk about the road they have traveled. Of course, Origin was a very famous organization that had a lot of successes, and a lot of came with the name of the pedigree of Astralis coming into this year. But I think they fought against kind of public opinion straight from the start. But it is the players that have now put themselves in a position where they can make playoffs.
I mean, yeah, when you already have a roster that kind of falters in one season and then comes back the next, and there's still a lot of question marks, right? Because even in their wins, we're like, but they were behind in the early game. Every single lane behind in gold, behind in experience, and suddenly White Knight gets a kick onto the ADC. They win from Elder, they finish the game. Suddenly, you've got Zanzara finding picks all over the map. You have the mid lane, Rick Havoc. It is Magifelix backdooring on his own, killing 2 people, killing the Nexus. It's that magical factor from Astralis that we don't necessarily know where to pinpoint, but they're just doing it. They're doing it, and it's mind-blowing every time it happens.
Yeah, and the consistently versus the teams that are below them in the standings, that is exactly what you need to make it to the playoffs.
Exactly, and I think it comes down to 2 main factors for Astralis. One, inside of the drafts. A lot of the times you're going to see strong scaling elements, specifically Magifelix is always going to be rocking something that performs well in the later stages of the game. And I also think they're just very good at fighting later on. They're very scrappy when they get into it, but whether it's Promiscu looking for a fight, Zanzara bunking people with his trundle, setting up with his pillars, these sorts of things, they're going to be able to outmaneuver you and outfight you in those later stages, especially against weaker teams. So many times weaker teams drop the ball, don't really know where to go on the map. Sometimes they're dropping objectives here and there. Astralis are a team that absolutely will punish that, and we saw it yesterday in the game against SK, where SK were very slow to find early advantage. They stayed inside their lanes. Astralis just sort of grouped up together as 3 or 4 members and plowed straight through the SK jungle. They're able to find these sorts of things and punish weaker teams that don't take as much proactive steps.
Absolutely, that has been their blueprint, and Astralis can secure at least a tiebreaker with a win. If they win and Vitality lose later, Astralis are straight up in the playoffs. But XL have all the tools as well. If I'd have to single one person out, I think I want to talk about White Knight just a little bit, because he, for me, has really been the X factor on this Astralis lineup. And I'm going to ask you guys for a prediction. I don't do it that often, but I think that this match deserves it. Trouble, do you want to go first? Is it going to be the man behind me and Astralis, or is it going to be XL that's going to take this game?
I think White Knight has been performing phenomenally, specifically in lane, especially when you're playing in a team that you need that pop-off factor, that magic, that whatever is that spark. I think White Knight has had these moments a lot of times this split, whether he's playing on Lee Sin, where we're like, okay, he's so proficient, he's gonna do great. But on other champions as well in general, I think the stats behind us don't lie. Like his skill participation, he's everywhere. If this guy is not in a team fight, Astralis doesn't win.
So do they win?
No. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I think what we talked about is how Excel yesterday took Rogue to the bridge of them almost falling off, right? And I think it was due to Excel forcing Rogue to play on their own play style. They were bloodthirsty, they were playing for kills, and you saw Rogue changing a little bit their mindset, and they were playing for kills too. Now against Astralis, who it might be a team that will fall into the trap of Excel and want to fight, everything is possible.
Okay, I like that read. We don't have a lot of time, Ender, but I want to hear it. Astralis or Excel?
Astralis have yet to lose to a team beneath them in the standings, and they're not going to change it in week 8. It's Astralis all the way.
Okay, love it. Fantastic game coming up. These teams have been neck and neck in the standings for weeks, and now I have a chance to prove that they belong in the LEC Summer playoffs. We'll be right back for Excel versus Astralis.
Poros.
Yeah.
See you after the break.
It's not awkward, you're awkward.
Welcome back to the Cast the Desk. As we we jump into Astralis versus XL. I'm Quickshot, he's Gulborg, and this game has huge implications for who can get one step closer to the postseason and who will be able to advance to playoffs. Astralis are theoretically favored, but we don't know what to expect from XL. So what do you expect from the draft?
I mean, coming into this one, I think the new meta that's kind of suited around might fit Astralis a little bit more in terms of the AD mid laners have gone out of touch. We still have this like heavy top side of the map you can play with the control mages as well to come through from Magi Felix. I think that's going to be extremely pivotal. And also opening up the map is something we have seen in, at least in Astralis 2 recent games, something they have become better at doing. Now, on the side of XL though, they need to attack in the early game. We know what Makoon brings to the table here. We just saw as well how he enables Nuke Dog earlier as well with this new explosive style that comes through from them.
Of course, the hope is that Nuke will be able to deliver as well. He's had pretty high variance this summer. Yesterday, that first pick Lucian did not pay off for XL. How will Astralis and XL adapt to their draft? LeBlanc has immediately removed one of Nuke's signature champions.
Yeah, and you know, yesterday as well, the draft we saw that came through from XL. They came in with a lot of Fury crafting behind us as well. There was a lot of range to play with. At the same time, it was the comfort that came through, and I think comfort is going to be a big word today as well, at least from the drafting perspective. You can already see XL now removing the Trundle from the side of Sansara, and immediately the response comes out from Astralis as well, taking away that Diana from Makoon that he has become so infamous for already.
5 games played this summer. Zanzara, 5 Trundle games, of which he has won 4. Lucian will be the last ban. After that's in Zao, with Thresh being open and available, that is not a surprise. Promiscu has played that 3 times already, won twice. And it does open up some more hyper carry, late scaling ADs if Jester wants to go that route.
We also saw it yesterday to come through from Astralis. They did an excellent job at stopping SK from attacking the bot side of the map, and XL yesterday in their game, despite having a loss against Rogue, actually came out with a 2v2. But speaking of opening up the map, the Twisted Faith comes through again, and it's picked up with Viego that we don't see too often in lanes anymore.
No, of course not, after some of the changes. And when we do talk about that Twisted Fate, you were talking to me yesterday about how its priority has risen, at least on day 1 of 11:15. What was it, 3 games yesterday?
Exactly.
If I recall correctly. We'll be able to play around those side lanes. And Volibear as well as Orianna locked in. So control mage here for Magi Felix. 4 games played this summer. Zanzara has got 1 Volibear. I'm expecting that in the jungle.
I mean, it can go top, but I expect the same to come out from Sansara, just because the stylistic of his champ pool as well go down to these early skirmishes. The Xin Zhao, the Trundle, and now the Volibear to pair it up with. It is one of these champions you can have an early impact on, so you will be looking to utilize that. Now, Orianna to come through against the Twisted Faith, she's going to have more value going towards that mid game, while Twisted Faith, especially when Nuke Dog hits level 6, that's where we want to start seeing him be proactive. Varus, though, still very much in the meta right now, saw a lot of him yesterday as well, and it pairs together nicely with the Twisted Fate with this lock-up CC you can have.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of playmaking already on the side of XL, and then you start looking to execution, right? Make sure you land that CC, make sure you control the vision in the side lanes, and with that Thresh being locked in for Promiscu, the first ban in Phase 2 will be Aphelios, followed up by Camille from Astralis.
Yes, from this point of view, you can say that Thresh does fairly well into almost all the supports. I think XL still at the same time are looking to 4th pick a support and essentially lock in a last pick for their top side instead. So Astralis seems like they just want to lock away some of the biggest split pushes to make sure that the Twisted Faith is not going to have too much value in a side lane right now, and therefore they are removing the Camille. They could look to remove a support ban if they feel like there's no longer any split pushes. That's going to make sense. And remember I talked comfort earlier, that Lee Sin that's not supposed to be as good on this patch any longer, especially in a solo lane. Well, he does get taken away from White Knight.
Of course, but it is White Knight's Lee Sin, right? He's been very, very impactful this summer. Jace will be the final ban from Astralis. Now on the side of XL, we're looking for a top laner or support. You would anticipate a support being locked in as the Thresh is already secured, and then decide when that Viego goes and what you want to put into Kryze's hand.
Exactly. You already have the support pick, might as well just counter pick it or just go with a comfort against it. It is going to be the Braum coming into this one, and then you save the last pick for topside or jungle, depending on where you want this Viego, obviously thinking it is going to go towards the jungle with the recent changes you mentioned as well. And then the last AD carry to come out here from the side of Astralis. We have seen a lot of Tristana rise up in priority as of late. With this Thresh, there's always the possibility of a Jinx as well, but she haven't done too well so far into this one. And Ashe into Varus is an old one we used to have back in the day when it was all about the AD carries being there for the ultimate to lock down the opponents.
And of course, very safe engage. Fire the arrow, wait for something to connect, and then follow up. Orianna, Volibear, Thresh. The arrow doesn't hit anything, don't dive in. And of course, I have heard a little bit of rumblings that Ashe is raising in value on 11-15 to round out the composition. White Knight will lock in the Renekton for the third time. He's undefeated on the Croc in Summer with a 20 KDA. Cries, do you want to see something to contest the Renekton, or to be a bit more of a frontline for this composition?
I think you need engage here. From the side of XL right now, you have no immediate engage. You have a lot of CC to play around with from the Varus ultimate and the gold card, but if you want to contest the roster you're seeing right now from Astralis, or rather the composition, I think you need something that is going to bring down engage, but rather they decide to go with the gangplank, and this can still be valid. I know you're making sounds here, but the fact is you can stop a team fight from happening before it even happens. With the Kex to come through, with the piercing arrows to be hit, you can make sure that the enemy is not going to be able to fight. So they do still have their own strength, but in a straight up fight to come through from Astralis, they should have a little bit of an edge.
In my head, XL's composition will be very difficult to execute. Absolutely every individual skill shot ability needs to find its target. And if it doesn't, I think it could get run over by Astralis' composition.
I will say though, we talked about a run over here, but on XL, they have a window where they're going to be the team with the priority. That first ultimate to come through from Nuke Dog with the Twisted Fate, these skirmishes to come out through the Viego, the stun cards, that's what we're looking for in the early game for XL, because if they're able to make sure that their skirmishes can flourish them and put them ahead of the curve going towards the mid game, that's put them in a better spot on towards this one.
In the fight for the final spot in playoffs, let's hit the rift for Astralis versus XL. Okay, Gulborg, before we dive into gameplay, I do need to just quickly remind all of the viewers what is at stake for each team. I will be reading through a number of one-liners just explaining the stakes, so listen out for the team you're interested in, and of course, you'll be able to follow along. So there's the standings, as you can see on your screen. An Astralis win versus XL guarantees them at least a tiebreaker for 6th. If Astralis win here and Vitality lose to Rogue, Astralis are in playoffs. If XL lose, they are out. It is that simple.
It is that simple, and you know, for both organizations, this is huge. Astralis, ever since the rebrand from Origin, never been in playoffs. XL, as an organization, never been in playoffs either. This stake for this game between both teams right now is absolutely high. There is nothing to put this game down. This is going to be the most monumental game for these teams' season.
And the thing that always plays on my mind is when you do get to week 8, you get the second last day of Summer, and you hear those lines, the most important game, the one game that decides the season. Well, it's one of the games, right? XL 6-10. The inclusion of Markoon and Advian in the middle of the season revitalized the squad. I bought tickets to the hype train. Unfortunately, failed to deliver consistently. And XL now needs to hold off Astralis to keep their hopes alive, and they're being pushed back in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you have a double range bot lane, of course, going against the ranged and a melee support, there's not much you can do in terms of having a push out in that one. So Braum, realistically speaking, will just fall behind a bit, and then you play around the slow from, of course, the Ashe. Always have to think about that hook to come through at the same time. But to me as well, both junglers right now are pathing up towards that top side of the map, and that's going to be about the priority. Right now in the mid lane, it seems like Magic Felix is the one who's dictating that. They do have a ward on the Raptors, but they don't actually spot out Markoon on that one, so they might not realize where he is right now on the map. But as I already said, they are moving up towards the top side of the map. Scuttle skirmish may arise between two early junglers here who does fairly well in the early game.
Well, we'll see who's going to be able to back them up first, because Kryze is pushing very aggressively in this top lane, as you expect on a gangplank. Why not backing Alf and giving him the respect? Now the Raptors will be spotted, so information gained by Astralis. And Nukeduck, Magifelix currently sitting about even in the mid lane. Already, we have a roam here from Promiscu.
Yeah, it's really nicely done from Astralis because their bot lane pushed out the bot wave here. Now he's cheater recalling Jestler's going to get an extra longsword, and Astralis Promiscu is using this downtown to have an influence on the rest of the map. So should a Scuttle skirmish arise as well, they will have the man advantage, and that is what's helping the rest of the map here. So Sansara should be able to quite comfortably pick up this first Scuttle. He can even move immediately down to the bot side of the map, where he's going to be able to take care of the second Scuttle as Jestler is returning to lane with an item advantage. So this is just, you know, very nice early game from Astralis here, playing around with the priority they have in their lane.
Very important as well, because Zanzara is one of the most important players for Astralis. He does tend to initiate a lot of their engages, and Zanzara will get that second Scuttle. As I look at the minimap there, Kryze has recalled, picked himself up the Sheen, while White Knight still dealing with the minions in lane, and Patrick and Advian will shove that wave right into the waiting hands of Jeskla. So is this about what you would expect from the laning phase when you look at these compositions?
Yeah, definitely. If you go, once again, double range bot lane, you have priority. They're just utilizing that very well from Astralis, going up towards the top side of the map. Yes, and Sarah did not clear his Grump, so that is still level 1 in terms of experience, but it is worth it when you take a look at the broader picture. You get 2 Scuttles, a little bit of an item, or not an item advantage, but experience advantage over to the side of Sansara. But we are waiting for that level 6 for both teams specifically here. Quick shot on Nuke Dog, on the Twisted Faith. The moment he gets to influence the map, that's where we want to see that point of attack. But at the same time as well from Sansara with the Volley Bear, that dive you can have, that pressure we're already seeing now from the bot lane. If Promiscu can move up and influence the rest of the map, or if they're just moving down with the priority from mid lane to the bottom side of the map, it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to play around with this.
I am so glad that you can keep track of all of those things, because there's so many options available. And as you mentioned, once you do get to level 6, Enchanted Crystal Arrow Global, the Cannon Barrage as well as your Destiny going to be semi-globals. A lot of things to consider and to respect, right? Because if Kryze or Nukeduck are able to use their ultimates to influence Markoon's gank or Patrick's Chain of Corruption, it can be game-changing. Excel will have the first potential gank here. This minion wave will slowly be cleared out if Jester and Promiscu step forward. But I think Promiscu's aware of it. Sitting all the way back, will be able to use that Lantern in the event of a jump onto Jester. Patrick stepping forward, a lot of damage. Oliveros comes out, not a whole lot there.
But that's exactly how you're supposed to play Thresh in this meta right now. You're not there to be the frontliner to get the death sentence. You're there for the getaway with the Dark Passage. But what we also saw just right there has been so classic Markoon ever since he entered the LEC. It's the fact that he's willing to go for these lane ganks to try and have an influence from that front, rather than going from a just standard gank.
Well, it didn't work out this time around. Swing and a miss, but of course, some will be looking for those opportunities. Nukeduck as well as Kryze now have their ultimates available. And as we look ahead, I just very quickly want to highlight the statistics for the early games between XL and Astralis. Gold difference, minus 2,000 for Astralis. Kills at 15 lower, deaths higher. Astralis early games have not been particularly strong. We talked about this last week on the LEC Blog that when Astralis are down 5,000 gold, that's when you should really be afraid, because they find some magical moment to pick up a win.
That's the thing with Astralis. They are this kind of team where you're not always sure why they are taking these wins, but they're always finding a comeback, and a good hook from Promiscu, actually.
It was indeed. The Flay pulled Edvian back. He was able to stand behind me onto Patrick. Lantern gives a shield there to Jeskla. Big trade. HP advantage to Astralis.
Yeah, HP advantage. Some of the spell goes down, though, from Promiscu. Sansara is in the area as well. He's level 5 now on the Volley Bear, and is close to hitting that level 6. At the same time, though, in the mid lane, Nukedog has hit level 7. He is now on a roaming factor where he already has the TP. Actually, he just exchanged that for some extra mana with the Clarity. But outside of that, he is someone that you need to be able to fear as soon as you don't see him in vision any longer.
And of course, you want that play to work out if you are a fan of Excel, because the cooldown time at level 1 particularly high will open up potential counterplays if Astralis wanted to do so. But whenever you do have these champions with the ability to impact any lane and, you know, extremely long range, games do tend to slow down, because professional players have to factor in every single possibility. If they overstep, they could get punished by Gangplank, they could get punished by Twisted Fate.
Once again, though, as soon as there's any reset coming through from this Astralis bot lane, Promiscu is out on the map to try and have an influence again, and this time around it seems like he's going to come from the from the lane instead. And I like this, because they're at a TP deficit right now on Astralis. If a fight were to break out around the bot side, they would lose it. because Kreis would have the Gangplank ultimate, he would be able to join with the TP, but that is also something you can look to exploit as XL. I would love to see them start up this Drake as soon as they have seen Promiscu here, because of the fact that you have more tools to play with, you have the ability to create a man advantage.
The thing is, XL have tried that multiple times in the last few weeks and hasn't always gone to plan. So they've been playing much more proactive. Instead of starting the Dragon, they will try to match Astralis here around the Herald. Jeskla and MagiFelix in the mid lane. 2 members of Astralis inside the pit. Doesn't look like XL are pulling the trigger just yet. They may concede this. And yeah, they will indeed just give up the Herald.
Super smart wrap rotations coming through from Astralis. Once again, they have a TP deficit from the top side, which means with the bot lane, they can never create plays down towards the bottom side of the map. So they're bringing the rotations up towards the top side of the map, where they will be able to get a man advantage because they had a faster rotation. Patrick stacked up a wave, but what do you know? Jeskla still around to pick the entirety of the wave up, so they don't actually lose all too much. Now they just have a Herald.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, Patrick is ahead 20 CS. Jeskla should be able to pick up a bunch, and while, yes, they just have a Herald, it could unlock a lot more. And you think of Gangplank as well as Twisted Fate. If you can push down one of those towers, really helps out Astralis.
All right, I don't mean to downplay that Herald. I thought there was an insanely good rotation to come through from Astralis, and the fact they have that now in hand is perfect. Now, the Drake finally comes through from XL now. Would have loved to see this a bit earlier, just because of the fact that they did have that TP advantage, and that was what Astralis played around with. So you could have been first to display a little earlier if you wanted to, but they opted into the trade here instead. But that's still fine for Astralis. They're still looking for this mid-game power spike. Remember, the Orianna, the capabilities of this control mage and how she changes fights that we have seen so many times is only something we're going to be seeing in the mid lane, or mid-game rather.
I mean, MagiFelix has had very good performances as well this summer. Opposite him, even on CS, Nukeduck still not fired that Destiny. And stark differences in his wins and his losses. Obviously XL, 6 wins, 10 losses, but kill participation, damage per minute, numbers a lot higher. Will he get involved in this fight? No, because he's been pushed back by MagiFelix. First blood picked up by Zanzara and Astralis, despite the cannon barrage.
Very decisive from Patrick as well, trying to flash over and take a kill on towards Jeskla. Just doesn't have the damage to facilitate it. And now, Zanzara with the Herald in play could be going for a bot side play. On the other hand, though, look at Nukeduck in the minimap as well, moving up the top side. You talked about the Destiny. I think we'll be seeing it soon.
Oh, Flash and Dominus available for White Knight. He's spotted by the Destiny. The gate has not been opened. It has to the middle lane. They get the teleport out of MagiFelix. That is still a win, a minor one, but will prevent MagiFelix joining plays elsewhere. Of course, the cooldown is much higher, as well as now Nukeduck pushing this wave in. A little extra damage, maybe able to pick up this plate and deny at least a few minions.
Yeah, but if you take stock at that, I actually don't know how much they got down towards the bottom side of the map, because they never actually opted into using the Rift Herald. So I'm expecting they got a few plays, but now in the replay, super nice hook from Promiscu. And once again, Patrick feeling very confident because of the fact that he does have that cleanse. But Jeskla with the defensive flash as well, getting out of there. Patrick not opting in for backing away. He wants to go forward in an important series like today, or rather a game today, but it does not pay off.
No, not this time. 11 minutes in, 1 kill to Astralis, 1 Dragon to XL. Gold is dead even. It's a CS advantage in both the top and the bottom lane for XL. However, Zanzara with the kill in his back pocket, as well as some additional creeps. He's got himself the Divine Sundra already. That could be a little scary if he's able to jump on anybody's heads in the next few minutes. XL will once again now be moving a little bit around. They pushed out that bottom wave. They've set up some vision deep on the bottom half of the map. Nothing's available to take other than the crab.
But look at the contrast of the two teams at the same time. XL grouped up as a point of attack towards the mid lane, Promiscu waiting as a lantern duty instead, so MagiFelix is able to push out the mid lane and get a safe recall afterwards. These two teams are playing into their win conditions or their point of attacks and defenses so well here against each other.
Of course, that means Promiscu really needs to be on point with that lantern. He's only going to be able to save one of the members once XL decide to commit to the fight. And as we continue to scale up here, Destiny 2/3 of the way available, Cannon Barrage as well. Jeskla and Promiscu, I think we're doing pretty well in this lane, shoving out, controlling it to a degree. Rift Herald is dropped in the mid lane. I like this, into one of the champions that does have those orange global abilities. Now all of a sudden, Promiscu's going to be on the menu. Dodges away from everything because there's support coming from the mid lane. Now Advia's the one that's caught up, flashes over the wall to safety, and Again, you can see like trying to make something happen, but dancing on the edge of disaster. Zanzara just gets completely picked off, and a strange passage of play.
Super disrespectful from the side of Zanzara, but also an immediate punish to come through from XL. Finds the change and find the burst. I'm not too sure what he tried to do with that ward.
No, I mean, a number of positional decisions that didn't pay off. I mean, hopping over the wall, weren't able to chase Astralis, then Astralis chased back. Zanzara dies to Marcoon, so he now is the beneficiary of the kill. Where do these teams go from here? Because there's an extended laning phase, no towers have fallen as of yet, and the teams are just playing very respectful of the potential countering game.
Yeah, but if you want to skirmish, now's the chance as well from XL. You just picked up the Everfrost. Divine Sunderers has come through from Kryze and Macoon at the same time as well. So you are insanely strong right now around these skirmishes. I think Magic Felix just now picked up his Mythic as well. And now with 40 seconds onto the Cloud Drake, seems like an objective both teams would be willing to fight over. White Knight does have that TP. Kryze does have that TP as well. So it wouldn't surprise me to see that we'd be seeing some setup or at least some cross maps to come through afterward.
XL have got that 1,300 gold lead. Marcoon making his way into Astralis' jungle, while Zanzara may be able to help out Magic Felix in the mid lane. So potential fights on multiple lanes. White Knight gets jumped on. The damage thrown down. The Dominus has popped up. Marcoon will pop the Blast Cone to safety. Destiny delivers Nuke Duck into the top, but there's no minions just yet. Finally, Kryze brings them in. The Cannon Barrage comes down. 5 seconds until the Dragon. And XL have committed a lot. They get the kill. They may be able to get the tower. But can they be able to defend this Dragon?
No, they can't get the Drake, but they get the tower, they get the kill, so they get a lot of gold influx on towards this one, and luckily for them, there is only 10 seconds for the Rift Herald to respawn, so all in all for XL, a really good decision there. You give up the Drake, but you get so much more on the map instead.
XL, if they lose this game, they are out of playoff contention again. A team that has never made it to playoffs, been so close, and they're up 2,500 gold. Got themselves an advantage. They've got the first tower. They were able to pick up the first Dragon as well. And 2 kills on Viego. That's a good sign if you're looking for an XL victory.
It definitely is, and the fact is you also got a turret, and that's exactly what you want, because now you can start playing more around the map as well. Remember, the broader the map is for XL, the better it's going to be from the side of Astralis, though you reach that mid lane, or mid game, I say it again rather, it's going to be very powerful for them with their tools, with the champions they have to find that pick with the arrow, to find that shockwave from Magic Felix. That's what you're looking for to Astralis. You're looking to hold on, you're looking to not fall too far behind that gold deficit when XL is playing so well around finding these picks in a side lane.
Very controlled. When I saw the draft, I was hopeful for a little bit more aggression with the Cannon Barrage and the Twisted Fate ultimate, but while that's what I wanted, XL are playing for the win here. They've tempered their aggression. They have made very calculated moves, and barring that little shenanigans when Zanzara ended up dying, it has been relatively clean here and controlled in favor of XL.
Yeah, but when you speak to a lot of these players as well, there's so much pressure on all of them. This is not just a normal game. This is a game that is going to be a huge deciding factor in your way towards the playoff. And a lot of these players are still new. Macoon, Advian, their biggest pressure they had faced just now with the European Master Finals. Now this time around, it's a completely different pressure they're feeling on them.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the numbers. Nuke Duck, 364 games. Marcoon and Advian, 9. Kryze has 50. White Knight, 80. Felix 28. So many of these players, relatively speaking, new to the professional scene, and of course they're fighting for their playoff chances. Shockwave will catch out Patrick. He's holding on to the flash for now. Promiscu is the Lantern bot. Can now turn his attention to Zanzara. He gets jumped on by Marcoon. Glacial Fissure goes down. Chance of Crystal Arrow stuns up Advian on the back end. Marcoon may just get taken out. Yes, he does. 1-for-1 for now. White Knight throws out the Dominus, flashes forward, stuns up Patrick. Cleanse comes out. The flash didn't put enough distance away as White Knight then gets the second of the fight. Now Advian's in trouble. That door will not block the damage as Zanzara steps forward. He's already used the ultimate, and it ends up being a 2-for-1.
Super decisive to come through here. They saved the teleport on Kryze though, and get a turret as well. But all in all, that's still a nice fight to get from the side of Astralis, although I do think from what XL wants to do with that composition, it still might be worth for them because they didn't invest too much into this one. They still got a kill, they still got a turret for themselves, and they're still opening up the map from what they want to do.
Guldborg, I hear your voice in my head saying that the broader the map is, the more open the map is, the happier that XL are going to be. And this is how that fight started that led to the bottom tower being taken.
Yeah, but I also think it's a bit disrespectful from Makoon to go in towards this one, because right now you have no one that is answering the push that is coming through from the side of the gangplank. As soon as you see no one is coming, then you need to back off. If you realize that there's a champion there, well, then you can go far forward for these skirmishes, but you were doomed to get caught up in a man advantage for Astralis when you go in without having all the intel of the rest of the members from Astralis.
Okay, so now Excel continue to gradually grow this gold lead, losing up to about 2,500. We're nearly a minute and a half away from the next dragon, and there's a lot of Astralis vision in the river already. But Kryze is pushing out that bottom lane. It's just about to meet White Knight. Astralis is pushing in the mid lane. Let's look at the setup here, whether or not Excel may be able to contest and pick up this dragon.
Yeah, that's the thing. There is 1 minute and 30 seconds, but there's also some small points of attack you can go for if you get the priority. Red buff on Astralis spawning in 1 minute as well. With this Rift Herald now, the broader map, we keep talking about it. Opening it up is exactly what you want from Excel. You want to be able to play around with this one. And you can see this small point of attack to come through, a rather large point of attack, is collecting all the members from Astralis. As soon as this happens, well, you just split up the map once again and try to get more pressure.
Well, Excel won't be able to do that. A minute until the dragon. Zanzara, I thought, was looking for a flank opportunity. The Stormbringer just became available. We've got Mythics across the board. Everyone except the supports. Sorry, Medic crying somewhere. And Patrick with that Duskblade. I want to see if he can find those piercing arrows. In the previous game we watched, you do have that poke against a team composition that can jump on you. You need to make sure you have the vision and make sure you land your skill shot.
I will say though, on Varus especially, when you go for the poke build, it is on you to get the Mirror Mana first. You need to get the Cerildo Scrotch. It is that 3-item power spike you see on the Varus where he just completely take away half of your HP. So it's still some time to go, but yes, you're right. There is poke to play with. And in a broad team fight scenario here from the side of Excel, you need to play for the extended team fight, because if you go out for an immediate fight without waiting for the poke to come through first, the amount of damage that might come through from a Shockwave that already has 2 skill points in now from the side of MagiFelix might be too much, and especially White Knight in this Renekton. We saw what he was just able to do.
Oh, will Zanzara bring the storm? The tower's about to be focused down. Marcoon jumps onto Zanzara. Lantern will bring him out to safety. Advian throws out the Fissure, but it simply doesn't hold them in place long enough. Now Kryze chucks out the Cannon Barrage. They stun up, lock down White Knight. He's chunked down low. He culls the Meek, slices and dices his way onto the Lantern to safety. Nobody has died just yet, but so many ultimates have been used. Excel have now started the Ocean Drake. Piercing arrows firing across onto Jessler. This will push Astralis away, and they will not commit.
Huge win from the side of Excel here. You cannot fight this as Astralis. You don't have the Crystalline Arrow. You don't have the HP on White Knight, and there's just no priority for you to play around here. So once again, Excel, they find a pick because the map is so split, because White Knight has to walk up there. They get the Twisted Fate ultimate, they get the extra damage from the Gangplank, and he's just forced out of there despite not dying.
Oh, this is very, very tense, this game. And you can feel the pace, how different it was to Misfits SK.
I completely agree.
SK, you know, trying to make a statement, trying to show what they've got. Misfits trying to fight for that win for top 4 seeding. This time around, with so much to lose on the line, Astralis and Excel playing a little bit more reserved. The compositions as well, factoring into that. Second item there completed, the Serpent's Fang for Patrick. All of a sudden, at 20 minutes on the clock, Astralis now starts setting up and pushing some vision forward. Don't know if they're going to be bold enough to just start this one off immediately, but at least bait it, bluff, I don't know.
We've seen this quite a lot today. Well, we've only seen it once, but that's been all the games. And trying to get a pick here.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow will catch Marcoon. Defensive flash from Advian. Bring the storm, and nothing but a puff of air. Nobody gets caught or goes down. Advian loses his flash.
But I like the setup, and this is exactly what you need to look for as Astralis, because you can already see now, you're losing out on the rest of the map. You're losing out in the side lane, so you have to find a point of attack yourself with the composition that you have drafted for yourself. And now with the arrow to come through, a bit unlucky from the side of Promiscue, did not see the Spectral Maw to come through from Makoon, and therefore the hook was just dodged from that side. So nicely done by Makoon.
Okay, Gulborg, the gold lead that XL are accruing, plus the dragons, plus the towers. You starting to get nervous here for Astralis?
I'm never nervous when I'm seeing Astralis in this deficit, because I'm always seeing Astralis in this deficit.
Yes.
So there is nothing to worry about here, but I will say what I am worried about is the fact that they're struggling to find something to stabilize on. The last few attempts they've made at finding a pick just before the Drake and now before this Baron, they've struggled to come to fruition with it. So at some point in time, it is going to be too much of a gold lead. At some point in time, it's not going to be enough for them any longer, but there still is time right now.
Absolutely. I mean, an advantage not yet going to be a significant difference. Still 2 items for any of the carries as MagiFelix will have the support of Zanzara in that top lane. Destiny will be channeled and used. So again, very small win. Reduces the likelihood that he can jump into the bottom lane, for example. Marcoon has started the fight with White
Teleport
Knight
as well.
For the Heartbreaker, Cannon Barrage comes down. Blade of the Ruin King used. Nuke Duck has committed that TP. Gold card lands, but Astralis, they've started the Baron. Astralis have got 4 members inside the pit. White Knight is down.
This is huge. Kryze does have TP, but Nuke Dog, no Destiny, no teleport. He used that to get up here. They still have the ultimates. This is going to be a close one.
Patrick has already cleansed the ult. The Chain of Corruption will slowly start to spread. Piercing Arrow chunks them down. XL have pushed Astralis outside the pit. So Zara's going to use the Stormbringer. Looking for the kills, not going to be able to find it. 2,500 on Baron. Now all of a sudden Promiscu lands the death sentence. Baron 1,200 Astralis out.
That's mine.
Astralis have been pushed out and XL secure the Baron.
And just like that, everything falls apart from Astralis. They lose out on the bot side of the map. They lose out on the top side of the map, on the Baron, on the play. They started themselves. This is a disastrous call from Astralis, and the rest of the members are just getting run down by XL now.
XL are not done yet. They have got a significant advantage. Baron buff, 7,000 gold. 2 dragons available. A minute and a half until the next one. Likely gonna pick up another tower. And they're able to punish getting into the pit just in the nick of time.
I mean, you gotta respect the decisiveness for both teams on to watch this one. As soon as they see White Knight is too overstepped, TPs immediately come through. Cannon Barrage is explosive as well. But on the other side of the map, Astralis as well, super decisive. But it starts falling apart in their focus here because Patrick, he gets so much time to poke them down, and they're indecisive about what they want to do. Do you want to stay on Baron? Do we want to turn on them? So the Ash Arrow is just used without any purpose in the mid lane or in the Baron pit here. The Shockwave as well doesn't find a kill instead. And Zanzara, he's forced to smite to stay alive, and inevitably, he still has to execute after the Baron has been picked up by XL. That may be a playoff-defining call.
Oh my word, I mean, a game of inches. The very small decisions inside that pit. Guys, you can eat an orange, but I'm not sure it's going to be okay, bro. He stays alive so incredibly long. All of XL have arrived, and Kryze is still not down. Finally taken out by MagiFelix. All of a sudden now White Knight is chunked down. MagiFelix starts to back away. Held onto that Shockwave. XL find themselves 3 more kills. Shockwave pulls Marcoon away from him, but XL going to focus onto the tower. This will be the 5th of the game. XL are running away with this.
But the stars are falling apart from Astralis. You're completely right, Trevor, here. XL, they're doing everything correct on this one, and they're coming in clutch down towards the bottom turret now, and they should be able to siege down this turret as well.
Oh my word, opening up the base, getting nearly a 10,000 gold lead. The attack and the dissonance does little to slow down the onslaught, and this will be the 3rd dragon. XL, now how did they set up this fight? I'm very impressed by how long Kryze survives.
I can't believe he was okay for so long, and this is what we also see so often with Astralis, is that when they are behind, they're decisive about how do we come back, how do we find a pick. This time around though, the rest of XL, they're already there. When the Destiny that came through from Nuke Dog, he was able to join the fight up immediately to make sure they're able to take that one. A nice shockwave to disengage from Astralis with MagiFelix there, but out of that, everything went right for XL.
All right, XL fans, listen up. If you win here, and you beat G2 again tomorrow, you are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker for 6th place. Now, if they win both of those games and Astralis lose to Vitality, XL, you are in playoffs for the first time ever. In order for those things to happen, XL, you need to close this game out. They are pushing in the middle wave. Marcoon's pushing into the bottom. There's no tower, remember. Marcoon will get at least a hit. Chain of Corruption tags out Zanzara. 3.5 items completed for Patrick, just as predicted, Gulborg. Damage unlocked. While that's going on, MagiFelix, no TP, is pushing the top tower and losing his in-hit.
Yeah, this is just falling apart from Astralis, and XL, they have every tool to siege up this one. They have the poke, they have the CC, and they have the barrels to play around with the ground. Astralis, they're forced to forfeit all of their base right here.
Oh my word. This is just stepping into the MagiFelix and Astralis comfort zone. When it looks so dire and it looks so impossible, this is a team that has managed to find magic moments, crazy outplays, bonkers moves, and literally everybody we've spoken to is like, we just don't really know how they've got 7 wins. It's nonsensical.
But at the same time as well, that is going to be so hard for you to replicate now because XL here, they should be able to open up the map. They should be able to split multiple lanes rather than just piling down on one member against 5 members of Astralis. So right now the game is super hard for Astralis. They can't find an ideal teamfight scenario, and even when they do, there's so much gold behind. That's almost a 10k deficit.
Yeah, just drop the gold bar on their head, right? You need to get through the gold deficit, the item deficit, the statistics as well. For XL, it's pretty clear as day. Maintain your vision, wait for the next Baron or the next Dragon for the Ocean Soul, which will be, again, gigantically beneficial. And as long as XL don't overextend and don't allow themselves to get run over by the Renekton and the Volibear, they can control this game. Keep your hand on the little brother's forehead and say, you can't reach me. That's what they've got to do for the rest of this game.
Yeah, completely right. And you can see the vision they're setting up for themselves as well. They're making sure that no one can come in from a flank. Kry's hovering up towards the top side of the map as well, where no one's going to be able to spot him. And now should be able to clear off this minion wave, but the cannon barrage comes through.
Barrage, it does. It forces Astralis back. The battle song is primed and Promiscue, as well as Magifelix and White Knight get chunked out by that piercing arrow. 3.5 items completed. Jeskla only 2.5 right now. So far behind in damage. While XL have been able to push Astralis away, they've been able to heal. They're going to teleport. They're coming in from behind.
Yeah, TP comes through. Magifelix just his level 16 as well and finish up Rabadon's Depth Cap. So Shockwave could be huge in this fight.
Oh, can he find it? The Stormbringer comes down. The Shockwave catches too. And Vienna Marcoon are being forced away while Patrick is being focused down by White Knight. Astralis are pushing forward as Super Minions are on the Nexus. Patrick gets the first kill of the fight. Marcoon gets the reset. That's a flash away to safety as well as the Lantern. Zanzara survives long enough. The death sentence manages to catch out Marcoon. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. Nexus turrets are being defended, and XL, they're not conceding.
Yeah, they're not, but that's a fact. Astralis, they're forced to go back to the Nexus turrets because the rest of the Super Minions are coming in. And now for a 1v1 situation with Baron being respawned with almost 3 inhibitors down. It is only 2 for now, but still the pressure of those Super Minions are on Astralis. And the map state is in favor of XL, with Baron being up with 1 minute for the Ocean Soul. This is a crazy game to have for the playoffs decider.
It really, really is. And of course, you know, there's still more games to play, but this one can eliminate XL at least. But I love the fact White Knight TP's in from behind, and you can see what this comp can do when maybe they're not 10k behind, you know?
That's the thing, right? Yeah. The fights are close, so close to trading 1-for-1, and you said it perfectly yourself. When they're 10k gold behind, that is absolutely crazy to trade even in, and despite that, XL, obviously they're still coming out ahead. They're finding the turrets afterward. They still have the favorable map state, and right now they are setting up the vision around this Baron.
Gulborg, I've got a little tingle. You and I cast Astralis last week, and we talked a lot about this team managing to find comebacks when it should not be possible. I just got a funny feeling this time. That White Knight flank was so close. Magifelix has got himself the death cap as well. If he can land a Shockwave, Baron is up. Number of flash, Shockwave is up as well. Chance of Crystallara can go out. Nutuck is in the mid lane, but Magifelix is inside the Dragon Pits.
They're splitting up here, so right now the play is still favoring XL. Magifelix does have that TP though if they want to contest it, but it looks like they're looking for a steal for Sansara.
All of a sudden, Nutuck's going to face off against the mid lane. Gets the gold card down. Wild cards come out. The Shockwave forces out the Hourglass. Okay, Dragon secured. That Soul denied. Defensive flash from Magifelix, and now the engage goes in. Zanzara gets stolen! Zanzara gets the Baron, and now Marcoon is being chunked up by Jeskla. Imagine if he had more damage, but he doesn't. That means he's now running for his life. As here comes Nutuck. Gets the gold card, catches out the bear. And he's going to be able to find the Lantern out to safety. 5 members of Astralis still alive. Marcoon trying to close the distance. Enchanted Recall will help out and Promiscue's chunked. Astralis get the Baron!
That should never be able to happen. That is crazy. The fact that they're able to stop the Ocean Soul, steal the Baron at the same time. XL, everything was in your favor there, and it completely fell apart. I can't believe they decided to flip it. Just get the Baron if that's what you need. Don't be greedy with the objective. Just take one of them. This Soul, this Baron, they're all good, but Marcoon, does he not have the smite? He doesn't. He's already used it, and Sansara, so easy for him to clean it up. And this is the most illegal part, the fact that all of the members gets out alive.
This is a public service announcement. Do not burger flip against the 3 Michelin star chef Zanzara. He comes out on top, gets the Baron, and I'm going to ask everybody to spam in chat. Who will win this game? AST or XL? It is still favored for XL. Please do not get me wrong. The base is completely open. There are no towers in front of the inhibitors. They are one dragon away from Soul. But Astralis have got the ability to win team fights if
Arrow
can manage to curate them. Swing and a miss, and now the Baron empowered Siege. Blue-Borg's gonna start knocking on that tower.
Yeah, remember, one of the reasons they won that was because it was a fight where XL was not split. But now when they're in a situation where they can split up the map again, where Cries can perform the pressure towards the side lane, where the Destiny is a threat, that's where we start seeing XL accelerated that composition. While on the other side of Astralis, you can see they're trying to stick together. They know what their win condition is. They need to fight an all-out fight where they're able to just beat them up with a shockwave and clean the fight up afterwards.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't feel as though
that is crazy.
Felix's shockwaves have been the biggest just yet. XL have done a good job of avoiding it. Fans at home are voting. 62% of you think Astralis will win this game.
I have never seen a world where this is possible, where Astralis is having the most favorable votes to win a game. If you had told me that at the start of the season, that they'd be here fighting for this, what a journey it's already been, and they're not even here yet.
No, absolutely not. For XL, if they lose this game, they are eliminated. Let's reset. Okay, Baron will be timing out relatively soon. It's still 3 towers to 9. 5 kills to 10. It is still 7,500 gold lead. It does become slightly less relevant as time goes on. There'll be a cleanse forced out of Patrick. The Fisher slows down any further follow-up. All of a sudden, XL start to back away. Gold card onto White Knight. There's a rapid fire cannon here for Nukeduck. Using the spellbook to perfection. That will force out the Dominus. Now it's a fight on multiple lanes as Astralis get themselves a tower. So Gulborg, talk to me about the state of this game. While XL theoretically are in the lead, it's Astralis dictating the pace.
They are, but at the same time, they also need to respond to some of the priority that's coming through from Crysis. And remember, they did have the Baron buff. There was a reason they were able to push this far up. And now when we're out on even footing where they no longer have the Baron buff, they still have a base, not completely in shambles yet, but there's free access to every inhibitor.
Oh my word, can they get through the beefcakes of Astralis? Flashes are available, ultimates will be shortly. 1:20 until the next Ocean Dragon, that is Soul Point for XL. And of course 2:20 until the next Baron.
That's exactly the thing. It's the fact that you have so many fires right now that needs to be put out from the side of Astralis. You came out in a situation that probably should have never happened, where you stop the Soul and you stop the Baron. Now you're put in the same exact position and you need to replicate what you just did.
Going to be very difficult, and if it was any other team, it wouldn't be optimistic. But I've seen it happen before. I've seen MagiFelix backdoor and down 10k. 40 seconds until Dragon. XL maintain control of the river. They're going to contest this mid wave. Piercing Arrow flies wide. Waiting for the cannon barrage. Waiting for the Destinies. Just about to become available for Nukeduck. And Patrick just hit 16 as well.
And one of the crucial parts is here that Astralis doesn't have any blue trinkets up and available. So if a Drake was to be started, they have to walk in on it. He was slowed.
So close. Patrick wasn't caught out by the Crystal Arrow. White Knight maybe setting up a flank. That's a teleport. Teleport to blue buff. All of a sudden, Astralis are backing away. Promiscu pulls back MagiFelix. He still gets tagged by the Q from Patrick. Defensive flash. The storm is brought. White Knight may need to get over the wall, but he can't do it just yet. Finally does so. Slices, dices, culls the Meekin, chucks up the Ruthless Predator. Patrick stays alive just long enough with the help of the rest of XL. Death Sentence goes wide. No target is found just yet. White Knight is the first to fall, and look at that damage from Patrick. Maku flashes over the wall, gets himself the Hourglass Circuit, and now turns his attention over to Jeskla, who's trying to put up as much damage as possible. Holding onto the flash, still has cleanse available. Gold card, cleanse instantly. Biska gets himself the kill there onto Adviet. Now while that's happening, Cries kills on Promiscu, and Jeskla will get run down. Not enough members, not enough damage. There's not enough hope. I think XL have done it.
That should be it from XL here, and what a crazy disjointed fight that came out here. Astralis became completely split, and Marcoon, I don't know if he did that on purpose, but he dodged a shockwave by possessing a soul and then completely taking over the fight afterwards. Jeskla did his best to kite, but it was not enough. XL, they're looking to put themselves in a favorable position.
BTXL died for the LEC XL. They stay alive, taking down Astralis as they force their way onto the Nexus. Say it with me, Gulborg. XL Esports, la 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 la. They keep their playoff dreams alive.
Oh, And look at them. They're happy, they're laughing. That game became way crazier than it should have been. The fact they did not get the Baron. The fact they missed out on the Soul. At the end, Makoon was brought into this split team at the middle of the split, and it came with an impossible task to fix the fires at XL, to fix whatever did not work for them. And now they have not done it yet, but they're one step closer in what seemed an impossible task.
And what a bitter-sweet scenario to be in. Yes, you took down the team ahead of you, the one most favored, and the one most likely to take the playoff spot, because now XL, you have the unenviable task of facing G2 tomorrow. You've beaten them once already, but of course, if you take them down, and if you're a fan of XL, then what you need is Astralis to lose to Vitality. I mean, it's great. Kia, player of the game nominees at LEC on Twitter. Cries, Nuke Duck, and Patrick. I will say one thing, because I know I've cut you off a lot. I love this new super week, 8-week format, because it always comes down to the last few games.
It's also just the fact that our league is so competitive now, and after the break, we will look closer at this game and its impact on the race for playoffs as XL managed to stay alive. We'll see you there.
Every game counts.
The planet and us are connected. We share its veins. We can continue to clog them, or do something about it. By using millions of recycled plastic bottles in our new generation of durable washer and washer-dryer tubs, we reduce plastic waste from leaking into nature's veins. Discover Beko Eco Tub washers and washer-dryers for healthy living on a healthy planet.
Welcome back to the LEC. The race for 6th place is still wide open as Excel take down Astralis in a very important game. And Nukdog, you guys managed to keep a really big goal lead despite the fact that there was a few slip-ups here and there. So how did you make it happen?
We just played better in laning phase. I mean, we are individually we are a lot better than them, so usually you should expect us to be quite ahead when we play. Like, I don't know, it just happens because we played better, I think.
All right. Well, there was a lot of comments on social media, especially from Rogue also, who commented about the objective control this game, especially the Dragons and the Barons. Do you know why it went wrong? Maybe linked to the composition or the setups you engaged?
Well, so they just stole a Nash. I mean, they were setting up for Soul, and we were just playing to take Nash and let them have the one Ocean Drake, which is completely useless for them. And then we would end with Baron, but they managed to steal Baron. In the end, it was a close call because I decided to ult on Magfelix and try to kill him while he was soloing Drake. And he survived with low health, and then Sansa managed to steal the Baron. So they just kind of they got us good. Like, it was well played by them, but it's also, I mean, I don't think that going for Baron and letting the enemy take one Drake is a bad play. But if someone thinks otherwise, then they can think that.
It's a calculated risk, and you know what you were doing. And actually, it seems like it was the best thing to do here, since you won the game in the end. But how do you feel after a game like this, considering what's at stake?
Well, I felt very relieved after the game because I really like playing right now. I think we are playing pretty well. This game, of course, was a lot of mistakes because we were kind of nervous, I think, myself as well, because I was nervous in the way that I was very scared of losing this game because I know we are the way better team than Astralis, and I know that if we would have this roster from the beginning, they would not even have a chance. So for me, it's if I would lose today, I would just be so sad because we are so much better than them, and I feel like we are the team that deserves to play in playoffs, and just losing would be completely devastating for me. So that's why I was very relieved after the game. Yeah, very, very relieved.
I can imagine that it must be a relief indeed. And you know what? I wanted to ask you about the guidance that you can provide the younger players, considering the experience you have. But you told me you were nervous as well. How is the rest of the team?
I think everyone kind of we played a little bit weaker game today with the mistakes. It's the situation, you know, that makes me the most nervous, where I feel like I have everything to lose and nothing to gain. That's how I feel about playing this game, and that's the feeling that really takes me. Whereas when I have played in finals, I feel way more kind of relaxed because I feel like I'm playing to win something, not scared of losing something. So in this exact situation, I didn't have much guidance for the boys. Like, we just had to try to pull through.
All right. Well, today was impressive, and you got the win. Let's take it from there. And Nukdog, I wish you the best of luck in your next games tomorrow.
Thank you.
And Shox, back to you for more on that game.
Thank you so much, Laure. I just want to call out this interview specifically from Nukdog because I think for the longtime viewers and also just the people that have joined us recently, you know the pedigree that Nukdog holds and the fact that he's always been a phenomenal player but has not necessarily found his spot in the last couple of seasons, I would say. And Ender, I'm going to go to you because I know that you were talking about him at the top of the day as well. This was such a great interview from him. The fact that he wasn't afraid to say that they believe that they are better and that it would be absolutely devastating because the way they are playing, they deserve it. I've not seen this fire from him in so long.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I just love hearing the confidence coming out from him as well, the cockiness to a degree there too, and his playing the game backed it up. I thought his Twist of Fate was excellent. Some of the picks he was able to find on side lanes, the maneuvering in team fights as well. Like, he is showing up in a big way in Nukdog that we haven't seen in a couple of years.
Exactly. So with that, let's just take tally of the standings. The race for 6th place is now blown wide open. Vitality still can't afford to lose one more game. And tomorrow, Astralis play Vitality and XL play G2. Neither of these three teams will flat out lock with a win. It depends on the other result. So, you know, for all three teams, it's still the same name of the game, keep winning. Let's talk about the compositions. Trouble, I know you've been an XL, I wouldn't say fan, but you were the one that said, I think they should make it. what did you think of the draft today?
I mean, yeah, it's fine, guys. If you want, I got 3 tickets left. Unfortunately, Quickshot took another one from me because he wants to like double book, so he has his own space, you know. But I've got 3. If anyone wants to get on the Excel train before it actually leaves to playoffs, please DM me. But yeah, that was such an Excel draft. You know, you've got Marcoon or something that's more aggressive in the early game and something that also scales so he can play through the entirety of the game. You've got the Twisted Fate. Something that we're talking about a little bit backstage is how the Twisted Fate didn't necessarily have any strong side lane to play through. But all in all, I feel Nuktak had a phenomenal game. He showed us a completely Twisted Fate and Caps did. So even though he wasn't as proactive and as active in the early game, I think his late game strategy around how to play the fights worked perfectly.
Yeah, it worked out well. And Ender, you were calling out how we saw a similar draft out of G2 yesterday. What did you think about how this one matched up specifically versus what Astralis brought to the board from Excel?
Yeah, so Excel copied the homework of the solo lanes from G2, but I think they made a really key distinction in that they don't want to play like hard through the early game. You'll see G2's draft down in your corner of your screen where they had like Lee Sin, Kalista, Leonis, like super powerful bot lane you can play through, ganking jungler too. They're running around mid all the time. No, Excel realized against Astralis, we need to have really strong scaling. So we don't have to get this huge early game advantage through kills. Instead, they have a Viego, great team fighter when he can transform, get resets within it. Patrick on the Varus next to Braum, a much more passive bottom lane, but of course can be very good at controlling space in fights later. And you can then see how these solo laners start to stack up in the gold. Both of them generate gold through their passives. We saw a couple of moves into side lanes. I think the one thing I wish I'd seen a little bit more from Excel would be playing into a side lane, because Caps' TF wasn't just, you know, running around getting kills in the early game. It was also going down to Wonder and getting kills in those sides. And it was the big Baron fight, I felt like, where Excel had one of their first big attacks going into a side lane.
Yeah, let's take a look at that Baron fight then, because this was a situation where, yeah, they really needed it. If you look at the course of how the game was going. Talk me through this, Trouble.
Yeah, and I actually got a little bit confused because the Destiny gets popped and then they see that the Renekton is down alone, so Nuktak has to commit his teleport as well, meaning that they're making a play at the bottom of the map to kill the Renekton with 3 people. Your Smite is down there, now Nuktak is teleportless, and I feel like Astralis are making the right call right here. 3 members of Excel down bot with the Smite. They're like, cool, we can melt through the Baron. They have the Orianna, the Volibear, the Ashe. That's a lot of damage, and Promiscu has ultimate. He has all the tools to stop the Excel monster from coming in. I just feel that Astralis did not necessarily commit enough, and Patrick, with all this poke coming in, was able to dissuade the entire team, ends up killing Magifelix as well. And by all this time earned from Advian, Kryze, and Patrick, guess who's back in the fight? Marcoon is back there, Nuktak is back there, they also secure the battle.
Well, the thing is, Astralis, like, they're trying to do the Baron, and they do have damage, but I don't feel like they actually take it quickly enough. Like, in a situation like that, where 3 people are committed into the bottom lane, you have 1 TP coming into the fight, but Twisted Fate actually just used Destiny before that to get away from a top lane gank and didn't have a port to get in there. I feel like Astralis really desperately needed to turn. They have so many good initiation tools, but you have a situation where Promiscu is sort of halfway trying to zone, you know, them away from the pit. Then both damage dealers are running north away from the Baron pit, and Zenzar is still like bonking away, and you know, you're not going to be able to solo that one out. So I felt like that was Astralis' first major mistake, where their composition should be seeking out fights like these, and they needed to realize faster that Baron wasn't going down fast enough, and they needed to fight when it was still a 4v3, because as soon as you give Excel enough time to show 5 people up into the fight, that pick in the bot lane is immediately validated, and it becomes a 5v4, and you're just losing every time.
Indeed, and for the side of Astralis, unfortunately, they dropped the ball exactly when it's most important for them. As we take a look at this final fight, Trouble, we asked earlier in the season, if Excel managed to make it to playoffs, does Marcoon possibly deserve to be Rookie of the Split? So I'm going to put you on the spot. What would you think?
All right, that's a yes for me, but we're also going to break down the fight. So you see how Marcoon is playing extremely confidently, very close to the Astralis lineup. The poke is coming through from Patrick as well. And the second that the veil goes down and he goes invisible, he sees that White Knight is right behind him. He instantly engages and he makes the call that the Renekton is there, and Excel instantly backs off. Wherever you see Marcoon moving, the entire of Excel is following. Sort of like the Bwipo effect with Fnatic, and it works here for Excel as well. And you see that as a bunch, all together grouped up, they are so much stronger. Then he dives in, he goes towards Magifelix, he almost eliminates the Orianna, and he's like, wait, there's another carry here, this is Jeskla. Then he ends up going to his GA, it's fine. He won enough time to zone away Magifelix to almost kill Jeskla, who ends up going down to Nuktak. So all in all, you see that the proactiveness, again, started by Marcoon, the call to back off the second they see the Renekton, And once the Renekton is out of the picture, he makes the move himself to not only zone both the carries, but to take them completely out of the picture.
And the whole team being on the same page. Nukeduck said we were just better, we deserved to win, and he won the Kia Player of the Game, Nukeduck, with 43% of the votes. I think fantastic performance by XL when it was needed the most, and now the playoff race is still wide open, and for Vitality, every game from now on is do or die. When we return, they need to take down the top dogs in the LEC. Rogue, we'll see if they can stay alive.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone, conversations with a stranger I barely know, swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes stare into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. Every pure intention ends when the good times start. Falling over everything to reach the first time spark. It started under neon lights and then it all got dark. I only know how to go too far. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone, conversations with a stranger I barely know, swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. We took the long way round and burned till the fun ran out. Now my bad.
Hello and welcome back to the LEC. I'm Dracos. This is Kadril. Hello. We just did the Olympic style, slap each other around to get warmed up and in the mood for the cast.
I got slapped in the face.
It was hype, and that level of excitement is necessary because it's a big game, as you can hear from the steadily increasing drama of the music behind me. Rogue will lock first with a win and also guarantee Misfits a spot in the top 4. That is with a Rogue win. If Vitality lose, they are out. They are no longer in the race, so it is do or die for Vitality, for Rogue. It's all about that victory lap. It's all about securing first seed, standing at the top of the table, picking their opponent in the playoffs. We're going to keep our eyes on both sides as we head to picks and bans.
Oh yeah, first seed is massive, right? You can choose your opponent coming into the round of playoffs, whether it's the 3rd or the 4th place team, of course. And then Misfits locking the top 4, if Rogue do win, means that they don't go to losers bracket straight away. They're going to be in the upper bracket, so they can afford to drop one best of 5, which could be important for that squad, you know? A lot to learn in best of 5s, because it's been a long time since we've seen them there. Anyway, Rogue versus Vitality, do or die. And we're straight into the pick and ban.
Relia taken off the board. Similarly, Callista offline. See if a Varus ban wants to follow that as well. Of course, this is a patch with a lot of nerfs to the big priority picks. I think we're still seeing what kind of meta we can expect to emerge in the coming weeks. For now, a lot still up in the air, a lot of creativity still coming to the forefront. See if there's another G2 fan today in the draft. If we get another something like a TF and a Gangplank paired together.
Yeah, it seems pretty strong working over side lanes. Obviously, you can pressure towards mid when you have the side push, and you can make global plays, but we'll see if these teams opt into it. I don't think Leader is much of a TF player, but I think Larsen definitely is. We've still seen remnants of Akali, like we saw Niski play it. We've seen Rumble from Selfmade, so champions which not as much meta. They were historically, but they did get nerfed, of course. Still cropping up here and there when necessary. I think the problem with the meta right now for teams is AD junglers. What do you want to opt into? Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, these are the kind of champions I'm looking at when Diana's down. And there's a Xin Zhao lock-in. We'll see if Self may respond with something like Lee Sin, because I think 80 junglers, barring Lee Sin and Xin Zhao, you kind of have to dig deep. We've seen Graves come out, Viego's always banned away, so I think the big problem right now in the meta teams are finding is 80 junglers.
Have to see how Vitality chooses to approach this puzzle. It looks like they might be going for an AP jungler this time around, as they have already locked the Renekton. Could go for a very AD-focused composition. And important to note, the Renekton remains a flex on the side of Vitality, but in recent patches, pretty much nobody's playing Renekton mid.
Will Rogue go for Kalista here? Kalista's still up. They have Thresh. They might go for... No, Kalista's banned away. So Thresh probably going to be paired with Aphelios. We'll see if Rogue want to just go full bot lane here. Varus and Kalista being down means if you give them the AD carry on 3, you're dropping to 4-5, which means ADs will obviously be banned away. But they're going to go for Lucian mid with Xin Zhao jungle. Slightly uncommon. We'll see if they go for a Kennen top here or something along those lines, maybe, because Renekton's already picked. Yes, it can be flexed, but you need AP in the top lane right now. I think this Lucian won't go towards bots. And you can't play a triple AD threat top side against Renekton, so will they pick top lane here? Could also match support. But I think Vitality, the bigger question for me here is, what does Vitality do? Do they pick Aphelios, which you tend to do with Thresh, of course, but Jinx is still open. You know, Ashe is still open. Do you want to pick your jungler? Maybe Rumble? Try and secure the AP jungle before they drop to 4-5.
Well, and certainly if Trimby wants to offer melee support here, you have to feel that the bot lane matchup, at least in terms of early push, would be favored to the side of Team Vitality with the range advantage that Thresh does present. But while there are a lot of carries up and available, none of them hit quite like Aphelios, so Vitality would put their priority there. Of course, in the meantime, Rogue have locked in the Kennen for Ottawamne. It was a solid performance yesterday, and certainly should be even easier for him to succeed in this game if he gets off to a good start. Renekton wanting to dive into his backline will make landing key ultimates that much easier.
Yeah, and of course, the last time Inspired plays Xin Zhao was against Fnatic, and he practically 1v9 that game. Yeah. He was so fed, so definitely a comfort champ for him. And Kennen obviously got a small buff to his Q. Brings him back in the meta, especially if you're playing AD mid jungle, you want to opt into an AP top. Now, Rogue banning away mid laners, interestingly. They're not going to target the AP junglers. Maybe they're not even scared of something like a Rumble, because they think that banning things like Rumble, it's not really worth it, because there's still Evelynn, Fiddlesticks, there's a few AP champions available, could even go Gragas. So Nidalee, probably not worth investing into bans on jungle. Instead, they're just going to ban away mid lane champions from Leader. Ryze are taken off the board. See what they opt into second. Maybe, I mean, Akali obviously struggles in lane. And Leader has only really shown us Sylas, Ryze, and Akali as his AP mids.
Really have to debate, have to find that success pick for Leader. I'm still not convinced by Akali on this patch. Obviously, she can still do a lot of the Akali things, but it was pretty heavy hits when it comes to the last few nerfs. A lot harder to get those things done. And again, diving into a Kennen, you know, that's great that you have a Shroud. Kennen Ultimate really does not care.
Ooh, the Akali, there's the AP mid, but I really think it struggles in lane itself, so we'll see what he can do with it. Anyway, Rogue needs to go for the 4-5 bot lane here. A lot of supports are open, so you can still go Nautilus Leona, but what AD do you pair it with? Hans obviously shown up as a lot of AD carries, but a lot of them are banned out. The only one that he has played, that isn't banned out is Ashe. Varus, Kalista, Draven, Ziggs, Aphelios taken away.
Ashe would be a powerful bot laner. Syndra would also be a powerful bot laner.
Syndra bot lane. Now Syndra to get buffs, of course, her Q mana cost is reduced. We've seen a little bit of Syndra mid. We haven't seen so much Syndra bot, but that's Blitzcrank into Thresh. Armageddon in the bot lane, baby.
Oh, baby.
And Olaf, last pick here for Selfmade. There's the AD junglers. And wow, bot lane is explosive. Jungle matchup, explosive.
Mid lane matchup, potentially one-sided early, but could also be explosive.
Oh, damn. Okay, so Vitality, a lot of aggression, of course. I mean, the reason it is because you've got Olaf Akali. The problem with Olaf in this draft is both your solo lanes are going to get pushed in and you need to play through bot, and bot lane is so explosive. So there's a lot to kind of juggle on the map for both junglers here. Offensively and defensively on the lanes. You know, you want to make sure Kennen has a push, you want to make sure Lucian has a push, but bot lane is definitely going to be the focus.
And remember, this is and could be Vitality's final draft here. If they lose to Rogue, they are out. So they're betting it all on these 5 champions. Rogue on the opposite side. They don't have to bet a whole lot, but will lock first with a win here, getting Otoame back on his cannon, seeing the Syndra return as a flex pick, surely a sign for all the teams that could go toe-to-toe with Rogue in playoffs of what is to come. Bloodbath is the name I'm thinking of.
Oh yeah, I mean, just think back to the last time we saw Blitzcrank in Trimby's hands in the bot lane against G2. You know, it was 2v2 kills galore. You know, they had the push, they got the early kills, but the problem was their jungle mid couldn't move bot side and G2's could. So even though they were winning lane, they lost the game. Win lane, lose game. You get punished for it. So I have to see if both these mid jungles can move there, because I think Vitality is definitely going to struggle up against Lucian Xin Zhao in the early stages.
Absolutely will. And a difficult thing to struggle against Rogue in the early game. Very rarely do they give you any chance to come back. It is time for Rogue versus Vitality. Trimby is a cat and a robot. And while that's interesting...
That skin is so epic.
That skin is so good. Little space disco to kick things off. League of Legends is a hard game to compound when you put all the skins together. We've got Western Lucian, normal Syndra. All right, Faker fan over here with no skin. You gotta respect it. Now, having a bit of fun here, but it is important to note how big this game is for both teams. You've already heard the stakes. Rogue walking first, Vitality elimination if they lose here. But for Vitality, not only are the stakes high, the challenge is incredibly high. Because when you look at Rogue and their losses this season, they don't lose to bottom teams. If you have not won a title in the LEC, you cannot take a game off Rogue. Those are the rules this season.
Yeah, it's only top 4 teams that have beaten them in the regular split. Rogue, obviously, our most consistent team in best of ones over the last year and a half, arguably, right? So Vitality are going to have to break the law here a bit and actually take them down, which is a tough task considering, you know, how much pressure is on this game. You lose, you're out, and you're up against the best team in best of ones in Europe.
Certainly. And of course, some explosive lanes to do it as well. So small mistakes are going to compound very quickly here. See if Crownshot and Labrov can secure the push on the bottom side. As long as Trimby has that hook up, they have to play a little bit safe, but Syndra level 1, not nearly as scary as Syndra level 2. So a little bit of room to work here for now.
So the reason this bot matchup is so explosive is whoever can have the push can move into River. And both these champions have hooks, so they want to contest the push. Early stages, maybe they'll throw them out, but it's still kind of risky because Syndra can't trade that well early until she has access to all 3 of her spells. And then the more push you get, you can move towards mid and start impacting that lane, right? So if Larssen wants to push mid, he needs bot lane to facilitate that, otherwise Labrov can be the first one there. So Trimby, the only way he can contest the push is either call his jungler or actually fight for it. In this case, Selfmade's actually pathing top and Inspired is pathing down towards the bot lane. Selfmade can always backtrack when he wants to, but they should have information on him because of the mid push. Larssen's got the push, there's a ward on his Raptors, and Selfmade will get spotted out very shortly.
Leader going to be forced back here a little bit. Self-made, if he snowballs top lane or bot lane, things will go okay. Could always try to snowball mid, but I think difficult proposition, especially when Inspired is roaming into your jungle, looking to take away your red buff, and he has not been spotted yet.
Self-made, no flash. He does not know Inspired's doing this, and he's going to see him in a second. No, he's going top lane. There was a big trade. Otoame E'd in Shigenda. I wonder if he has E up. He might level up soon. He does have level 3. He might have E here, but Inspired. Good luck for the kill.
Here we go. Wind becomes lightning. Is not going to connect. Here's the audacious charge in just a moment. Going to hold on to it. And so Jen tries to double dash away. They're going for the follow-up. They can't get it. They get the flash, though. Positive overall.
Very, very negative, I think, actually, because now Selfmade's topside. Inspired can't get to his bot camps, and Selfmade's going to stop him from doing that. Trimby flashing in.
Knock up. They got good damage going down. Crownshot now needs to get out, but he's healing right back up. Early sustain coming in. Does make a big difference there. They can't quite finish the kill, and that's flash and ignite burn from Trimby.
Okay, so just going back 1 second here. Inspired, yes, he got Shigenda's flash, but he's going to lose top crab. Selfmade takes that away. He's going to run through mid and go towards bot crab. Now, Inspired can't get to bot lane. Larssen has to give up the push. And this play out top has not worked well at all. Larsen's going to have to dash away. Inspired so far behind on his camps. You can see he's already 3 camps down.
Being 3 camps down, massive. Next crab, very easy. Don't know if Selfmade's going to feel confident enough to move into enemy jungle, but bot lane has pushed, or at least pushed out a little bit to make sure that he can secure this bot. Crab, so far, very positive early start from Vitality. Not getting the kill on top side, not getting the all-in on Crownshot in the bottom lane made things very difficult. That said, Kadril, once the lifesteal is gone here for Crownshot, things will get a little bit easier for Rogue's bot lane if they want to go for a kill.
Yeah, just push and base. It looks like that's what they want to do, but Rogue are going to hold the wave, so now they're thinking about it. It looks like they're going to base in the end because Hans has TP. So if they take one bad trade and the wave's frozen, they're they're doomed. So they're just going to have to base, suck it up, and come back to the lane itself because they're not playing with TP now. So let's just look at the map stage. Shigenda is going to struggle top. He has no flash, but he still has TP, so he was able to catch the wave, and he is even, but he's very vulnerable to ganks. Trimby used his flash and Ignite to commit to that play in bot. Crownshell only has to use the heal, so really good spot here for Vitality. Now look at the map. Selfmade's already on the map. He's got all his jungle cleared, double crab, and he's on his second camp respawn. He's already on his Gromp, so as I bring up the minimap here, you can see he's already on his Gromp respawn, and he's based, so he's got all the items. Inspired is on his last camp. He's down in camps after losing the crab, and he still needs to base and run out towards the top side of the map. So Selfmade going to be there first, and he's going to be a lot further ahead. Will be a level up as well.
Very difficult position for them to find themselves in. Selfmade, of course, no doubt MVP of yesterday's game. An incredible performance on the Rumble. If he can find similar success today, he could be very well the player that takes Vitality to playoffs, or at least for now, keeps them alive in that race. All eyes on this Olaf really to just be a big center of impact.
Yeah, and historically, Olaf never really scaled well. But now with the new items, with Gore Drinker, you know, Sterex, Death Dance, all of these items, he doesn't scale too badly. So 2 or 3 items, Olaf can be very dangerous with Conqueror, obviously a new Keystone as well in the last couple of years, so he can be very dangerous in the fights. I mean, Rogue's comp, kind of short-ranged. Kennen has to commit, Zinzao has to commit, so does Blitzcrank. So if they do overcommit, then Selfmade can punish that pretty easily. Larsen's gonna, doesn't spot out. He does spot out Selfmade, and they will see he's down towards the top side, but he's really far ahead. Will get close to that level 6, and Inspired still level 4. Might look for a regang top, but you can just see how far behind Inspired is right now. Slowly affecting the map.
Will it start to bleed through to other lanes, though? Because for now, Ottawamne and Larsen are certainly sitting comfortably in their lanes, both of them with a ranged advantage, both of them stacking coals slowly but surely, a little bit of extra gold. I like the decision overall, just compounds on existing lane advantages, on already favorable matchups for the Lucian and the Kennen.
Yeah, the Lucian is the pinpoint of the map for Rogue. As long as Larsen has the push, he should be able to help out his jungler or bot lane whenever they need it. But now Selfmade again has based. He's going to his 3rd camp respawn. Inspired is still level 4, so Selfmade, once he goes towards his bot wave with his bot wave stacking, he could look for an early Drake. Maybe he could look for an early dive.
And earlier in the split, Larsen was, in certain games, honestly a liability for this Rogue lineup. You see a potential gank being set up here on top side, but now as he is on the roam, have to see what he can do. He has push in the mid lane. He's going to try to impact the rest of the map, waiting on the blast cone. This is warded, so Shigenda knows that he has to back off, but is he willing to give up CS just to play it safe here? It looks like he has to. Kennen level 6 before he has the level 6 means this is a small but crucial dive opportunity.
Yeah, there's just a lot of cross map going on here. So Inspired, yes, he is behind Selfmade, but he's forcing Shigenda to fall behind. Whoa, massive hook!
Connects on a crown shot. That is big. Scatter the Weak connects. Whoa. Not quite enough damage to follow up. Keep in mind, Hansama only level 5. At level 6, that certainly could have been a kill.
Definitely, that was a really long-range hook. Trimby showing off with Blitzcrank a bit there. Just going back to my point, Selfmade is ahead, but so is Ottawamne because of the early gank. So they can zone Shigenda off waves, and Larsen can move topside. So the top side of the map is going really well for Rogue. You're slowly shutting down this Renekton. He will fall slightly behind, but Selfmade's ahead, and they got the Dragon. So there's a lot of cross-map here going on here in the early stages of the game.
We've also seen a ton of games in the last 2 days go to Soul Point. Oftentimes against Rogue, I'd say, hey, it's a fine trade. But remember when Mad beat Rogue earlier, it was because they gave up so many dragons that eventually compounded against Rogue, and now with Vitality going for a bot dive, things could turn bad very quickly. That's a Blitzcrank and a Syndra. Those are easy champions to dive. In goes an unstoppable Olaf. Goodbye, Hansama. That is not interactive gameplay. There is no room to get anything done.
Yeah, Leader will lose at midway, but really good stack. We saw the bot stack as Selfmade based around a minute ago. They managed to crash it. They go for the dive. Inspired's only level 5 still. He'll find Leader, but I don't think he can commit onto him. TP coming back from Hans to catch the wave, but really good execution from Vitality. They're playing towards the bot side of the map. Selfmade's ahead. Leader dropped a mid-wave to make this happen, and they knew Larsen had no TP to respond. Shigenda was probably told, look, if Ottawamne is going to TP, cancel him. And that's why we didn't see a response from the top laner. But now, Shigenda might be in a bit of danger. He has the flash and ult, so he should be fine. And Vitality, you can see, just snowballing through bot.
And Kate, you said, Olaf's late game, hey, it's stronger now. Olaf's early game, as strong as ever. So easy for them to just run under there, go unstoppable, dive the tower, the Akali as well. Now, Syndra and Blitzcrank, if they pick you, they're going to kill you. But if you get on top of them when they don't have their cooldowns up, so easy to just keep finding these kills.
Definitely is. 2 hook champs up against each other is always explosive. Vitality is there first. All because of that early gank snowballing to a jungle lead, which means Inspired can't contest Selfmade on the bot side of the map. But Larsen has got 2 plates. He's up in CS. Leader has 2 kills to make up for it. So let's look at the dive again. Larsen has TP. He has no TP, sorry. And look at Shigenda on the minimap. Look at the minimap. He's chasing Ottawamne. He knows that if he TPs, he's going to stop him. Ottawamne has not got a good spot to TP. The wave was probably bad, and Shigenda's ready to stop him. So it's just a 4v2 dive. And the kitty cat robot is down. Oh, the parachute. No.
Wait, that one
he
doesn't
didn't
have
get a parachute. What the hell? Where's his parachute at?
Oh, man.
I got to do him like that.
That's not a good look. PETA, don't watch that one. All right, hold on.
Well,
I think Kadril, so far, hold that thought as we're going to have a big engage on the top side. Getting ultimates back and forth here. Rogue not really looking to teamfight yet, so it's not going to cost them too much to give up the cannon ultimate. That said, Shigenda might be a little bit more vulnerable to the dives.
Now Brov's here first because they have to push in bot. They've been playing bot side, so he can move up this Herald first. Trimby's one step behind, so Vitality can slow this down. Odoamne has no ult, but neither does Shigenda. It's going to be a 4v4.
Take it back. Odoamne certainly would have liked to have that ult. Colin coming out, good damage on the LeBron. Leader full health. Leader with ultimate up and available, as well as the flash. That sure
playoffs deciding fight.
Oh, go in, dive back down, move in from Trimby. That's big damage coming in. LeBron ignited, now he's set to fall. More damage coming through Selfmade. Will he get dropped? Yes, he will. So Genda here, but it's too little too late. The Croc double diving in is going to lock up Trimby. It's Crown Shot to the backside. He's got good guns to fight, but Rogue, they're not looking to take it. Flash out, trying to make it to safety inspired. They're turning it back. They do want the fight. They want to turn it. Crown Shot has good damage here, but he doesn't use his ability to the right time. He doesn't have the chakram stacks. That means it all falls to pieces.
Quadra kill for Odoamne. He didn't have ult, but he didn't need it in the end. Gets 4 kills in the fight. And Crown Shot arrived, so it was a 5v4, but he arrived too late. Vitality, way too split up. Rogue stayed together in a death ball. Trimby regrouped with his team. And Odoamne, man of the fight, Shigenda was late, and they just managed to come out on top. Vitality contesting a Herald where they had no vision around it. It was a very struggly kind of way to try to force themselves in there. They weren't able to find one target and isolate it off, and when they finally did find the target, it was Trimby. So let's look at it again. Vitality are 3-man strong, but Shigenda is stuck in top lane, so it's a 3v3. Trimby's positioning is fantastic at the start of the fight, and just watch how he plays it. They know he knows that he's the target, but he flashes towards his team, and then they make sure that they can win the fight from there onwards, because it's just a 4v3. Shigenda zone, Crown Shot zone. It's just a 4v3 in the pit.
Feel so good about this, but again, Shigenda coming in late, you've got good damage across the board. Leader not really able to find too much purchase with the cooldowns. Initially, it looks pretty positive, but again, Crown Shot, miss on the ultimate here. Keep an eye on the Q active. He's flashing, he's gonna get 2, but doesn't get any more than that. Can't do enough damage to outtrade here. Larson, Odoamne simply too strong. He's a level 7 Aphelios with no items. He just doesn't do damage.
Yeah, Larson was untouched the whole fight. Trimby was the only one who fell and got taken down at the start.
I love how Odo got the quadra kill, but Larson did the vast majority.
Yeah,
of the damage.
Farming DPM.
Hey, there it is.
But there it is. The solo lanes of Rogue had the push, and they were there. Vitality, bit of a mistake there to contest that, you have to say.
And more than a bit of a mistake, because again, the stakes in this game are so incredibly high. Vitality, elimination if they lose here. This game is everything. They had a lead, they had an advantage. We talked about it. Selfmade very much pulling ahead, and yes, he did get the Herald, but that Herald is not going to make up what is now a 2k gold difference.
Oh!
Leader! Oh, there's just no room for him to play on that one. Gale Force in the calling. Larson getting it done.
Oh, what can you do against Lucian when he's 2-0-4 and a Gale Force at 11 minutes in the lane? Leader getting taken down. Larson with a solo bolo. And Leader struggling in the lane phase. Luckily, Rogue don't have the Herald, so they won't lose their mid tower off the back of that, but this Lucian is just snowballing out of control. You can see he's almost 1.5k up. Rogue are going to take the second dragon as well, so that dragon wing condition of Vitality that they had snowballed in the early stages slightly gone out the window. Rogue have the push in top. Now bot lane can start the push. 3 pushing lanes for Rogue.
And I think it's important to remember is that when we talked earlier, Rogue, they'd only lost to the top teams, and in a lot of those games, Larson wasn't playing fantastically. He struggled in the first half of the season. That has not been the case in the second half of the season, and that is certainly not the case in this game. 8.3 KDA in the second half, less deaths per games, more activity stats, higher gold differences. Individually, Larson struggled first half. You heard it in the interview yesterday. Recently, this man has been popping off, and for Leader and Vitality, that might be the final nail in the playoffs coffin.
Oh yeah, definitely might be. And Larson, if you just look at the champions he's played, it was like Lucian Jace in the first couple of weeks of the split, but then he started going back to Orianna, Victor, Akali, almost like his bread and butter. We even saw Twisted Fate against Fnatic, which was fantastic, but his Lucian's looking good.
Yeah, now even the Lucian is good.
30 CS up, 3 plates, a solo kill. Top lane has 4 kills as well. Both mythic items completed for both solo laners. And Vitality really far behind in resource right now. Trimby is even able to move top while having bot push. Hans is able to push in bot waves while Trimby moves towards his top side of the map. So 3 pushing lanes. Rogue just need to make sure they can manage it well, because Vitality might look for a pick, but for now they're just going to Herald mid. They won't be able to take the full tower, but a couple plates should help out.
This is just going to be 2 plates though, most likely. Not really a lot else to push for. Good stun connection from Odoamne. He's going to struggle a little bit. He does have ultimate though, so Odoamne's not over pushing. If he had flash, it might be a different story, but equal cooldown timers just about. Odoamne's going to get his first, maybe a brief window where he can go for the dive, but Shigenda sees it, he's going to back away.
Yeah, Vitality resorting to playing down towards bot side again. They saw Trimby move top, and it retook some bot side vision, but Odoamne and Larson still pushing in the lanes. Odoamne's going to get plates, Larson's pushing in waves. Both solo laners just so far down in CS, and this game also really important for Rogue. If they win this game, they do lock first seed in playoffs. That means that if they win this game, they are able to choose who they play against in the first round from the 3rd and 4th team.
Fantastic. On top of that, of course, top 4 here in the LEC gets the top end of the pseudo double elimination bracket, while 5th and 6th are going to get nothing. So Vitality, obviously, at this point, not fighting for anything other than 6th place, really would have to immediately face who's ever 5th, would be at the cusp of elimination, whereas Rogue get to sit pretty. Not only do they get to pick their opponent, they get the luxury of losing a best of 5.
Yeah, talk about luxury as well. Both your solo laners, not only are they winning, but they have TP as well. So now Rogue can start to contest through bot if they want to. They have that ward right where Crown Shot's standing. And Autumn has a really good TP timer, so they need to be careful. Obviously, they have the flash, and Labrov is kind of playing Lantern right now. But once this top tower falls, what Rogue will want to do, as I bring up the minimap, is Oruamne will push in top all the way, and then he'll move down towards mid, which means Larssen can keep on the push, and he can always TP to bot if he needs to. So not only did they have 3 pushing lanes, but now they have 3 even harder winning lanes.
Absolutely, and it does not really get easier. Crown Shot's going to feel a little bit better with the Immortal Shield Bow, and here in the 2v2, it looks like Rogue are still set to come out on top. Leader taking a lot of poke here, Inspired ready to go. Good movement from Leader, but he's ticking the Red Smite. Isn't quite going to get dropped. The flash away from the Ardent Blaze, and now Selfmade the one in trouble. He's going to get one back. He heals up just a bit, but not enough to stop Larssen.
1 for 1. Oh, he almost got out Inspired with the ultimate. The Q didn't actually connect with damage because obviously doesn't take it, but you can see, look at the minimap, Oruamne moving towards mid. This mid tower is going to fall. And Vitality, kind of desperation play on that 2v2. They're so far behind in items. Leader almost managed to find some kind of play in it, but Larssen just played it well. Dashed away, culling them through the shroud, and then he had to back off instantly. Vitality kind of lucky there. I think both of them should have died.
Leader had 2 HP.
Okay, well,
so
calculated.
I was going to agree with your lucky point. not calling 2 HP a calculated decision. Maybe he's just really good at math.
Oh, Dracos, this is what you love to see as a jungler. Your top laner soloing Herald. When your bot lane solos Drake, your top laner solo Herald. While you're doing your camps, you're doing your red buff, and you're getting Herald anyway.
I mean, and certainly it's got to feel good for Inspired, who, again, struggled on that top gank, came back into this game because of that topside skirmish, and while he is still massively behind, you can see in a lot of categories, is able to then secure Herald. Yeah. We'll call it the jungler secures the Herald there, even though it's the top.
He played for his lanes.
Yeah, he played for his lanes. This deficit doesn't matter. He played for his lanes, and now his lanes are playing for him.
Exactly. That's how it works. The buddy system. Vitality know that this Herald's dying, I think, because they don't see Oruamne on top side. And obviously just got taken away, so they tried to move into bot lane, try and get some vision there before the Drake in 40 seconds. Oruamne is going to push out top, and he has TP up, but I'm expecting him to just push out top and move mid, and then contest this dragon. You can see Inspired on the bot lane. He's just going to shadow them so they can get the push. And just keep covering Larssen is the most important thing. When you have such a strong mid laner who can go side, like Lucian, you want to make sure he can push and do things like this and take the towers. Trimby and Inspired are just standing here just in case Labrov and Selfmade want to look for a play. Selfmade is here, but so is Rogue.
Just going to try to back away. Big damage could come through. They're trying to run down Inspired. Inspired very vulnerable. Leader going to find 1 kill. Trimby now needs to make it out, but that's Oruamne, and that's the quadra kill cannon from earlier. He wants another 4, but I don't think he's going to get it. Flash out to safety, dash away. Hook will not connect. Larssen fishing for the follow. Buff damage ticking. Segenda holding on for dear life as the tower falls for Rogue.
Red buff, red smite, they just about live every single time, but yeah, Rogue, really good response. Jungle support is already there. Selfmade tries to find the play, but Oruamne has TP. Segenda does as well, but that cannon's a lot scarier than that Renekton.
502, 2 items at 17 minutes. Yeah, that's a beefy cannon. He's on the way to the death cap next. There is not a lot for Vitality to do.
2.5 items, Lucian. 2.5 items, Kennen. Dragon is up, but they got the bot tier 1, and this is the thing. You want to shadow the Lucian. The Lucian is so strong, he wants to push inside lane, he wants to 1v1 the Akali. And if you just give him the resources to do so, he'll always come out on top. 2 levels up. Has the Cyrildas and a BF sword now.
And the thing is, you also have a Syndra bottom. So all you do is you put her in the mid lane. Normally we're like, oh, Syndra's such a crap side laner as a mid laner. Not a problem. You put her mid lane, all she does is clear waves, and now you've got a Lucian on the side.
That's the whole idea of how bot lane AP champions work. You have an AD carry mid, a marksman, Tristana, Lucian. They go side, you go mid. But let's look at this again. Selfmade tries to find the play. Does take down Inspired, I believe, because they have so much burst with both their ultimates. But once he dies, they run out of gas. Oruamne arrives with a massive ultimate. You think here maybe they'll get Oruamne back and get a shutdown. Stopwatching to flash away. Proto Belt to make sure. And Segenda.
Yeah, if you've ever
Lucky
wondered.
man. I wonder what HP he got away. Was it 2?
That was 7.
7?
7.
Okay.
Vitality slowly getting better on the back end of these trades. It was 2 HP, now it's 7. The gold, though, Even worse. 9K for Larson, leader at 7.2. You can see all 3 of the carries for Rogue are massively ahead.
This is such beautiful map play from Rogue. Odoamne doesn't go top to match the Renekton. He doesn't have TP in the first place, and he knows the map is split in a sense where if he does go top, there's a chance he'll get dove. Zonya's on cooldown perhaps, Flash is down. If he goes to defend the tier 1, he's gonna die. Leader will TP top, and then there's a 3v1 on the tower. Instead, let's play on 2 lanes. Odoamne shadows bot, uses the Herald that he soloed earlier, gets a tier 2, while his team pushes in mid and takes away jungle camp. So Rogue winning out on the map, of course, because you have mid push, you have bot push. You're playing on 2 lanes, and Vitality are only going to get a top tier 1 for this, and Rogue might get 2 tier 2s.
And again, this is the reason why Rogue are currently the #1 team in our league. They are so incredibly consistent. Even when they lose out in some early plays, they always seem to find a way back. Now, that said, Rogue doing well in best of 1s is something we're used to. It was last season, the season before that, Rogue have always been a team that have contested in best of 1s. Best of 5s are another question. But past even best of 5s, winning those best of 5s means winning a place at Worlds. Only 3 places coming in for the LEC this year, a difficult spot to be. But the question for everyone here in the chat is, will Rogue make Worlds? You're seeing them play against Vitality now. Know that best of 5s are on the horizon for this team. They'll likely get to pick their opponent. They need to make a way at a top 5. Remember, it's not yes or no. Yes or no is boring. That's the LEC of the past. You're going to spam seems good if you like it, if you think they're making Worlds, or Keck W if you're not such a fan.
See, this is biased, because Keck W is such a nice emote that people will probably just write it anyway, because it's just funny.
That, you're not helping that
I would write it. It's just a funny emote. That's the reason I would write it. But I would, yeah. It's a weird one.
Are Rogue good enough to overcome the power of Keck W? That's the question.
That's a good question.
Have the fans
that should have been the lower enough? That's what it should have said. Can Rogue overcome the power of Keck W?
No, that's not what it should have said. Well, Rogue is...
I wanted Monka. I like that one.
Yeah, but it doesn't really say anything. You know what? I'll tell you what. We'll get Monka later in the day.
Okay.
Right? We'll find a use case for Monka.
Deal.
Oh, we pinky promise.
I think the only Monka in this game is Hans. 0-1-0. He's just been pushing waves, and he's just sitting there like,
But this is the thing. If he doesn't kill people early, Cajal, you already said it. He just sits mid lane and he clears waves. And Syndra is a pick that
seems good as winning. Whoa, that's crazy. Oh no, it's not winning. It's a 50-50. It's a 50-50.
Ooh. If it wasn't for copy and paste, I feel like it would be impossible to stem the tide of Keck W. But copy paste does make it a little bit more balanced for seems good.
Well, Rogue need to copy-paste what they did bot into top, because they need to take down this top tier 2. Larson's pushing it in. Inspired and Trimby are around. Hans is push mid, and we could have a fight.
In, slow coming out as well from Sorrel's grudge. Trimby gonna get hooked. No follow-up there. The Blitzcrank gonna get burned down very quickly, and there's not a lot of recourse. Vitality, they're now TPing into the midst of the fight. That's Leader on the back side. Syndra with a bit of a slow, coming in from the jungle, but that's Leader in the midst of the entire team. Going through, he's got good damage on the Larson. Larson could be pretty vulnerable here. Manages to get one back. Rogue, if they throw it all the way, no, it's Odoamne to try to turn and save the day. He goes golden on the hook, but it's not enough. That's one big shutdown. If Vitalities can secure the kill from downtown, it is ground shot. It is Leader with the shutdown, and Hans Sama, one death. Why not make it 2? Self-made here for the kill.
Rogue tried to copy-paste it top, but instead Vitality control, alt, delete. 5 members of Rogue are dead, and now they're gonna get a Baron. They got insane shutdowns onto Akali, and they just threw the whole game away. It's classic Rogue. They tried to overstay their fight. Trimby goes for some kind of hook, and then once he dies, Rogue tried to defend him. TP comes in from Leader, and once Leader and Selfmade get onto Larson, who used his dashes aggressively, he's just dead.
And again, Rogue are fighting for first with Vitality. This is do or die. They needed to win this fight. They needed the Baron in the corner of your screen that they are picking up and securing now because of a misstep from the side of Rogue. This was not a seems good play for Rogue. This was a Keck W play at best and a disaster at worst. Hans Sama also getting taken out, and suddenly Vitality are a very real threat to contend with because Akali is getting scary.
Oh yeah, and they're only 1k gold down now. Dragon Wing condition, yes, it's up in 50 seconds. It's Cloud Soul at best, but still 5 minutes till that'll happen. Vitality have the levels and the items to contest. Inspired is 2 levels down. Odoamne is not even up a level at this point anymore, still waiting to get the Rabadons. And Leader is back in the game. He's down in CS and lost his tower, but now he's 6 kills. He got an 800 gold shutdown onto Odo, and he has 3 items. This comp of Rogue, it's a lot of range champions. You've got Lucian, Syndra, Kennen. If Akali and Olaf can start to move forwards and start to hit targets, you're just going to get melted.
Absolutely are. And Crown Shot is still wildly far behind, but as long as he has some form of utility, some form of AoE damage, depending on what guns he brings to the table, he's going to be valuable for this team. The Gravitum Slow, the ultimate to lock someone down, means that Akali, Olaf, or Nekton are going to get that access to the back line.
The important thing to note here is Rogue had control of the game, so when it came to Dragon setups, they could be the ones moving forwards and looking for aggressive cullings, but now Vitality have control, so Akali, Leader, can look for flank. Selfmade can be ready in the bush in case Rogue tries to commit to this fight, but I think they're just going to have to give this Dragon up. There's nothing to play for on the map. They don't have a wave for top tier 2, so maybe just push in mid and look for some topside vision. I really don't think they can walk in here against Thresh. This is the problem. Blitzcrank Thresh, whoever has control, you have to walk into a hook.
Certainly the case, but right now, they are giving up all their Baron buff time to secure this Cloud Drake. Rogue ready to fight mid lane despite that buff on the enemy team. And so far, Vitality have got nothing from this Baron.
They should be able to get a bot tier 1. Vitality can push in mid. You can see Shigen and Labrov gonna move down here, get some deep vision. And I don't think Rogue can either look for a cross map. Maybe Crown Shots was thinking about defending that tier 2 top, but he's gonna opt against it. Leader should be able to push in and hit this tower, but you're right. They're only really gonna get a bot tier 1 out of this because yes, they got Baron and yes, they got 5 kills. But Rogue is still really strong. You can't siege onto tier 2s just yet. You've just brought yourself back into the game and used this Baron to weather the storm.
So I'm gonna keep an eye out for certainly as we get later. What else can Vitality do? Finally starting to even the gold up. Still at a deficit despite everything going in their favor in that last play. 2 Drakes to 2. Hey, this could come down to one big team fight, or we could be in for one hell of a long game. But the longer we go, the stronger Crown Shot gets. Certainly Hans Sama's going to get stronger as well, which is going to make Leader as well as Selfmade's life much more difficult.
All the gold is on the solo laners of Rogue. Larson has to find picks like this one.
Crown Shot going to be in trouble. The flash out to safety. Coling coming in. Flash back out from Larson, trying to make it to safety. Now he's the one getting picked off right when we praise him. He's dashing out. He's trying to clear away, but he's just going to get finished off. Selfmade on a rampage.
Yeah, Vitality 15 seconds left on the Baron. They have one wave to work with. They might be able to look for a tier 2 here. I think Hans should be able to wave clear. Odo doesn't have TP up either, so they're just going to have to give it Larson. He has to find picks. He's a Fed Lucian. He needs to push side lanes and look for these picks. This time it backfires. He didn't have enough vision to see where the rest of Vitality was, and he dies. He loses his flash, so the solo laners of Rogue, one's good at making picks and pushing side lanes. And Odoamne is really good in team fights and finding flanks, but in a straight-up 5v5, this Kennen can't just walk into the team and ult. It's not that simple. He needs to find flanks. He needs to find TP wards. He needs to find a way to get onto Crown Shot, but even then, Selfmade and Leader are the ones to deal with.
And it's the same as what we saw yesterday in the game for Odoamne, and frankly, in some parts of that game, it felt like Rogue got away with murder, the engages that Odoamne was able to find. Now, the question is, can they find their footing? Because Vitality are now in a gold advantage, and again, coming into this game, we talked about how insurmountable Rogue felt as an opponent, especially for Vitality, because again, Fnatic, G2, Mad Lions, the only 3 teams this season who have beaten Rogue. That 4th win is 2 from G2. Fun fact. But difficult for Vitality to be certain, and Vitality, normally a team where they get a lead early, they start to win. This game, they got a lead early, they threw it away on a horrible Herald fight. Then they came right back into it when Rogue overstepped on the top side of the map. And Cadril, they're champions. When they come back to the game, they come back swinging.
They definitely do. In Rogue, we've seen them drop the ball so many times with these huge leads, 5, 6, 7k gold leads. And then that was probably one of the biggest throws I've ever seen them do in my life. A 5-man ace and losing Baron. Absolute tragedy on the map. Now Vitality are the ones ahead, and they're the ones with side push. Look at top. Larson's pushing it in. And hopefully he can move towards mid or look for something, or at least try to push these lanes out, because Vitality gonna siege onto his mid tier 2, bot tier 2, sorry. But I think Norman's gonna have to give it up. Larson's gonna answer top, so it's gonna be a cross map.
And more money traded back. Baron up in a minute and 30 seconds, so Rogue will have the initial vision set up there because of the pressure on the top side, as well as 4 members of Vitality showing bot lane, but it might not amount to much, as Vitality can just walk back to mid lane and get the push, see when the recall timings come out.
Remember I was talking to you about Olaf scaling? Yeah. How it's much better now, in a sense, because of the items. Gore,
Sure.
Drinker, Sterex. He almost has a GA as well. 3 items. Look at Inspired. Inspired, he just completed his Sterex. So the amount of time Selfmade can buy, and the amount of backline damage Rogue have, is just a Lucian Syndra. So if they're hitting the Olaf and he can buy a lot of time, then Crown Shot can step forwards. Leader should be able to make a lot of damage happen, but again, he needs to be really careful here. Rogue sitting in the bush, the Rogue Death Brush. He's not going to fall for it this time.
And Trimby hesitating there for a second. You know, if he whips that hook, it's all gone.
Yeah, and the second Rogue, you might be wondering there, well, why doesn't Rogue just push the wave? They're there already. The second one member of Rogue shows top, every single member of Vitality is running top, collapsing on them. There's going to be 2 TPs behind them somewhere, and they're all going to die. So that's the reason they dropped the wave. Let's just regroup and try to get some vision around the Baron together.
Now it's a minute till Dragon, but neither team is at soul point yet, so I can't imagine that'll be the big priority for now. Baron vision expected to be the focus as Rogue tried to retake control of the bottom side, and I think good call out on an Inspired and the Xin here. Now he first picked that Xin, and Xin in general a very strong champion, but against the triple melee dive threats, Crescent Guard, normally great against ranged champions, absolutely useless if he gets caught out here.
Definitely, I'm really worried for Rogue here. Vitality have so many defensive items on all of their members while also being very powerful. Crown Shot building towards GA, has stopwatch again, has stopwatch, GA, Zhonya's. Kennen, it's going to be really hard for him to deal with it. Maybe if he can get to level 16 and find a flank, he can solo carry the fight, but it's all on Larson, and Hans has never really been in the game. He's just a Syndra. He's just going to be able to burst someone down at best.
Looking for potentially one person. It could be Self-Made. Lantern is there. Self-Made gets down, but it's a clean hook. He's unstoppable, but it might be a little bit too late. That's going to be popped. His leader on the side. Level 16 Akali. Odoamne already proccing the Banshees, though, is big. Vitality forced to back away. No one going down, but it's a clean hook from Trimby, and Vitality giving up their GA in the exchange. Not positive overall.
Holy Trimby, that's Hylissang vibes right there, hooking the Lantern, but now Inspired.
Standing on Inspired, not a lot of him to remove. That's the snare now coming through the knockback on the Crescent card, the dash back to the minion. Inspired clean on the disengage. Neither team wanting to take a bad fight. A single mistake could turn against him. As long as Odoamne has ultimate, Vitality have to be careful about diving in.
Again, they can TP back. It's all about hooks. They have vision Vitality, so they can be the ones to look for it first. That's why Rogue has to be really, really careful. Leader's on a ward, so Rogue know that this flank is happening, but Lido doesn't know that they know, so he has to be very careful. Hans doesn't have a lot of mana. He maybe has mana for one combo, so if this fight prolongs, it's very dangerous. Again, that still hasn't TP'd back yet. Odo.
Crown Shot needs to go to purple gun as fast as he can, or he's going to be useless. Swaps out red. He's set up for melee combat. They get close.
They're going to collapse on him. Odoamne knows he's there. Stun hits.
Back. Odoamne now with follow-up stun. Leader flash out to safety. Goes invisible. Runs for his life. Rogue, they've got decent access to the area. If they can kill Leader, maybe they can get the objective. Vitality need to make a decision fast because Larson is chasing down Leader. That's Blast Cone. Goes over the wall. Coling over the wall. Shut down. Big damage from Larson. More money in his back pocket.
Mistakes from Vitality. Leader didn't know it was warded. Now Rogue have a member advantage. It's a 5v4 for 40 seconds. No Akali is huge. Rogue can push in mid and start up this Baron. I think Vitality might just have to give it unless they fancy themselves a 4v5. I think they're going to lose it. Odoamne still has ultimate and flash. They're just going to make sure, take away the Blast Cone. Make sure there's no steal. This Olaf has no flash, so he can't get in the pit. One wall on the entrance. Take away the Blast Cone. Should be a free Baron for Rogue. Maybe Vitality can look for a Dragon on the back end of this.
Big now for Rogue. Again, back in the driver's seat. They threw it all away on the top side. They find a way back in there. The pick from Leader, all because he stands on a single piece of vision. Well executed. Vitality will take the third Drake in exchange, but Kadril, this game is incredibly close.
It is indeed. Rogue threw it away, but now they're back in it. They're the ones in control now with this Baron. We'll see what they can get done with it, but they've already taken 6 towers. They've already taken the tier 2s of Vitality. Tier 3 sieging is very, very hard this late into the game unless you find a pick, so Vitality should be able to defend. Rogue need to split them up. They need to use Lucian as a pressure point. They need to put 4 members mid and make sure Larson is safe so he can push in top and push in mid, play on 2 lanes. But you can see how well Rogue played it. Leader is on a ward, yes, but it's all about punishing that. You saw Hans go towards him. Odoamne was there ready to respond. Larson was there. They didn't jump the gun. But Self-Made might here puts a pink ward down, and you can see exactly what Rogue is doing. They have TP on Odoamne, they have TP on Hans. Leave them mid, clear the waves, pressure point top. Make sure Larson is safe. Vitality, 2 options, clear the wave or just collapse and fight.
Self-Made is going to be incredibly fast with the Ghost and the ultimate up, but he needs to find a way to the backline, and it certainly will still be a difficult thing to do.
Now, once Larson pushed in top, Vitality moved towards top to defend it. Now Odoamne can start to push in mid, and the true pressure points will slowly come. Vitality has to respond to one lane. They're just going to ping-pong them around until both are pushed in. But it's very dangerous. They don't have any vision. You can see that pink ward on all those pink wards on red entrances. You can see them around the Raptors, top side. They need to get rid of those pinks if they want to find a way in. Observers, can we see Rogue's vision here? I think they're very scared. Trimby's very scared.
And again, for either side here, walking into Fog of War and enemy territory could be the end of this game. You got Leader on one side, ready to one-shot anybody. You got Odoamne with a good Kennen ult who could just end the game instantly. He is a 4-item Kennen. That is Death Cap, that is Void Staff.
Larson is 6 items though. He doesn't have boots, but he is 6 items. Level 18. Oh, this is tense.
Not so tense that Larson can't spam an emo in the middle of the game though, so I respect it. Vitality looking for a base hold here. Baron buff slowly ticking away. A minute left here for the side of Rogue. 1, maybe 2 more waves that they can push in.
Does Leader have Rabadons? He's running to base. They're dropping this tier 3. I think he might have Rabadon's Death Cap.
Level 16 as well. Could be big. Hook comes out again, but now he's into the backside. Who got hooked? Oh, the Olaf. He scales good, but not good enough to go 4v1. Odoamne TPing in. Vitality can't afford to overcommit here. Odoamne now in the midst of the team going for Crown Shot. Pulled back into the Lantern. Leader, it's all on you. Can you do it? That's 1 kill for Leader. Now leaping forward. Hansama next, but he flashes out to safety. Leader dashing back in. Leader, a man on a mission to turn this fight back. Vitality, they have held their ground. They give up only an inhibitor tower, and it is Hansama versus the world. No room for him to get anything done. Vitality take the fight.
Yeah, 4 members of Rogue dead. Leader comes up massive. He might die in lanes here and there, but he carries the fights. He did get his Rabadon. Self-Made got hooked. It looked like Rogue was going to instantly win that fight because Self-Made's dead at the start, and Odoamne has a 3-man ult. Leader TP'd behind them with the Rabadons completed. He managed to clean up the fight. So when this hook hit, I thought the fight was over. Self-Made's instantly bursted down. And look at Leader, he's in base right now. He's buying Rabadons. He's going to TP around the red buff area, but Selfmade has to commit to the fight. He has no flash, he can't get away. Shigenda tries his best to defend. Hook hits onto Inspired, so Crown Shot can do a little bit of damage, but Leader's on the way. Odoamne, massive ultimate. Crown Shot stopwatches, and then Heal flashes out, so he lives. Labrov lives, Shigenda lives, and now Leader's here.
And Leader so clean on the back end of this fight. Again, second dash through, good follow-up. Crown Shot gonna grab the last kill. The active there from the Calibrum. Overall, that could have been infinitely worse, but having the stopwatch in his inventory, what kept the fight alive. Crown Shot staying strong there.
And that's the defensive items we were talking about earlier on. Stopwatches, GAs, these kind of things can buy time for Vitality. The Cannon is just a burst of damage. The Syndra is just a burst of damage. Then it's all up to Larssen to do the DPS. You have lots of bursts, but very little DPS, so defensive items can counter that pretty easily. The important thing for Rogue here is, yes, you got aced, but there's no neutral objective up. There's no Baron, there's no Eldu, there's no Cloud Soul. Still 1 minute left on the Cloud Soul, so Vitality don't actually get anything for that fight.
Of course, earlier we asked if Rogue could make Worlds. More important, more pressing is, can Vitality make playoffs? They don't need emote spam here, just a simple yes or no. They are fighting toe-to-toe with Rogue, front #1 team in the standings. Do they have what it takes to fight best of fives in the top 6?
They gotta win this game.
Ooh, it is do or die. And this is the calm before the storm. Cadril, 35 minutes in. It's a 1K gold difference. It's a 1 dragon difference. 1 dragon might even feel like more at this stage. But a single mistake, Selfmade getting hooked again, getting caught out, getting bursted down, could turn against Vitality, could cost them this game.
Rogue has control. They're gonna push in mid. 30 seconds on the Cloud Soul. They should be able to move down there and put all their vision down, but look at Leader. On the bot side of the map, has a flank. Not sure if he's spotted out just yet. The last time he was spotted, they lost the fight instantly. This time around, I don't think Rogue knows he's there.
Mission impossible. He finds a good flank. Maybe, just maybe, they can win the game.
Yeah, Rogue's just gonna group up 5-man mid maybe and try to push his wave in, but Vitality's there first. Odoamne knows something's up. He's trying to find Leader. He's using his spells to try and find it, but now Rogue are really clumped up, and Leader's right behind them. They have to be very, very careful here.
At the same time, Odoamne's ultimate is a constant looming threat. As long as that's up and available, Rogue do have a little bit of protection there.
They're just going to push mid. Looks like they're just going to give this up. They only have a cannon minion, so they can't actually get anything, and Baron is 30 seconds away, so they're just going to give up the Cloud Soul. Bit of a confusing play there, but maybe they were scared of hooks. They couldn't walk in, it looks like.
It feels like they hesitated for a moment there. They had a cannon minion. They just needed to one-shot the wave and have somebody tank, but because they didn't, they could not take the tower. That said, 14 seconds to Baron. They have priority access. And Rogue, they do have 1 flanking ward. That pink ward in the enemy jungle, something that we have to keep our eye on. Crown Shot, he's close to it, but him not clearing it out is big for the fight to come. Odoamne no flash quite yet, but if they deny, if they stall for a little bit longer, he will have it up.
Selfmade has GA, Crown Shot has GA, and Vitality gave up the Cloud Soul to get control over Baron. But now they've dropped the control, so Rogue's going to push in mid and retake the top side. They're going to sweep out all the wards and have vision of their own. So now Vitality, you can't drop the Baron as well, so they're going to have to find their way into this river. Leader doesn't have an amazing flank like he did last time around.
Pushing in mid, trying to bully their way through again. Always risky to clump up against the Kennen. Flash is mostly available though on the side of Vitality, just about across the board, so that is going to be big. Scatter the weak from Hans, not quite as much damage as they'd like, but still a good threat.
Yeah, but that wave's dead and Rogue still has a mid wave to answer, so no Vitality can move into the Baron. You can see this is all about mid waves and it's all about control. Push in the wave and then move to river. Both teams want to do it, it's just a dance of how to do it. Vitality on the upper hand, have the control. We'll see if they want to start it, because if Leader can find a flank position, then they can, but wow. Both teams really hesitant here. Vitality want to contest the next one on top of that. Maybe they're waiting for Shigenda's GA. Maybe they're just trying to buy time for that second GA to come up. It just came up, I think. So now, 3 Guardian Angels on Vitality.
Guardian Angels flashes across the board. Only Labrov waiting on his. It's flashing from Trimby. Hook goes in again, locking up Selfmade. Selfmade unstoppable, but not going down quite nearly as fast. Gets a little bit more time with the stopwatch. Odoamne now in the midst of the entire team. Again to lock up. Again, will he get taken down? Crown Shot. He does damage now. He's been waiting the whole game to show up. Leader again with the stopwatch. Everybody just wants to buy a little time. Nobody but Inspired going down, but Vitality blinking red health bars across the board. Labrov has to flash out to safety. Selfmade waiting in the background. Trimby, Larssen, Hans Sama. Can they force an objective here? No. It looks like they're going to be forced back.
Leader can TP back, and just like that, a click of a finger, the fight starts instantly. Shigenda was playing with fire there, dashes away from the stun. Now, Inspired, 30 seconds dead. Leader's ultimate's very low cooldown at this stage in the game with 2 Cloud Dragons. It's going to be up for this Baron, so Rogue, can you contest it? I don't think you can. They're just going to opt out of it and push in bots. Odoamne's ult didn't find many members, and you can see what I mean by the defensive items of Vitality. Everyone gets away. with the Guardian Angels and the stopwatches. Vitality have the Baron buff, and they should be able to push out the waves.
Big now for Vitality. What can they do with it? Again, Crown Shot finally hitting 3-4 items means their threat for Siege starts to become a little bit more powerful, a little bit more reasonable. Still have to respect Oduwamne and the long-range engage of Hans Sama. But Vitality now finally finding the tools that they need to potentially start to close this one out.
As messy as that fight was, only 2 summoner spells were used. The flash of Labrov and the flash of Oduwamne. Now, that hurts Rogue a lot more than it hurts Vitality. But it was only just a kill, and now Vitality get Nash off, and you can see the fights are all about hooks. Whoever hits a hook, the fight instantly starts. Neither team has point-and-click engage. No one has a Leona ult or anything like this. The only engage for both teams is a hook. That's how a fight starts. You can't just randomly engage onto anyone unless Oduwamne finds some kind of flank. So that's why both teams are dancing around each other until one person pulls the trigger.
And Cadril, it's been about hooks and one other thing, and that is stopwatches. But Selfmade had his stopwatch, it's gone now. He's already had the GA the entire time.
He didn't even lose his GA in that whole fight.
And here's the big thing. As long as they can keep executing, as long as they can press their advantage, Vitality could be fine. But if they're involved in another close fight where stopwatch would have saved the day, they're out. They have no more of those major cooldowns, no more of those major defensive tools. GA is nice, but GA is not nearly as good as stopwatch in certain circumstances, and certainly in this game where you're just trying to dodge a Syndra ult.
Yeah. The problem is, Vitality, you have Baron, but you can't push tier 3s. They have too much wave clear, it's too late in the game. One misstep, and you're instantly dead from a Lucian or a Syndra. So Vitality, the only thing this Baron's going to do for them is just keep their control. They're going to be able to push in waves first because of the Baron buffed minions, and you're going to have tempo on each lane. So that means 59 seconds from now, when that Cloud Dragon spawns, you can turn and burn it. What Vitality want to do is keep Rogue in their base, keep them at the tier 3s, push in the waves, and as it spawns, just run to it and take it. And Rogue will have to face check, and it'll take them way too long to get there. They just need to make sure they maintain this control.
And I'd love to tell you that this Cloud Soul that they can probably buy with the advantage that they built with Baron, that they can get set up first on when they use this Baron buff to push away would be a big deal. But we're so late in the game that ultimates are off cooldown pretty much every single fight anyway. So unless Vitality find a way to force multiple fights back-to-back, maybe in 30-second increments, that buff is mostly going to be for movement speed. And Selfmade would love to have that, except Selfmade's gotten hooked to start every single fight we've seen in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's all about hooks. Rogue fighting for first, Vitality fighting for playoffs. Might have a fight here.
Goes a little bit wide, Segenda on the wrong side of the map. Item action is now being used. Vitality pressuring Rogue out of the area.
Whoever walks up first, the other team has to be scared. You see Trimmy walks up, misses the hook, then Vitality can run forward. Vitality walk up, Labrov misses the hook, then Rogue can walk forward. Leader and Shigenda on the flank, Trimmy's found them.
On the side, Trimmy trying to get something done. Trimmy walked up, knocked back. Now Shigenda in the midst of the entire team. Oduwamne getting some good damage down, but the rest of Vitality on the way. Here comes Leader, he goes golden. Now the fall, the active comes through. That's the 3-man route. The culling going down, but who's getting caught? Leader, shot out of mid-air. Skeet shooting for Larson, double kill for Crown Shot. Vitality might just take it here on the back of that triple.
Yeah, they're going to be able to end. Hands flashed over the wall to try and burst. I think Crown Shot down in that fight. Leader does all the work he needs to do. Yes, he dies, but he would have killed Larson if he got that E off. It's just Larson and Trimpy to hold the base. Vitality are going to win the game, and they're going to keep the playoffs hopes alive. Labrov gets hooked, but he should be fine.
Vitality holding on to their dreams, taking down Larson. It was a back-and-forth battle. It was a brawl. It was a bloodbath. But Vitality stay alive for one more day.
42-minute game. Rogue had so much control of it. They got aced, they lost Baron, and from there, it was just a knife's edge game. Who hits the hook first? In this case, Leader and Shigenda trying to flank, and Trimby tries to engage on them, but then Rogue, 5-man stacked up on top of Renekton Akali. That's dangerous. The cannon ultimate didn't hit anything, and Crown Shot was free to do whatever he wants.
Renekton, Akali, Crown Shot, it's a 3-man, grabs some ult across the backside, instant 3-man snare to follow. And obviously the calling is very strong. It shot Leader out of midair, but the fight then for Vitality, easy to find it. And ultimately, Cannon Ultimate is good. 4-item level 16 Cannon Ultimate is great, but more divers, more stopwatches, still going to come out on top.
It's crazy to me that Vitality won this game after that Herald fight. Kennen gets a triple kill, Lucian gets a solo kill. Yeah, quadra kill, sorry. Kennen gets a quadra kill, Oduwamne of course, Larson gets a solo kill, mid tower's dead, top tower's dead, the Dragon Wing condition is shut down. But just like that, Vitality turn it around. They win the fights. Yeah,
incredible day.
Props to them.
For Vitality, certainly. And the road doesn't get easier. They have to keep winning. They have to find a way. And again, things still may turn against them. Tiebreakers are always a difficult thing to calculate. We'll keep you updated as we go through the day. But for now, they have survived. Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Selfmade, Leader, or Labrov are your options.
Yeah, Leader did work in those fights.
Leader did.
The lane was rough.
Yeah. But that's a calling lane. That's a calling lane.
But when he got his Rabadons, triple kill here, triple kill there.
Self-made though, early game really good.
Yeah, definitely.
Just let us know. That's
us
what
know.
the power
Tell
of the
us.
vote.
You
You
can
can
choose.
tell us who you think. High stakes game, incredible turn back from Vitality. Rogue, maybe frustrated with that one. There are now 4 teams that have taken down Rogue. It is Fnatic. It is the Mad Lions.
They broke the,
It
not
is
the
G2.
curse, but they broke the
It's
law.
Vitality. Or they're just a top 4 team. We're gonna have to see. That's but for now, let's see what Selfmade has to say after taking down Rogue.
Tomorrow we fight like.
Thank you, Dracos. I'll let you finish the conversation afterwards because we have to do an interview. I can see your eyes smiling, although I can't see your smile. How do you feel after this game?
Wait, is it live already?
It's live already. You can go.
Okay,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
live
yeah.
already.
All good,
okay.
all good.
Well, it feels great, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's basically do or die for us this week, so it was kinda unexpected to beat Rogue, but we had to give it all if we want to still make it, so I'm really happy we won.
See, you say unexpected, but the way you played here today, even though they had a very good early game, makes me think that you were in control and you knew what you were doing all along. So tell me about flipping the game around and making everything turn into your advantage after 20 minutes.
Well, honestly, I felt like both teams had no idea what's going on, and everybody was so scared of actually dying because it's that type of game where if you die, you have like 1 minute timer to respawn, so the game went to like minute 40, and what mattered was just basically one death that decides the game. So, but early game I felt we were kind of in control, but it also came down to Shigenda tanking the top gank really easily, and well, Inspired falling behind because of that. So I guess that was like the biggest point in the early game. But then we kind of trolled the Herald fight, and the game turned again in their favor. But in the end, we got the dub, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially after the past few games that you had on stage and both online. Well, how did you make it happen today, especially when everything was on the line? Like, if you lose this game, as you said, you were out of playoffs.
Well, it's actually funny because on Thursday, I told my team that I think we should just go into this weekend and freestyle on stage, that we shouldn't do any meetings, any draft meetings, because well, when we practice like this, it works the best, and then when we like try to prepare too hard, we just overthink, and we end up playing Kiona way too much. I had to say it. And yeah, yesterday, today, everybody got what they wanted. Yeah. And we just played the game.
Well, now, Selfmade, it's going to be about tomorrow, both for you and Astralis. I saw you before the game in the makeup room. You seem rather relaxed. So how do you feel right now, and what should we be looking forward to when it comes to Vitality in the last day of Super Week?
I mean, tomorrow is the last day, right, of the Super Week, and either we make it or we don't. So we're gonna give our best, and hopefully we can satisfy the fans, because we've been kind of underwhelming this split, and I feel like the responsibility is on me. I was also not delivering in many games, so hopefully this Super Week can change everything.
This win must be reassuring, actually, and I wish you the best of luck in the last day of Super Week Selfmade. And we're going to take a quick break now, and we'll be back in a couple minutes for the 4th game of the day, Schalke 04 versus G2 Esports. Stay tuned.
You know
LEC in a little segment we would like to call From Malding to Balding. Now, G2, they've been the best team in the second round robin, and before they take on Schalke 04, we wanted to take a closer look at their man in the mid lane, Caps. Now, we're going to start with yesterday. He was on the TF, and I think G2 probably played one of their most impressive games I've seen out of them this entire season. They've really been ramping up. And Georgia, you wanted to look specifically at how Caps played his TF.
This guy was absolutely amazing. At some point, the game had 16 kills, and he had been in 15 of them. He was absolutely fantastic. So right here, I want to point out that G2 have actually split the river in half. They've got all of their vision points and the barrels on their side of the map, and then we also have Caps, who is hiding behind that wall. Now, if I keep playing this, you'll see that Caps keeps throwing cards. He keeps threatening every time Mad moves forward. Caps threatens with a yellow card, and that's what we're seeing right here. And the second G2 comes back, Mickey X lands a fantastic ultimate on the two carries right here, and then Caps is gonna come in with a yellow card to capitalize in one of them. Telestar is gonna do its own things, but we're not gonna go down like this. So you'll see that Caps, I love the slow motion, thank you so much production. He's gonna move away from whatever's threatening him. He will go back in when he has the cooldown onto his cards. He moves back again from the damage and then back in. But the most important thing is that what he sees right here is that the fight is pretty much over on this side of the map. He doesn't care about what's happening. What he cares about is Karzi.
He wants to kill him.
He wants Karzi, okay? But you'll see that what he does is he gets his yellow card and he sees the opportunity to flash through and try to go for Karzi right there. Karzi has a flash though, which is very important.
By the way, your sleeve is what's touching the button.
Oh, my sleeve is...
You're too fashionable for the telestrator.
Okay, there you go. He's like, sure, okay, Karzi is just no longer part of the yellow card, but Armut is.
That's
so we'll take what we can. It doesn't end there. They kill Armut as well. Cap still has ultimate up and available. He's like, I will get Kazi. Kazi does run away. El Yoya, though, doesn't have a way out of it. So I think his gold cards were so important for that particular fight. I think he had 3 gold cards. All 3 of them resulted in a kill and a flash on Kazi, which is going to be important later on in that game.
And it's amazing efficiency out of him, and you might say at home, yeah, but that's what you do as Twisted Fate. But it was the way he did it and the way he consistently did it, and also how G2 was on the same page with him, Georgia. It happened again and again and again.
Yeah, well, that's not the only thing that Caps did, because he was there. He was there, as you can see on the screens. He was there. He was there. He probably went past your house as well. He was literally
he picked up a pizza, he dropped it off.
Yep.
He was there as well.
And there. Alcov Gaming as well, everything included.
Yes, definitely so. All jokes aside, it was a fantastic game coming out of Caps, as we saw just how destructive he could be on the Twisted Fate, but also how the rest of G2 really ramped up. And that's why we want to kind of look at From Malding to Balding, because it was, funnily enough, the moment that the haircuts came in Ender, that we saw a big shift in Caps, and that always means that there will also be a big shift in G2.
Yeah, you know, as much of a meme as it is, there is a little bit to be said about a sort of mental reset halfway through a split, and for Caps, it absolutely happened. I felt like he was making a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes early on, but once this change came through, he has been absolutely crushing it, completely back on form. Mechanical, I mean, on Gwen, you don't really have to execute well mechanically, but like, just yesterday, his movement was absolutely clean. A little thing, like things that are harder to notice too, just base movement, not just landing skill shots, you know, getting into the back line, big wombo combo ultimates. No, his movement within fights, his ability to influence the map, knowing roam timings, all these things have been absolutely on point for the team.
Definitely so, and Caps being on form, as well as the other members of the team, and really getting those wins under their belt is so important. Reckless said on Euphoria that he thought maybe the games that they lost in the middle were a bit overblown, because this is when it matters the most, Georgia. What do you make of G2's form so far, as we are now just a couple of steps away from the playoffs?
I think it was Caps that mentioned it as well. They sort of fumble halfway through last season, and then they were trying to find themselves so hard that they just missed the point. And I feel like everyone trying their hardest, playing their style, because none of the games are like clean start to finish, but they are G2 150% start to finish. And that is the aggression, that is the side lane pressure, that is their team fights that Arcella, that's the positioning that Arcella. I love how Ender mentioned as well, he doesn't need to do the flashy plays. The way he was moving on the Twisted Fate, in and out of that fight, just being a threat on the way he was moving was just enough to win that fight for G2.
That it was. They are up against Schalke 04 though, and Schalke usually has what it takes to somehow beat G2 when they're doing really good. So we'll see if that happens. Coming up next, the final edition of the classic matchup in EU history, the Kingslayers. Schalke 04 look to upset G2 one last time.
Welcome back to the LEC. Wow, we just came off of a banging game, and wow, Red Bull.
Oh, you're full of energy, aren't you? Whoa!
Hashtag ad or Werbung if you're in Deutschland.
Oh my god, you're really full of it today.
Wow, it really kicked in all at once. Welcome. So this next game is going to be a bit of a weird one because simultaneously we're witnessing the end of Schalke and their incredible contributions to European esports with these last few games. And we're also witnessing G2 fight for top 4. So the question for me, the question for you at home, is this going to be a funeral for Schalke? Is this going to be a sad couple of games? Or is this going to be a wake? Is this going to be a party? Are we going to remember them with joy? Are we going to look back at this as a split where they 2-0'd G2, even in their final moments? It's a big question, because they won last time, folks. Broken Blade absolutely bodied Wonder in a 1v1 Nocturne. Ooh, you might remember it. The set could do nothing. Kadril, I know you remember it. Let's see if they can do it again.
You just saw the whole thing.
I'm gonna chill now.
You're gonna chill now? No, you're not.
No,
we got a game.
Wow.
But you're right. Schalke is G2's kryptonite. And although they might be out of playoffs, maybe they're like the evolved version of Kryptonite, because now they have nothing to lose. So just send it.
That's all you need to be. I think it's red Kryptonite. I don't know. I'm not a DC guy. There's another level of Kryptonite, I think.
Is there actually?
No, but I might do something. I don't.
They are.
Actually, tweet us. I need to know. Is there higher level Kryptonite? One of you is for sure a big DC fan. In the meantime, no one DCing today, even though we are playing online. That's a transition.
Ooh, good transition. I like it.
Aurelia continuing to hit the ban table. Red, blue side, #1. 2 games in a row now. See if that champion gets a little bit more play as we get closer to playoffs. But for today, continuing to keep our eyes on the very aggressive, very powerful bottom laners. That is the Varus, that is the Kalista, and for some teams, the Syndra bot lane as well. But no surprise, see the Twisted Fate taken away from Caps. He has been on a tear, and when Caps is playing well on Twisted Fate historically, G2 is also playing very well.
Yeah, I don't think Caps is going to get TF again. Maybe not even in playoffs. We'll see. But since our banned away, we won't see that first pick by G2. And we'll see if Schalke want to ban away something like Viego or Kalista, perhaps. We saw Reckless having great Kalista performances recently.
Yeah.
Which is a champion which we never really expected Reckless to play over the last few years, because he likes to go for, you know, things like the Kai'Sa, the Jhin, the Sivir. But Kalista's meta, and he's shown that he can play it really well.
And it's crazy how quickly the perception has changed, right? It takes 2 games where he performs pretty well in the champion after not playing it for 4 years for it to really rise in priority, and now certainly he could pick it up again. It's going to be the Thresh first pick for G2, and I like to see it. Schalke debating what option they want to go for here. Tom Kench, I've been underwhelmed by so far, I will say.
You've not been whelmed, you've been underwhelmed?
I have not been whelmed.
You've not been whelmed. Well, Varus, just like you were talking about, is going to get picked up, you expect, by Schalke. Maybe they want to go for something like a Diana as well, and then go for an AD mid or counter pick support on 3. Could also just match support here, but they're going to go for Syndra, so they're going to show their mid laner. Varus, Syndra, 1-2 is going to come out from Schalke. G2 can obviously respond by picking their AD in mid here, or they can throw a curveball. Jungle could be a big point of contention, because we were talking about AD junglers earlier on. Xin Zhao and Lee Sin banned away this time around. So when you grasp those AD junglers, it's kind of difficult. When you have Syndra, you want an AD jungler, like perhaps a Graves. And Viego's already taken off the board. So is it going to be a Volibear for Kirei perhaps? But that's a Kalista, and that's a Varus, just like you said.
And can Kirei find his footing in these last 2 games? It has been a difficult season. Going up against Jankos, certainly no easy task. Jankos, of course, with the Viego. Viego as a solo laner, essentially dead with all the sustained hits over the last few patches. But Trundle getting picked up, I do like to see. A champion that can have a lot of impacts and ganks, relatively simple to execute. For Kirei, a guy who, again, has been struggling to find his footing on stage, certainly could work out nicely. That said, Trundle could also go into the support position up against the Kalista Thresh, as that is going to be a difficult lane to survive.
It's a difficult lane, but I've seen a lot of Trundle support in high-elo solo queue. A lot of pro players are playing Trundle support with Hail of Blades. A lot of burst, level 1, level 2 can all in quite easily, and obviously can take away AD from AD carry and also one-shot him. So in the early stages, Trundle support is good, but Schalke can ban away mid laners into the Syndra. Echo already taken off the board. Obviously Syndra wins that lane and gets the push in the early points. But Echo, 2 items, wins on side lane. It's very hard for Syndra to keep up, because just like last game, Syndra bot can go mid. Then you have an AD carry that can go bot. But this time around, you don't really have that much of a side laner unless you can get it on Broken Blade for the counter pick. So Schalke going to last pick top here. They're going to pick their support on 4. G2 going to ban away support. Schalke going to ban away mid lane counters to the Syndra.
And I like it. I like what we're seeing from both sides so far. Now G2 Esports, I'm sweating a little bit for the side of Schalke just because there is a Kalista Thresh on the opposite side, but Neon and Limit, they've been no slouches this season. Had 1 or 2 fumble games, but otherwise have been pretty consistent most of their matches. Zoe now also taken away, really trying to eliminate a lot of the champions who can nullify parts of Syndra's kit or make her non-interactive. Sleepy Trout Bubble into a one-shot, certainly a way to make sure you don't get ulted.
Yeah, last ban here for G2. Is it going to be Leona? Is it going to be Rakan? Could also be not bad of a ban, but the lane phase is very difficult regardless of what support they go for. But they're going to take away Set. Kind of like a top and support hit there. We've only seen Broken Blade play it once, and Limit's yet to play it, but still denies that champion as a 4-pick flex, perhaps. So now Schalke probably picking support, you'd expect. The only really strong top laner open, you'd argue, is Jace. If they want to go for that, but it's just going to be the Alistar. So Varus Alistar into Kalista Thresh doesn't sound fun. That lane, nope, it's going to be very difficult, but Alistar obviously really good into Kalista if you can combo her up and get some follow-up CC from a Pillar or a Syndra Stun, of course. But the lane phase in bot's looking rough for Schalke, and we'll see what G2 has in store in mid lane.
And last season when Schalke were making a miracle run, it was Limit on the Alistar who was doing so much incredible work. See if he can find similar success here in the final moments, in the final season for Schalke, no fear. Camille now going to get locked in into the hands of Wonder. I like it overall against Trundle. True damage on the Precision Protocol, never a bad thing to have, and certainly more engage options do not hurt.
Are we going to see Broken Blades Jax? Good counter into Camille. Could also go something like a Fiora. So those are the lanes that Camille struggles against after one item. In the early stage, not fine. Not bad, actually. Camille into Jax in the early game's not bad. But Orianna picked up for Caps. I mean, there's 5 mid laners banned. LeBlanc, TF, Echo, Zoe, Irelia. And he gets Orianna anyway, so I don't think he's sweating at all in the 4-5s, despite that many bans coming through and Syndra being early rotated. What will Broken Blade go for? He's the man of the hour for Schalke in the wins. So having some kind of winning side laner could be really important for them.
Really debating the options here. Really don't want to talk about the hover-overs. It's going to be the GP. All right, I like to see it. There is an immobile Orianna. Kalista also going to struggle to get out of the GP ult for the most part. That is a big champion. If Broken Blade wants to carry, GP is certainly a pick to get it done. Oranges into the hookshot wall dive as well is certainly a nice interaction.
Yeah, reckless on the Kalista. He has a lot of things in front of him. He has a GP ult, a Trundle pillar. He has Varus
front of him,
Alistar combo.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty hard for him to move in fights, but I'm sure he'll be fine because of the winning lane itself. So G2 probably going to try to play towards bot side here. Schalke might want to look to play top lane. GP will win out on trades against Camille early. Maybe Kray can look for some early dives. But G2's comp pretty well rounded. You got good split pusher, you got good team fight, and you have winning lanes in bot, and mid is contested. On the other side for Schalke, top lane, you got the counter pick. Maybe Kray can play up towards his top side. It's all a question of whether Neon and Limit can survive. Because in the last few games, doesn't look like they're able to survive in the lane phase if their jungler is playing towards the top side. We saw Neon and Tristana really struggling.
See what Schalke can do. Again, weird game for this team to play out. They're already knocked out, but maybe they can get something done. Maybe they can upset the apple cart, take something away from G2 Esports. G2 still fighting for a spot in the top 4. See if they can start to secure it here as we get into game.
Until minions spawn.
Here we are on to Summoner's Rift. 4th game on the 2nd day of a super week. 1 more day, 6 more games in front of us after this one concludes. Certainly an intense week for all of these teams. Schalke, an interesting position. And Kadril, while the stakes are weird in this game, we've made up some stakes to make it a big, just an absolute banger. And that right now is regular season.
So you're trying to get the graphic up. Oh, you got it? Ready?
Yeah.
Boom.
Boom.
Look at that.
You can see that, but all I want you to know is, yes, it's G2 favored, but it is only slightly G2 favored, and Schalke could get it to 10 and 11. One of the best of 1 records of any team in the LEC. They're out of playoffs, so they got to fight for something. And right now, they're fighting for their regular season head-to-head record against G2 Esports.
Definitely better than Rogues, who are 0-12.
Yes.
0-12?
Well, they have won.
They managed to win 9 games, and Schalke always seem to beat G2. And I think that, yes, it's true, Schalke is G2's kryptonite, but if you add on top of the fact that they're basically out, right? They're not in playoffs, they're out, so they've got nothing to lose. And, I mean, I've been in this position before, okay? It's gonna hurt to say this. I've been in a position where I'm playing a game and I'm out of playoffs.
Wait.
And the main thing you want to do here, especially for Schalke, oh, hang on, we got a trade in bot.
Back.
Just a headbutt, just proxy, aftershock to make sure he's fine. For Schalke, you're out. The team is leaving the LEC, unfortunately, and the players' contracts will run out. So when you're playing these games, I think the most important thing, as selfish as it sounds, is just make yourself look good. The contract happened in November. Teams will try to maybe look to sign certain players, and I think looking good is really important. A lot of trading in this bot lane.
Yeah. Feels a little bit more positive for G2 right now as the play does whiff for Mickey, though.
Nuclear misses the QE, and Caps should be able to win out in this trade, but Qra's right behind him, level 3. Oh, Caps flash W!
In, but Caps, that might not be where you want to be. He can't get the last auto. Nuclear in. How low is he? 13 HP, a TSM logo. You'll love to see it.
Everyone's living on 1 HP. And Caps, I'd love to get a replay of that, because although he died, he played that so well. He flashed forwards to land a W on Nuclear in to proc his phase rush to slow him. So even if Nuclear Int was to flash away, Caps would have killed him. Unlucky for him, Kire was right behind him.
Certainly was. The one circumstance where that does not work out. Let's take a look back.
So look at this. So Caps sees Nuclear Int miss the QE. So Nuclear Int tries to stun him and crash the wave, but it misses. So now Caps knows he has no spells. So what he does is he just autos him flash Ws on top of him and puts a slow on him. So if Nuclear Int flashes away, then he can Q auto him. So now Nuclear Int can't flash away. He has phase rush, so maybe he probably could have got out, but Caps doesn't have the damage in the end. So intelligent play, didn't work out.
And of course, Orianna, part of the reason why I think she feels comfortable in the matchup. If Syndra does whiff, the Clockwork wind-up passive is so much damage. That said, Syndra Going to be even more oppressive in lane now at level 3 with an additional Dark Seal alongside the boots. So much harder to hit your skill shots now in this mid lane 1v1.
Yeah, and is slightly ahead in XP as well. Kirei got the assist and will get top grab. Jankos has full cleared. He was going towards top side, but now he's going to go towards the bot's crab because he knows Kirei's up there. Limit and Neon able to take a base.
Overall, Kadril, Schalke doing well so far in the early stages of the game. Kirei even in farm, but obviously has that additional assist. And while Caps is trading back, for now the health trade slightly positive for the side of Nuclear In. Mickey's here, but Limit there matching perfectly timed from both sides.
Yeah, both bot lanes base around the same time. Both supports arrive at the same time. Nuclear In's winning on these trades because of the item disadvantage. Limit's just here to cover. He knew Mickey would roam here. Another stun connects Caps. Even though he almost got the solo kill, he's really struggling now. He's going to have to crash this wave. That's why Mickey's here and he's trying to pressure him off. Limit doesn't have flash combo, so he can't punish Caps for walking up. Does have Ignite though, so if he gets in range, he might look for it. Kirei's on the way, Jankos is on the way, both junglers are here. It's a mid lane ARAM at 4 minutes, 30 seconds, and there's a good reason for it. Caps needs to crash his wave, but Nuclear Int and Schalke don't want to let him do it.
Flash, Limit waiting in the darkness. Trundle going to be stronger in the early game.
Oh,
Hook does connect from Mickey. He's now moving in. Jankos can jump back in, but he hasn't used the Lantern quite yet. Caps now making it out to safety. They opt to back off. They don't want the fight.
Kirei tries to flash Q Caps to get the slow, to get some follow-up, but Nuclear Int is out of mana, and Limit wasn't in range. So nice try. The wave does crash in the end, and G2 come out on top, because now they can take away Schalke's bot side vision. Trundle has no flash. Reckless arrives. Oh, he got cancelled!
Quick cancel comes in for Broken Blade. Damage getting traded back here.
Wow, I thought he disappeared there for a millisecond, so I thought he was out, but does get cancelled. Broken Blade still has a lot of pressure in this lane, as expected. GP into Camille in the early portions of the game. GP wins out with the grasp, with the Qs. It's very hard for Camille to trade back.
Yeah, looks like just the animation of the recall from Camille making that one a little bit difficult to understand. She does, you know, grapple back up to the quote ceiling, if there is one.
There is one. The y-axis.
Kirei.
Oh, big wave stacked up top. This is exactly what we talked about in draft. Play topside. Broken Blade will win out on trades, but now he just took 2 tower shots. No, he just took
Kirei
1.
can go in, but this is going to be very difficult. Hookshot wall dive is going to make this tough, but Wonder Soul going to be low. Kirei, one more auto.
He has no flash.
Ooh!
The Triumph saves him. The Triumph saves him. But exactly as we expected. You know, top's winning. He's going to be able to stack waves. He's going to win out on the trades. Kirei, don't die to the minions. Kirei, those two. Yo! Okay.
35 HP.
He got out. He got out. We take those. We
Broken
take
Blade,
those.
level 6 now, though, as he crashes the wave. Wonder, no TP. Broken Blade can back and still use GP ult anywhere on the map. This is huge.
Yeah, and Broken Blade is the reason they won against G2 in the first week on his Nocturne. Solo killed Wonder on the Nocturne into set, and he did so much work in that game to help his team get the win. That was in week 1. This is a lot of a different scenario now. A lot of weeks later.
Certainly is, but you can see he was getting a ton of jungle attention, and now he's getting some jungle attention as well as he and Kirei do go for that dive. And Kirei on a tear. Again, difficult season. Widely considered one of the worst performing junglers in the league. But
I think the worst performing jungler in the league, yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of trying to pull my punches there. But yes, the worst performing jungler in the league. Now 1-0-1 in a match versus G2. And the Trundle, looks like he finally found a pick that was working for him.
Which is surprising to me, because Kirei has always been really high elo. He did very, very well in the ERLs, just struggling this time around in the LEC on his first starter position. But he managed to get a kill mid for Nuclear Int, was able to cover Caps all in. Goes for the play top, stack wave top, gets the dive off, so early 2 kills for Schalke. Bot lane's not going as bad as I expected. When I saw these matchups, I thought that, wow, I think Kalista Thresh should be able to punish this lane really hard, but now Varus is level 6, Kalista has no cleanse, Alistar can pressure a 2v2 kill if they get some kind of window to look for it, but it's just all about mid. Ever since that solo kill in mid, kill in mid, Schalke just need to keep bailing out Nuclear Int on the waves, and G2 need to do the same, so both supports are moving towards mid, so AD carries are just kind of handshaking these bot waves, and that's why Neon and Reckless are just even.
Yeah. Reckless now level 6, maybe a bit more room for playmaking here on the bottom side. That said, Varus ult always has to be respected. On their own in the 2v2, maybe not nearly as scary, but as the lethality itemization starts to come through, and as Kirei gets stronger, that's a press the attack Trundle, who is also going for some aggressive itemization.
But look how far behind Kirei is. Level 5 to level 6 Jankos. He's down 4 camps. More camps, actually. He's down so many camps, 26, so definitely struggling, but he's making plays happen, so you can understand Trundle is a very early game focused jungler. It will be useful in the fights if he can ult Thresh. Oh, hang on, Broken Blade.
Flash makes it over the wall. Wonder now going to be in trouble because he's still tanking the tower. He says to back away. Broken Blade is still alive. That's the ultimate. Boom, that's the shot. Grass proc keeping him safe, and again, the TSM
logo.
flare.
Again? That's 2.
Dang.
Okay, well, Broken Blade gets out, flashes over the wall just as Wonder ults him, pulls him with him, and manages to win out on the 1v2. What can Schalke get on the other side of the map? Because now jungler's expended a lot of time there, and Kirei should get himself a Drake. Has the bot push. I'm fumbling all over my words today, but they're going to push in bot, push in mid, and they're going to get this strike.
Kadril,
Yep.
It's perfectly okay to fumble your words. Because I understand, you're overwhelmed at the prospect of the latest and greatest stakes that have been added to this game.
Okay.
Because before, Schalke were fighting for nothing. We thought it was pride. It was a chance for more seasons upcoming. But now we know they're not fighting for themselves. They are fighting for Misfits, Cadril, because if Schalke win here, they lock Misfits in the top 4. It's all become clear now.
Okay, so stats did the math. Schalke win, Misfits lock top 4 playoff seed. So Misfits are watching this game closely, and Schalke is 1K gold up.
Yeah.
A TSM logo again.
Oh, yeah.
That's
So,
the third one.
That TSM logo, if you want to pretend
Great.
Misfits fan, that's a Misfits logo. That's basically what it is. Because every time this man pops off and pops that logo, you're one step closer to top 4. And again, top 4, reminder, for those of you who still don't understand our playoffs format, and I understand it's a bit dense, it's a bit confusing, but top 4, good. Double elimination bracket, strong. More chances to lose, more chances to win. Bottom bracket, 5th and 6th, bad.
Thanks
Not
for
where you
breaking
want
that
to
down.
be.
I want a Dracos playoff check.
I think I did the VO for all of them, so I'm kind of flaming myself.
Okay.
Oh, ooh, excuse me, that said, Limit. Keen to make a play here in the mid lane, because while it did start off very, very powerful for Nuclear Ant, you know, it gets some initial plays, makes it out by the skin of his teeth, comes back with boots. Since Caps has gotten the Merc Treads, it has been a bit of a quiet mid lane, and Caps even starting to pull ahead in CS.
Well, it's Control Mage versus Control Mage. Both supports have engaged, but both supports keep moving mid, so neither of them can look for an all-in. Caps might be in trouble here if Limit flash combos over the wall. Ooh, yeah, here it comes.
Weak flash combo instantly. Now they're not got the pillar as
Oh,
well.
Caps! Oh, no, Caps!
Into the wall.
No, Caps, you didn't do that. No. There was a pillar. Oh, just flashed into the wall. Well, I saw it, Limit saw it. Caps dies. Bit of a greedy path there, but I guess he didn't know where the jungle spot was. But what can G2 get on the other side of the map? That's the biggest question you have to ask yourself when a play is made, because Limit's trying to find his way back to bot, but Mickey's zoning him in a 1v1, I think. They're having a little bit of a supportal battle. And Neon should be able to catch the wave, so good play from Schalke. Caps. It's a rough one.
Yeah. Maybe they go for the cheeky dive here, but I think this is very risky.
Oh, Lantern for
the
TP.
TP. He can now get the follow-up. They now go for the play, but the TP's being responded to. It's Mickey in no man's land. This could be a disaster. Neon, there's no chance for the shockwave. That's the GP ult from downtown. Limit now with the follow-up. Getting the auto attack on his stun. It's Mickey X over the wall. He's trying to pull back. That's a clean shockwave. Limit on the backside, trying to make it out as quick as he can. Nuclear, it's good damage, but the heal comes in. It saves Limit. Now it's Jankos who's in trouble. Arrow, not quite enough.
Oh, looks good, G2, but it didn't work. Now Schalke might dive top Wunder. There's a wave. Broken Blade has no ult, though. Kirei does.
Oh, knockback, unstoppable. Tries to block what he can. Adaptive defenses, hook shot, wall dive out to safety. It's clear
has
from
flash.
Wunder.
Is he gonna go for it? Wunder has no flash. He should know it. Is he gonna flash Q?
No mana on
You
Wunder.
have no mana. Nope, he's fine. He's fine. And Schalke just gonna get some top plates.
Okay, calm down, T1 on the you have no mana.
It's so funny.
It's good every time.
I like that.
Sorry, Freak.
Now Kirei, he tried to take away red buff, Caps zone him away. Now he's trying to take away blue buff, Caps is zoning him away. Kirei gets it, but there's a TP behind him. That's Wunder, but he doesn't have ult, and Caps doesn't either. He's way too far away.
Flash over the wall, pillar as well.
Okay, so he's fine. That's my analysis.
Bit of a weird minute of League of Legends.
I mean, G2's dives yesterday were clean. They were clean as hell. They were working out left, right, and center. Numbers disadvantage, winning out the trades, dropping aggro, juggling aggro. But that dive, the problem with that dive right there on bot was you had 2 creeps, and they died pretty much instantly. So G2 went for a no-creep dive at the start of the engage. Not good.
Remind me which team had the GP yesterday when G2 were pulling off these clean dives? Might be an important one, and in the hands of Broken Blade again, 79 CS, slightly falling behind, still going to be ahead of gold because of the assist, and the wonderful thing that is GP passive, a lot of extra gold.
It's going to find Mickey here. Ooh, doesn't get the combo. Now Mickey can turn it. Limit has no ultimate and no flash.
Gonna back off. Limit now needs to get to safety. That's a pillar to buy a bit more space.
Caps
Limit
behind
can be able to make it out for now, but Caps on the way in. Limit surely gonna fall. Ooh, good headbutt. Jankos chasing though, flash forward, but the Rune King reckless from downtown to snipe it away. And now Jankos has access to an Alistair combo, which could be enough to get this dive going, but G2
no wave.
Don't have a wave.
Yep, no wave. They're just gonna opt out of it. Caps needs to catch midway, but Nuclear Int sees him on the ward.
Clean. Good
no flash.
Follow-up, good damage. Caps now running for the hills. Trying
he
to move.
misses.
It's clean movement. Pull back there.
No flash on
Nuclear.
Nuclear.
Int gonna be in trouble. Flash forward from Mickey X to the play. Trying to get the lineup. That's the box now coming in. Wunder gonna go in, look for the finish off the kill for himself. Precision Protocol should finish it. Nuclear Int still alive, trying to go forward, trying to get something onto Caps, but he just can't get in range. Shut down. Ooh, disrespectful finish from Caps. Gets him with the dissonance.
Now Jankos might be in trouble.
Jankos has to run. Reckless and Mickey X are in the area. Neon could fire the ulti over the wall, but doesn't want to risk it, doesn't want to go for it. G2 coming back in the last few exchanges here.
Okay, there's a lot of fighting going on here. G2 want to focus down towards the bot side because Reckless is strong and has to push all the time. They want to try to force Neon off waves, but the problem they have is mid-push. You can see Caps has to try and get his jungler there to push it in with him to be able to move. And when he doesn't have his jungler, Nuclear Int wins the 1v1 trade. All that happens, but in isolation, top lane is really, really favored for Schalke. Broken Blade has ult here, and he's got almost 4 plates on that top tower without a Herald.
Can we get a quick gold check, whether that's the side pop gold check or the observer's gold check? Can we just pop right in there? Thank you, observers. Yeah, that's a big difference. GP getting an early Divine Sunderer is going to make this game a lot more difficult for the side of G2. Individually, though, you can see small gold lead for Jankos. Caps slightly ahead of Nuclear, and despite the 2 kills, so certainly not bad yet, but Jankos stepping forward just to make sure that Wonder can push this wave in. Going for the dive, though, would be very risky. Barrels and the ulti make it hard.
Just trying to help him crash the wave. Wonder has no TP. Jankos just wants to get that wave on the tower so Wonder can base and spend his gold. Herald spawning up soon. Dragon. Kira is taking that one away, so that'll put Schalke at 2 Drakes. Helps in the win condition. Just depends whether it's Cloud or Infernal Soul.
Did have Cloud last game.
We have a lot of clouds.
We have had a lot of clouds.
Are we getting another cloud?
I'm thinking it's going to be a bright, sunshiny day, if I had to guess. I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's a
cloudy day.
It's a cloud.
Cloudy day.
Yeah, it's always a cloud.
I feel like LCK. Where's Atlas? This is the moment that we need Atlas in a TriCast to complain about Cloud Dragons. He's the man who understands what it takes to deal with the Cloud Ray. But Kire...
Looking bot. Hook goes wide, and Schalke want to play towards the bot side now, but no TPs other than Broken Blade, and he has GP ult, so Schalke can commit to a 3v3 here if they see both solo laners. Caps mid, Wunder top, so they know it's a 3v3. They have GP ult too.
Let's flash out. Good pillar comes in. Buys a bit more room for Kire, but Yanko's now on the way down. Mickey does not have flash, can't really go for anything else here. Hex flash also not available, taking a lot of damage from the poke Varus. Interestingly, not opting for the Dusk Blade here, going for a bit more Omnivan, a bit more trading power from Neon.
Okay, so the importance of this game, just to remind the viewers, is if Schalke win, Misfits lock top 4.
G2 win, they're closer to locking top 4, but not mathematically locked it. But obviously is important.
Yeah.
Just not, you know, a do or die kind
And the game is pretty even right now. Schalke have a lot of tools to shut down the Kalista in fight, so getting Caps and Wunder ahead is important. Maybe they want to start snowballing towards the top side, because this 1v1 is very dangerous. Broken Blade.
Ooh, starting to win out. Broken Blade, the ulti now coming down. Wonder taking a lot of damage here, getting poked back into 4th. Precision Protocol, where's it going to go? That's the GP ult, the shot.
Oh, the corrupting
ticking. Oh, the rest of the team now trying to come. Limit trying to make his way down. Broken Blade now running through. Mickey all on his lonesome there. Mickey paying the price, but Reckless saves the day, but Reckless now cut out. Reckless has no flash on the play earlier. Mickey, no time to save him. Now across the wall, Caps tries to do something, but it's Kire who's taking down Reckless to flash forward. He wants one more. Kire looking for redemption. Kire looking for an opportunity, but he's getting pulled into the tower. He's ignited. There's nowhere for him to go. Trundle, can you do it? Little troll that could. No, it will not work, and G2 still take the fight in the end.
G2 get away with it. Broken Blade almost gets a solo kill. Mickey almost died. Oh, he does die. TSM logo. Wunder might be in trouble. Jankos is an Alistar. He just pushed the Grump.
John Wick, baby, you shouldn't have killed
There's a TP coming
dreams.
in. There's a TP coming in. Nuclear Int's here.
Team Nuclear Int ready for the follow-up. Caps, the knock up, the stun is there. Nuclear Int trying to find the follow-up. Nuclear Int now just getting taken down. Ranko's going to be able to force swap in a second. Turn into Syndra. Can he connect the skills this time? Last time he played, he whiffed.
But now Neon's here. He's got an arrow.
From downtown.
Nope. Huh. Okay, wow. Very messy fights. Schalke overcommitting, G2 punishing, G2 overcommitting, Schalke punishing. In the end, G2 win out. Kinda, because Neon can get this mid-tier one now. So, Schalke have 2 towers. Top and mid-tower have fallen. G2 yet to take one. Only mid-tower is low.
Yeah. Kadril, all right, let's take stock of the game. This is a weird game. We've got double Divine Thunderers on the top side, but slightly
Limit wants some more. Jankos has flash, though.
Jankos can flash out to safety, but his Caps also going to be forced to flash. Broken Blade now chasing.
Here with ultimate.
Now being used. Broken Blade needs to make it out. That's going to be the stun from the Spectral Mob. Broken Blade immediately cleansing that one out. Caps walking away. Is a fast Orianna. Limit getting shut down instantly.
Yeah, these plays look good for G2 in a way because they're managing to turn them, but Schalke, if they hit the ultimates there, I think Caps would be dead because he had no flash. G2 will get the kill and they'll get bot tower as well, so Schalke maybe overextending there a little bit for the fight. And they get themselves nothing. Limit ends up falling.
Very scrappy, very wild game. Schalke holding on to a gold lead, have the extra tower, have 2 extra Drakes, The G2 fighting back, coming back in these big fights, and as you mentioned, feels like just small execution things. A few more skill shots go in their favor. It's a very different game.
Nuclear in, no flash, but Limit's behind him.
Mickey now in trouble. Reckless now on top of him, and instantly they're just going to delete Mickey, and now that's the GP. Auto comes through, no room for Reckless to maneuver. Immortal Shield Bow buys a bit more time, but how immortal is he? Limit now walking him down. Slowly but surely, the Callista will die. Nuclear in grabs that one.
Now G2 are the ones looking for the over-aggressive plays. Way too deep. Limit, really smart read there to cover Nuclear Int on bot tier 2. And then we talked about the GP ults. Reckless just can't move. He has no flash from earlier on. 2 kills onto Schalke now, who are still ahead in gold. Dragons up in 1 minute. Their next focus is this bot tier 1. They've got top, mid and top tier 1. Broken Blade has TP. Caps, it's going to face check him. Only will get chunked out unless Caps wants to commit, because he has no ultimate. He could.
Pull back, Limit, no ulti. Starting to walk away, slowly getting chipped down.
Oh, he missed.
Dash forward from Jankos is going to move in with the Spectral Mach. Hirae, a bit aggressive there. Not going to be able to get anything else, but obviously are going to get Jankos' flash in the end of that exchange.
Yeah, they were trying to pressure that bot tier 1. Limit tries to walk in, gets caught. Didn't have members of Schalke around him. He ends up dropping. So Schalke, let's take stock. Top lane's winning. Broken Blade will win in isolation against Wunder. They're trying to fight around this Drake and trying to fight around bot side, but they're just not very coordinated when they do it. Neon is strong, Nuclear Int is strong, they just need to play around their members. Limit should be out of base soon. As I say that, maybe no one top.
They're waiting, precision protocol. Rather, the adaptive defense is Camille passive, doing a lot of work in these exchanges.
He's everywhere.
Mickey
he's going for this, but he's completely alone, so I guess he's just gonna throw a hook and miss.
Yeah, styled on there with the emote.
This game is messy, I have to say. 14 kills in 19 minutes. It's not a lot for the timer, but it feels like there should have been a lot more because both teams are just looking for so much. Both supports just keep running in and forcing fights. And it's about who's there to answer.
Caedrel.
Yeah.
Why watch the Olympics when we've got the 100-meter dash right here, the way both these teams are sprinting it? There's some greedy plays on both sides. There's some great plays too.
But no world records, I think.
Yeah, no world records.
But it's good effort.
Yeah, a lot of good effort. Good hustle out there.
Good depth. Schalke get their bot tier 1. They get third dragon of the game. So in terms of neutral objectives, Schalke are really far ahead. They've got 3 towers. They've got this dragon, just like we talked about. They're on Cloud Soul Point. Yes, they're still up 1k gold. Feels like G2 are just trying to find plays everywhere. Wunder's trying to all in top. Mickey's around. Broken Blade might find him here. Mickey's coming back up.
Level advantage. Chempunk Chainsword is going to reduce some of the impact of the grass procs as well as the healing from the tactical sweep.
Yeah. So for G2, team fights should be what they want to look for with Oriana, with Viego. Camille on the side lane is struggling against Broken Blade. Maybe if he can collapse, but look at Limit. Reads the play really well, but Nuclear doesn't have TP, neither does Caps.
He looking a good bit of damage. That's the ulti now coming out. Limit's got the follow-up. Broken Blade laying down a little bit more damage, but Reckless is in the area. Broken Blade needs to make it out. He's trying to run for his life. Reckless, though, has he bit off more than he can chew. He needs to pull out the spear as fast as he can. Broken Blade getting 1. Broken Blade cannot get 2, though. Wunder getting the shutdown, and that's going to be big, but Limit's already on the way out. He's already taken out Mickey X. He's trying to get a little bit more. Limit going down for his 5th death. Jankos on a killing spree. It is a bloodbath. It is a mess.
Oh, Reckless dies. Broken Blade manages to kill him, but it's a 2 for 2. Bot lane of G2 dies again trying to find the play. Reckless goes a bit too deep there. Maybe he didn't expect the amount of damage coming out of Broken Blade, because like you said, the Chempunk Chainsword means that the lifesteal is not a lot. Limit's reading these plays really well. They commit to Wunder, and Mickey lanterns Reckless in, and once Reckless gets lantern in, he just goes straight in onto Broken Blade. But then Broken Blade's barrel combo into the auto attack, into the Q, through the shield bow, manages to kill him.
He doesn't have a ward in the bush. Callista's autos do not connect if you lose vision of the target.
You're completely right there. Mickey dies, Limit solo kills him in the support fight. And it's a 2 for 2. So, these fights are going either way. It's always 1 for 1s, 2 for 2s, it's always trade, but still, as the game stands, Schalke still in control.
Certainly. Cloud Soul is going to be a big deal. Some games it is, some games it isn't, but in the game where you have a GP on your team, an Alistar on your team, it is going to matter a lot. Additional GP ults are going to be big. Now we also have, importantly, anti-shielding coming in from Neon here. That's going to be big with the Serpent's Fang. It's going to make Wunder's life that much more difficult. Reckless's life that much more difficult. There is already easily procced healing reduction in the form of the Chempunk Chainsword for the side of Schalke.
And Nuclear Int's playing weak side here. G2 pushed in mid and moved towards top. They didn't take mid tier 1 now. You can see G2 push in mid, move top. Schalke push in mid, move bot. It's a trade-off on the map. G2 should be able to get this top tier 1, but we'll see if Schalke can get this bot tier 2. Obviously the tier 2 should be more gold, but top tier 1 unlocks the wave pushing. So that'll help G2 out a little bit when it comes to contesting neutrals, but Schalke are gonna trade. Or Caps can clear the wave. Limit's around, he is scared. Yeah, they're gonna get it.
Mickey there to save the day if he needs to. Keep in mind, 2 minutes, 30 seconds away from the soul point for Schalke, no fear.
Reckless might want to ult Mickey in here. He's fishing around.
coming over the wall. Limit in the general area. If he takes the Lantern back over the wall, he's going to be in trouble. Instead, Reckless is going to be the one who saves him. That's the power of that combo, but it does mean giving up another tier 2, another 650 gold to the side of Schalke.
Yeah, G2's only wave clear is Caps. Reckless can't stand into range. Wunder's on the side lane, and the Viego and Thresh can't really facilitate too much in the wave clear department. Whereas on Schalke, you have GP, Syndra, Varus, a lot of wave clear, and Schalke are able to play on 2 lanes. They're ahead. They have the vision around mid bot side. They push in mid, they push in bot. 2 tier 2s full, and G2 only get a top tier 1, so the next objective is in 1 minute 50 seconds. That Cloud Soul for Schalke.
In this game, I just feel like the path forward for Schalke is so easy. They've got the luxury of the GP ult, they have Neon and Nuclear, and if they want to poke out, keep in mind, Trundle at this point after the Anathema's Chains, if he puts that on Caps, he builds full armor for the rest of the game and gets to ignore pretty much everyone outside of the Camille.
Yeah, and just talking about items, the Serpent's Fang, a lot more value now as well. Wunder just completed a Sterak's. Orianna shield, the Thresh Lantern, the shield bow. There's a lot of shields, which will be denied by the GP ult and the GP in general.
And last game was hooks and stopwatches. In this game, it's some questionable plays and anti-healing, anti-shielding itemization for the side of Schalke.
Yeah, and Schalke gonna push in mid again. G2 have control around bot side, but how long can they hold it? There's still 1 minute until Dragon. Schalke don't have to walk in at all. They can just keep running it down mid and just pushing in. Reckless is gonna base and finish his second item, and now G2, they realize they have to catch the waves, and they're gonna have to give up the control. So 50 seconds. Schalke, you don't want to face check them.
Caps now gonna be in trouble with the auto attack. Will it connect? Caps zooming out to safety. Lantern there as well. Phase Rush keeping him alive for now, but
when they're on the side, he might find Broken Blade. Just put a ward. They just spot each other out. G2 playing through bot. Schalke are gonna push in mid, and they're gonna play through mid. As I bring this up, you can see Schalke are gonna push in mid. As I say that, there's a fight.
Broken Blade now getting engaged on. Big damage comes in from Wunder. He's chunked out. Ulti still available for Broken Blade. TP as well, but even getting the TP will be a small advantage to the side of G2. Mickey stepping forward. Schalke debating what they want to do. In a lot of situations later in the game, maybe they would feel comfortable trying to trade for Baron. The wave is pushing in mid lane. G2 are losing money just from coming to this play.
TP coming in here. Broken Blade's gonna rejoin the team. G2 playing through bot. They have the bot push. They have vision bot side, play through bot. Schalke have the mid push, playing through mid, have the top side vision of this river. Broken Blade trying to land some barrels. Wunder might just want to go in.
Wunder has to be careful. They'll have to be careful about diving face first into the Trundle GP team. Wunder now getting chunked out this GP ult as well. Wunder, no room for him to maneuver again. Forced away from the fight, ticking from the Ignite. Hookshot, wall dive back to safety. Miracle Smite is going to be what it takes.
Big barrel onto Caps.
All eyes on Jankos. Caps incredibly low. Can he steal this away, or will Schalke secure the Cloud Soul? Jankos forced out to safety. Jankos with flash available. Jankos can
Lantern as well.
He do it. 2K. Lower, lower. Can he deny the soul? No, Limit not gonna have it. Kira coming in over the wall as well. Ready with the pillar at a moment's notice. That's soul for Schalke, no fear.
Yeah, you can see the damage that Schalke have on the poke, whether it's a Varus Q, a Syndra QE, the pillar to zone them away, GP ultimates, barrels. There's so many spells they have to deal with. G2 just have to engage. Wunder tried. They just need to engage. Wunder just needs to jump in and get a shield, maybe some kind of shockwave. Kalista ult the Thresh in. That's what they need, but they can't because they keep getting chunked out, and Schalke play the fights well. Kiting back, Limit scuffed his combo a little bit, but the Varus ult made up for it. And Schalke get away with the Cloud Soul.
And again, now with Cloud Soul, it only gets easier for them to pull off a lot of these more aggressive engages, can throw out ults a lot more willy-nilly, and certainly the extra move speed is not going to hurt when Jankos really going to struggle to get into that backline at all. A similar story for Wunder. Hookshot wall dive can do a little bit of work, but if you're diving into a GP Varus, you are not going to have a good time.
Yeah, just talking about the team fights one last time, Caps had to flash in that fight, and you could see how hard it was for him to even walk up with the GP ult on him, the barrels coming in, the Varus poke. Now he has no flash, no stopwatch. If he gets caught by any kind of combo or Varus ult, I think he's just dead.
Maybe he can hope for a flank from Wunder to set up kind of the ball delivery system, but this is an Orianna without an Alistar, without anything that really has that reliable leap in, because yes, you can get a hookshot wall dive, but when the enemy team has an Alistar, they just save headbutt for the Camille, and you're never getting that ball into the back line.
Okay, 27 minutes into the game. Mickey can soak on Limit. I don't think much will come of it because he doesn't have any vision of where Schalke is. Schalke have mid push, they have top push. Again, playing on 2 lanes, but G2 have bot push. Wunder might want to pressure this bot tier 2. Broken Blade has no TP, so he can't match Wunder on side lane. Nuclearin's going to have to be the one to do it. He is level up. No, he isn't. Wunder is a level up. He's level 15 on Camille. He should be able to just dive Nuclearin if he wants to.
Just kill Nuclearin if
he needs to be careful though. He has a stopwatch. There's GP ult. Schalke
goes. Invisible for now, tries to leap out to safety. Spectral Mob, but he's caught behind the tower. The ulti coming in, but Limit anticipates it, flashes in, but can't quite connect. Still unstoppable because of the ulti animation.
Yeah, look at Wunder though. Pushed in bot, now he's moved mid. He's going to push in this wave. Maybe he can get a mid tier 1 for this. Yes, Jankos has to flash away, but the pressure off side lane is translating into mid. That's helping G2 out a lot because now Schalke needs to run back to mid, catch the wave, and that means as the map transitions, as complicated as it might sound, the push in bot translates into the push in mid. And then once push in mid, it means they can push in top. And when they can push in top, it means they can walk into the river.
A lot to keep track of there. Baron set up the name of the game, and a TP now coming in from Nuclear Ant.
Yeah. Now they have no TPs though, so are Schalke just going to force Baron after this mid-wave? Maybe they just push in and just start Baron. They have a lot of turn and Caps has no flash.
Certainly feels like what they have to do, slowly but surely bleeding out these cooldown advantages by giving it up. Broken Blade's TP not too far away, but Wonder and Caps both holding on to their TP, despite being a little bit behind in gold and certainly behind when it comes to the Drakes.
A lot of dancing going on here, but as the dance keeps going, the Elder Dragon is ticking down lower and lower. G2 and Elder Dragon, 3 minutes left on that. So Schalke have 3 minutes to play around with this Baron. If they can start it, force TPs, force spells, force summoners, or even get it, they're going to sit in a great position for this Elder.
Certainly the next fight, if it goes in the favor of Schalke, feels like the death sentence for G2. They've been good at finding these small exchanges back and forth. We actually haven't seen a lot of
pushing
kills.
out top really deep, and he has no flash. I think Schalke.
Here he goes to the pillar. Caps locked back, but now he has to walk through the GP ult as well. But phase rush, slow reduction is going to be big because it's now Wonder on the back side. Kira and Limit can do what they can to try to peel, but that's big damage on a Nuclear. And tactical sweep now comes in. Nuclear and almost gets one shot. He goes golden, buys a brief moment with Hexbot, but here comes Caps on the backside. Flash out from Nuclear. Yanko's finishing the job. He turns right back into Syndra. He can set his sights on Neon. That's the knockback. He's looking for the ulti reset, and he is going to get on top of him, but he cannot finish the kill. Back and forth from both sides. 2 kills for the side of both.
Yeah. Top jungle of G2 fall, mid support of Schalke. And that was a really bad fight for Schalke. They thought they caught out Caps, but they invested GP ult, and they were so split up that it is actually an even fight. They're losing so many waves. Look at bot wave on the minimap, losing to tier 2. Now Reckless is going to be up to push in mid, get this tier 1 mid. Kira has to be careful here. Hook goes wide.
Neon in the area, though. Reckless here as well. Reckless no ulti available. Mickey could be in trouble if he overcommits, but the team in the area, and we look back at this fight.
Yeah, winning play for G2, just looking at what they got off the back of it. So Schalke is trying to catch out Caps. He has no flash and he's overpushed. The shockwave and the phase rush helps him to get away, but now 3 members of Schalke are towards the top side. Broken Blade has TP, but he hasn't even used it yet. And Neon, look at Neon in the Baron River. He can't actually join the fight at all, so it's just an instant 3v3 on the top side. Mickey and Reckless can join us shortly afterwards. So pretty bad fight for Schalke at the start. Broken Blade TP's behind them towards the later stages of the fight, and look at the ankles here. He lands the stun onto Neon, but he can't get the kill on the reset. Broken Blade has to disengage with the flash, and it's a 2 for 2. But look at the waves, look at the minimap. Bot wave pushing in, mid wave pushing in. G2 gets something off the back of it.
Certainly do, and again, gold still within touching distance, only 1,000 separating both these teams. Reminder, again, Schalke win here, they lock Misfits in the top 4. For themselves, they're playing for pride. They're playing Flex individually to prove that they've still got what it takes to be in the LEC, but for the league, they are playing for Misfits. G2 on the opposite side, still fighting for top 4, have not locked it yet. This win will not 100% solidify it, but it is certainly an important step.
Baron still up, 50 seconds on Elder. G2 not even contesting vision topside. They're just trying to put some bot side vision down, some sneaky little deep vision there, but Schalke can just start it. They have a 35-second window to finish this and get towards Elder. G2 have to respond. Do you push in mid and bot and set up for instant Elder start, or do you contest this Baron? Because Reckless is in bot lane.
7K, 6K, no one is coming to contest this. They are playing instead for the Elder Dragon start.
Now Schalke just have to run. They have to run to this Elder Dragon now. G2, they can't start it. There's still 15 seconds left. They just have to wait. Schalke should be able to get here in time. They have to hit a hook and look for a fight. Winder's on the side. Here comes the hook.
Hook goes in, connects on Kira, not a priority target. Wonder off on the flank, the one that you need to keep your eyes on. Caps as well. A big shockwave can turn the fight instantly. Mickey taking a decent amount of poke here, but Schalke going to get first access to the mid wave. G2 are going to have to be willing to give up something to secure this Elder.
G2 have to start it. Schalke has to walk in. It's going to be hard for them to do so, but Limit just pulls the trigger.
Mickey now knocked in the middle of the team. They're trying to shred through the Elder as quickly as they can. They have a Callista potentially to secure the smite. It should be difficult, but they're now pulling away. That's a shockwave. That's a knockback. Nuclear Anthem over the wall. Wonder on the backside. He's trying to take down Neon. The entire coordination of G2 is coming in clutch, but Broken Blade remains untouched. The GP, the last source of damage. Will he be enough? No. G2, they've turned the fight. Wonder has found the flank, and it is everything that G2 needed. The Baron for Schalke cut down. 2 members left standing as Reckless will solo secure the Elder Dragon. Broken Blade and Limit, no hope to escape. Maybe Limit can make it out, but Broken Blade willing to give his life. And this one, the knockback, and he is taken down, shut down for Wonder. Elder Dragon for G2. Limit trying to style a little bit with the movement, but nigh impossible for him to make it out of this one.
Yeah, I think G2 might be able to end through bot. You can see they're pushing through. Reckless and Mickey have base though, but Jankos and Wonder. Caps is buying time. He doesn't want to kill Limit. He just wants to wait. Kill him at the last possible second before Schalke arrive, and then they have more control of the map. Limit can't escape here. He does have Moby, so Caps is going to have to tag him at least. Does tag him.
As long as he doesn't
just
recall,
leave him alive.
fine.
They don't have to kill him.
Recall.
Just
They've got
dance.
2 members pushing down the bottom side. Big thing though, they've got 3 members committed here.
Now you push. Now they might be able to end. They have TP on Caps. Maybe they just go for it now through bot.
Knockback is there. Wonder canceled. Now the follow-up is there. Wonder going to get taken down. They've got Elder Dragon, but only for another minute.
Well, that's it. Now they can't enter bot because Wunder has died. And you're completely right. 50 seconds on Wunder, 1 minute 50 seconds on the Elder Dragon. They're only going to have 1 minute left to use this Elder Dragon, and Wunder won't have it. But that fight, Caps and Wunder absolutely clutched it out. Reckless and Jankos tried to secure it, but there was no way they're going to be able to finish it. 6k left, and Limit was already in the pit. But the shockwave from Caps kills Nuclear Int. Schalke lose the fight, they lose the Elder, but they got the Baron, so if they can just stall out the game, they've managed to kill Wunder 1 minute on Elder. They should be able to clear 1 or 2 waves. Just don't fight. They need to hug their Nexus and stay in their base.
And they certainly have a ton of wave clear to do so. Again, Elder just combat stats. Jankos maybe feels comfortable enough to go over the wall. Spectral Maw, invisibly. Kure could be in trouble. Ulti goes a little bit wide from Neon, slowly losing out on those tools to disengage.
Yeah, Schalke might be fine here. You're right. They have a lot of wave clear. If they can just thin out these waves, I don't think G2 can siege unless they commit to a full-on dive. Tier 2 diving is pretty easy, but Tier 3 diving is very, very hard. Wunder's just going to TP for tempo. 50 seconds left. They have about 2 waves to work with. This and the next one.
I like it. Expose Inhibitor in the bottom lane maybe gives you an access to force a fight. If you force a fight with the Elder Dragon combat power, you could come out on top, but TP's bot lane immediately backs away.
That's it. 30 seconds left. If they base here, that's it. The Elder Dragon is out, but Limit, no, they're staying. Limit's trying to clear the wave with Neon.
No way for him to really disengage out of this one. He can use the ultimate, but eventually he will get taken out. Limit, no reason to step that far forward.
Okay, 25 seconds on the Elder. TikTok, Schalke just need to clear out bot wave, and I think they're all right. There's 1 mid wave coming in, but I think by the time it arrives on the tower, the Elder Dragon should fall off. Caps his base. He's just going to TP back. They might want to just pressure. Broken Blade still has ult to clear waves, though.
G2 fully committed to this play, fully committed to try to make the most of these Elder Dragon, but they got 5 seconds to make it work. It's going to fall away very quickly. Wonder stepping forward. G2 trying to bully in the mid lane. That's big damage from the GP ultimate. Schalke might look for the re-engage because Wonder cut off to the side. The shockwave not having the impact they needed, but the arrow from Bars will go a little bit wide. The pillar comes in from Kure, but not trapping him in the midst of his team. All of G2 now on the retreat. Schalke barrel down the mid lane. There are no major objectives on the map, but if they can kill G2, they can take the base.
That's exactly what we were just talking about. Sieging tier 3s is so difficult, especially against GP Syndra Varus. G2 tried to walk up, the Elder falls off, Schalke instantly turn and Wunder falls. Now, what can they get? 2 minutes on Baron, 3 minutes on Elder, there's nothing up. Schalke just gonna be able to push out waves, but more importantly, G2 with this Elder, they only got a tier 2.
And a crazy, again, back and forth game. We saw it in game 3. We're seeing it now in our 4th game of the day, G2 versus Schalke. And Schalke, certainly what a way to leave the league, going toe-to-toe with G2. Even as they're rising, this is not the G2 that was struggling in those weeks, the G2 that threw against Misfits. They're playing like a much cleaner team, and as good as the scorelines are for Jankos, as much impact as Wonder has had in the last few fights, it is still very much neck and neck.
Yeah. League of Stopwatch coming out again for G2's top side. 3 stopwatches against the Syndra. Could be game-changing, but the game's just gonna slow down a bit now. Teams just want to push in mid, push in waves, try to get vision established around the next objective, which is Baron. Probably going to push this in and move towards the top side.
But we've seen all it takes is a good flank from Wonder or a good shockwaves from Caps to turn the fights. Caps 12 stacks on the Medjais, 3 items besides.
So G2 have a lot of range with Caps, and Schalke have a lot of range with Broken Blade and Neon. It's all about poking the opponent out for Schalke and being careful of the shockwave. See if they can do so, but it's just going to be about mid-wave contests. Caps, look at the ball. He has so much range. Neon can't really step up too far, but Limit has flash, so he has to be careful. Instant flash engage. If Caps doesn't react in time, he will die. Does Schalke have a lot of burst? Wunder's pushing bot, Broken Blade's pushing top. It's a trade-off. Everything's being traded.
Wonder no TP to come back to the fight after Broken Blade responds, but honestly, with Camille Q, he might just be able to shred through the inhibitor before any response can come through.
Look at Caps. He might want to shadow Wunder here. He doesn't have TP, but he knows nothing can happen in mid. If G2 clear this mid wave, they can't end. So Reckless is going to step up. He needs to be careful.
Mickey caught out. Reckless going to save the day. The pillar not quite where it needs to be. 2 members on the bottom side. Broken Blade now going to be in trouble. It's the TP back to the mid lane. Broken Blade throwing down the ultimate. He's alive for now, trying to finish the job, but that's the stopwatch coming in. Nuclear into the meantime. The rest of Schalke falling apart in the mid lane, but it's Neon on the backside finding a kill. It's 2 fights across the screen. Nuclear and Caps on the top side in the bottom corner. The fight in the mid lane, now center stage, as Schalke pushed down the mid lane. G2, they went for an aggressive play, but it may have cost them too much.
nuclearin's trying to stop Caps and Wunder's base. They don't have TPs. If he can find at least one of them, then maybe they can end the stun. Actually doesn't connect, but Caps cancels his recall. Wunder is in base. It's a 3v2.
Wunder, Reckless, Jankos in the area as well. Broken Blade does a ton of damage. Neon as well. G2, they need to step forward. They need to fight now. Reckless still alive on the backside. Kire trying to step forward, trying to body block, but he's getting lower and lower. The ulti from Jankos goes wide. He cannot find the reset. Schalke keeping the pressure on. Meanwhile, it's the battle of who can back first between nuclearin and Caps, refusing to let the Orianna return to base.
It's a 4v3. Limit!
Now trying to get it. Reckless still very tanky. He has a stopwatch of his own. Broken Blade gets taken down. That might just be enough. Wunder stepping forward, but the damage from Neon. No, another stopwatch. G2, the stopwatch is saving the day. Neon caught. He's in the middle of Reckless. There's nothing he can do. G2 find the fight. G2 could take the game.
Can they end though? There's both neutral objectives up, but Neon saved the game by killing Wunder. If he didn't flash forwards and kill Wunder there, he would have TP'd on bot wave, and I think the game would be over. Caps had it up as well. nuclearin's the only member alive. 30 seconds on Limit, 40 seconds on the rest of the members. He cleared up bot wave. Caps just TP'd on it now. Wunder won't be up in time, but they have a wave to work with. nuclearin, I don't think he can clear it out. Caps is not pushing it. He's waiting for his team, and once they arrive, then he's going to let it crash. Now, his team's here. They're pushing in bot. nuclearin, can you clear this one wave? It's all on this one wave.
Has to do everything in his power to take care of it. 4 members down. G2 ready to end the game. Blood in the water. They want to close it out here. They do not care about Misfits top 4. They want to secure it for themselves.
The wave is dead, and G2 are only going to get bot inhib and mid inhib. They're going to have to back off afterwards. Broken Blade's up in 6. Can they get an objective out of this? Because G2 can run to Elder, Wunder can TP. Schalke will be too late. I think they can just rush it down.
Broken Blade no TP as the GP ultimate.
We've seen GP ult steal objectives before.
Oh, man.
A long time ago,
Yeah.
but we've seen it happen.
Oh, where are we? Smep cosplay when we need it.
No vision though. This would be... Nah, he can't steal this. Don't even think he's going to bother. And G2
holding my breath
are going to get an Elder.
Elder Dragon, potentially the Baron to follow. The next fight surely to favor G2, the incredible power of Elder Dragon.
Now, I think as soon as you get that Elder, just run to Baron. It's a free Baron, and then you push into the enemy base. With double inhibitors down, Baron and Elder, I think the fights are pretty much unlosable. Schalke have good poke, but I think against Baron Elder, I think that's it. Unless Schalke can look for a steal. There's a blast cone, but Kyria has no flash. 3 members around. I think taking a fight, they're gonna lose.
He's sweeping.
Maybe nuclearin can steal it. He has a lot of damage on the Syndra.
Ulti. Wunder taking a decent amount of poke, but they're just going to walk away. Jankos and Reckless happy to tank this one up. Neon from over the wall. They got a lot of tools to steal at Hex Flash. Limit debating how he wants to get the pit.
Maybe he wants to knock away
3K,
Jankos.
getting lower. Reckless. Jankos going to take that one.
He pushed nuclearin into the pit. He has no flash.
The entire team. Schalke just getting absolutely decimated. Limit. Yes, he's tanky, but nothing else is getting done. Jankos goes over the wall instantly. Kire, they're now trying to turn it back. Can they take down Jankos? Now getting the shutdown as well. That is the power of the Elder Drake. Flash over the wall from Mickey. The hook goes a little bit wide, but Kire getting taken down. Broken Blade, the last man standing, but it will not be enough. It was a good game from Schalke. It was back and forth. It was bloody and it was messy, but ultimately it is G2 who will find the fight. It is G2 who will find 2 back-to-back Elders and take the game.
That's it. I think Broken Blade might die as well. G2 looking for the dive. They're not going to get him in the end, I think, and they're just going to close it out. Oh, maybe they will. Broken Blade gets 2. And he has GA. Did he just buy that GA?
Yeah.
I think he just bought it in the shop, but he's going to die anyway. Regardless, G2, really back and forth game. Very, very sloppy. They're going to win. And definitely wasn't clean, but Limit pushed nuclearin over the wall on the blast cone when he had no flash, so he was stuck in the pit. And he just gave him to the wolves, man.
Makes you wonder who the real nuclearint is. That said, impressive showing from Schalke again. Good to see them show up in their final games. Good to see them match G2, even if it was a chaotic, messy game. That said, as messy of a game as it was, you still have to vote for your key player of the game. I always see on Twitter who is on top of this giant mess. Is it Wunder, Jankos, or Caps who came out for you guys?
Jankos was pretty consistent. Wunder's matchup wasn't great, but he did work towards the late stage. It got caught a lot, and
But
Caps,
that one, the only
Caps
reason
made
they're
the
in-
clutch play around, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say that the only reason they're in that game is because of Caps and Wunder play.
Well,
But then also,
But your
Jankos
opinion,
plays.
no offense, doesn't matter. It's theirs.
That's true.
But you might sway them.
I might. We'll see what you guys think. But we're soon going to hear from Wunder before it's time for our final game of the day. It's match of the week between Fnatic and Mad Lions. Let's get a little bit more bloody on the Rift. How about that?
More bloody than that? Wasn't
Yes.
that like 36 kills?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone in our team is quarantined, so we cannot see each other. We can't leave the house. We are gonna be playing way better at the end of the split.
Now that we are back in office, it's getting better, and we started improving a lot once again.
As the reigning champions, you are always looking over your shoulder, watching for who could threaten your title. And Fnatic have their eye on the prize.
Feels good to have the trophy when there are people that were hyped, like Hansama, Upset. They were both like super hyped. But in the end, I got it, guys.
Definitely feels bad to see other people reach the things you want to, but it's also part of growing as humans.
Fnatic came into Summer wanting to prove that this lineup is championship material. They want to show Mad Lions who's boss.
Movement is the heart of the most creative plays. I'm back again with Kia to give you the chance to show millions of viewers around the world your ability to move like no one else. We're inviting you to show your biggest and most inspirational plays. And if you've truly got what it takes, then your play will be cast by me during the LEC Finals, just like a pro.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back to the LEC G2 Esports Takedown Schalke 04. And Wander, thank you so much for joining me after the game. First question, very simple. How would you describe this game? I need one word from you.
I would probably say chaotic.
Chaotic.
Or dirty. Dirty is probably like the better word for it.
Dirty. Okay, then in that sense, how do you explain the dirty games you always have against Schalke and Wolfir all the time?
I mean, I don't know if it's Schalke and Wolfir specific. I guess like we lost to them last time, right? So I guess in that sense it is. But I just think that we sometimes have these games like where everything is just like really chaotic and we are like trying a lot of stuff, right? Like we are playing in this comp champs that can all do something exciting, and maybe we just get a bit too excited sometimes instead of just like playing it the safe way, like me included. I was really running it like a lot of times this game. And I think just in general, we all have like our int moments as players. And yeah, it really came through this game specifically.
Yeah, there's a history between you and Schalke every time. And I mean, you mastered chaos with G2 years ago, so no doubt you get through this kind of stuff. And I actually have some questions about the game because you decided to trade Baron for Elder. Can you explain why?
I mean, we were setting up for Elder, right? And it's usually our well, it's usually our nemesis, right? We don't like giving away Elder because then we just fight them right after and lose the game. So kind of felt like giving them Nash here and getting good bot wave, good mid wave, and basically being in position to flank was still a fight they were willing to take, because I think if you get Elder at this point, it can also be really hard for them to play. They can obviously opt into not fighting Elder, and then we just have like a standoff. But I think Camille with Elder, for example, could probably easily dive the GP, so they would have to at least concede some things, while I guess denying Baron for us, which can be a good trade for them. But I think that's in the end why we went for the play, and I guess it kind of worked out since they fought us right after.
Yeah, I agree, and it's thanks to the vision you gathered right before the play that you guys managed to find this necessary flank to find the Elder. But something else happened right after, around the time you almost finished the game. You were split pushing bot lane, BB was top lane, you go for the base race, but then the GP ult prevents you from doing so. And then, I don't know how to describe it, because you go back, you try and defend, they push mid. Tell me about the decision making to not let Schalke end the game here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously GP ult is pretty good at defending, but I think if Syndra doesn't TP, we will just end up ending before them anyways and killing them. So once Syndra TPs, we know for sure it can't be they can't be 5 in our base. We were of course like also taking a fight mid lane meanwhile, which is what I'm talking about. It was like a bit of a chaotic game, right? Because we ended up losing the fight mid lane while we were making bot play, which of course was not intentional. But I think in these kind of situations where you can like Q1 on Camille, like for example, you can Q a creep, Q a ward something, and then you can E in with the choke out ult. I think those kind of situations are pretty fun to play. So I kind of just didn't want to lose the game, so I guess that's why I ended up basing.
Yeah, and it turned out well for you. And about this whole game, the community chose Jankos to be player of the game. Do you agree with that, and why?
I mean, I think he didn't make a lot of mistakes this game. I for sure made more mistakes. Also think he's playing Viego, which is like really OP champ, right? Especially right now that it got nerfed for lane, it kind of has to go into jungle. So this is like the champ that I got my player of the games on as well, right? So he's kind of just milking the Viego hype train, which, I mean, hopefully they either make it viable in lane or they nerf it a little bit in jungle, because junglers can't have, they can't just have all the fun, you know? It needs to go into the laners as well. But yeah, I mean, I think he played well this game, all things aside, right? Even on Viego or another champ, I think he didn't make a lot of like mistakes on a individual level. So I guess I don't really know who else would get it, but I think, yeah, he could for sure have it.
Yeah, but you're right. He had fun for too long this season, especially hopefully he goes back on tank duty during playoffs. But for now, Wonder, thank you so much for this interview. Quick word, because I have Fnatic and Mad Lions getting ready behind me. Who wins match of the week this week?
I mean, Fnatic lost yesterday in a very disgusting way. So I actually think Matt might just take it. before this week would have started, I would have said Fnatic, but I think Matt will take it today.
All right, Matt will take it. We'll see that after the break. Good luck against your team tomorrow. And we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a couple minutes for Match of the Week. Fnatic, Mad Lions, you don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes stare into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. Every pure intention ends when the good times start. Falling over everything to reach the first time spark. It started under neon lights and then it all got dark. I only know how to go too far. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes stare into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. We took the long way round and burned till the fun ran out.
At the beginning of the split, the champions of the LEC, who had done us so proud on the international stage, began to stumble.
The reason why we were struggling, I think it was the MSI journey, which made us really tired.
Basically, being burnout is the feeling that you cannot like fully focus anymore and you don't feel motivated because you don't have any break, you couldn't like refocus.
The hardest part about being an LEC representative is feeling like you could have done more. I can imagine when you're on the way back and you just lost a 2-3 best of 5. You're beating yourself up for that one, and you have to find the motivation to grind out Viego, Gwen. You're quarantining when you're going to MSI and quarantining when you're coming back, right? So that's an extra layer of mental toll. I can only imagine that it was very rough on them.
Everyone in our team is quarantined, so we cannot see each other. We can't leave the house. We are gonna be playing way better at the end of the split.
Now that we are back in office, it's getting better and we started improving a lot once again.
Both Mad and Fnatic have looked similar in their playstyle so far, and with Mad's return to form, it will be a joy to watch these two impulsive and bloodthirsty teams go head-to-head.
The Dragon is secured by Mad Lions. They get the soul. They get themselves another kill.
And not only that, they should be able to pick up this team fight afterwards, go for the Baron as well.
But there's the wave! And I'm sorry, Vitality, but there's no way you live through that self-made dive back in. But that's a triple kill for Humanoid.
I think Mad are a really good team and they have a very similar style to us. I want to beat them because, you know, the band of brothers. Having that tag is something that I respect a lot, and it's something that I want my team to have as well. And even though we have fun, we play very solid in League of Legends.
Viego's going to be powerful in this one. If he can keep getting resets, he's going to start to take off. Whipple's going to get burned down, but no, he's going to turn right back in. He'll take on the way in. Whipple will not die. My God, it's an absolute slaughter. Hillisang straight onto Caps. Caps is gone, somehow surviving for the moment, but Hillisang almost down as well. The Requiem coming out. It's cancelled. Whipple on the front line. Reckless, you got to open up. You got to do the main things right now. He's looking for Niski. There's a couple of kills. 3 against 3 once again. Reckless flashing forward. Reckless dies.
Of course I think.
As the reigning champions, you are always looking over your shoulder, watching for who could threaten your title. And Fnatic have their eye on the prize.
Feels good to have the trophy when there are people that were hyped, like Hansama, Upset. They were both like super hyped, but in the end, I got it, guys.
Look at Tristan. Oh, Kazi dives in with the cannon. That was actually genius.
Definitely feels bad to see other people reach the things you want to, but it's also part of growing as a human to not compare yourself and really focus on the things you can do.
Upset going in. It's a mad play, but it just might work. Upset going in with the triple.
Fnatic came into Summer wanting to prove that this lineup is championship material. They want to show Mad Lions who's boss.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Analyst Desk, where we will cover picks and bans for our match of the week between Mad Lions and Fnatic. Now, both teams lost to another playoff team just yesterday, so they have so much to prove. Ender, I think also for the side of Fnatic, they've not been winning a lot of games. In fact, they have lost the last 3. What's going on with them, and what do you want to see from them today?
Well, would like to see them start off with like maybe a win, perhaps get the ball rolling. But honestly, they had a really tough week last week. I feel like, especially like early games, like games got off to really bad starts right from the get-go. And then yesterday up against Misfits, they were absolutely crushing. And then they start losing in these fights later on into the game. So I feel like it's not all doom and gloom for Fnatic. It's not like a huge slump they've reached into. And I do see them bouncing back and being very strong come playoffs.
Yeah, we have to also emphasize that it is important in terms for the race for the top 4. You want to be in that upper bracket when you go into the playoffs. But talk to me about this draft yesterday. Misfits versus Fnatic, as said by Ender already. Didn't necessarily play bad, but they did drop the ball. So should they change anything?
I mean, I think it's genius. The Morgana pick right here is genius. And as much as I love it into the Alistar, I feel like Hillisang is more suited for an engaged support, like the Alistar, like the Leona, like the Nautilus, something that he can make plays together with people on the map. I think they have been the duo that we've been talking about. Now that they can play together, now that they can shot call together from the very beginning and join forces. Even though I have to say, it is a very Fnatic draft. Yeah. Anyway, no matter if Hillisang is playing an engage or if he's not. But we've always been talking about the double-edged sword, which is the Fnatic engages. They like playing aggressive, they like being proactive. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Now that they've locked in playoffs, I mean, you can also say, sure, let's experiment going all out and see what happens. So I don't blame them.
But I think, Ender, people do start to get a little scared if you're a Fnatic faithful in terms of the overforcing specifically, because this, you know, is a bit reminiscing of the mistakes that they've made in the past.
No, I mean, honestly, like, even just taking a play like this, like, they're so close to killing VTO, and they just smell blood in the water, right? They're like a shark. They just can't give up once they smell that, and they do get punished for it, you know? And it is like the sort of cleanliness that they need to be able to find if they want to be successful to the highest level here in Europe, because they are a team that is so good in the fights that they seek out fights constantly, always wanting to take those because they just think they're better than their opponent. Very similar in a way to the Mad Lions over on the other side, who are the strongest team fighting team during the spring split. For the majority of this split, I feel like Fnatic has been right at the top in terms of team fighting in this league, but they do have to pick and choose those fights maybe a little bit better at times and know when to be a little bit more reserved and a little bit more cautious.
Yeah, definitely the lessons to take from that. And as you say, it could be difficult versus Mad Lions, who are phenomenal team fighters as well. Yesterday, though, they weren't able to get the win out versus G2. So let's look at their draft as well, Ender. Talk to me about this Mad Lions draft, what you thought of it. I think that the Trundle was definitely something that caught us off guard, and what you think they are going to take from that into today's game versus a similar stylistic matchup.
Well, honestly, I'm a big fan of the Trundle pick. I think it's sort of slept on, especially in the support role for a little while now. So I'm totally on board with that one. A champion that maybe I don't love as much is Armut's Jace. I think he's played it 4 times this split, has only won 1 game on it so far. And it's not like he can't have a decent laning performance on the Jace, but I feel like personally, Mad Lions are most successful when their options of engage are very obvious and very immediate. In this one here, you have a Trundle pillar, and then Cinder stuns, some skill shots you have to play off of. It's not like the Volibear you're used to or a Wukong coming in on a flank. And that's the sort of stuff that Mad Lions have always been most successful on. So I want to see them return to that more. It's not that Elyoya's Graves can't be good necessarily, but maybe see him on a Volibear and maybe see him on a Hecarim, something that can get those fights going.
So the lesson being, if they're both going to probably team fight and skirmish a lot, we want to see some better engage tools from the side of Mad Lions. If that sums it up correctly?
I didn't necessarily mind Elyoya's Graves, because I feel like with the recent buffs that he got to AD, it's really massive on Graves right now with the way that his back shots are scaling. So I really like his Graves, but I will agree 100% with Ender right there. The Jace was a little bit hit and miss, especially because you have to blind pick it as well. Go with something that has more engaged, something that can start the fights for you, something that can be the game changer. Even something like a Nah could work in that situation for Armut. He's played it, he's been successful with it. Yeah, but at the end of the day, I felt like, especially against teams like G2, like Fnatic, if you don't have the hats to see the lockdown to make the instant plays, a lot can go wrong.
Yeah, we also saw, I think specifically yesterday, Mad Lions versus G2 Esports, the fact that G2 had some really clutch moments, right? We had the Mickey flashing over Syndra just to make sure that he could get onto her and kill her in an instant, and that's the kind of things that you're going to be fighting up against in these games and against the teams that you will have in playoffs. I love the dance coming out of Ender. And also to teams that are fighting to get to the World Championship. We cannot forget, we only have 3 seats there, and you want to make it. We heard it there for an upset. It's sad to see other people walking away with these things that I want, and that is what is so important, not only in this match of the week, but going forward.
On the other hand, you have Kaze saying, haha, these 2 guys won it, but they're the losers because I got the big trophy at my own gaming house. So
yes.
All Kaze and Mad Lions have to do it is just keep it there.
Keep it there. We'll see what happens in this draft. Georgia and Ender, I'm going to let you take it away. Georgia, do you want to kick us off already? 2 bans on the board, Lucian and Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I would expect most likely to see something like a Twisted Fate get out of the picture right here. I feel Nisqy has used it to great potential. Humanoid is no stranger to it as well. And we have a lot of strong picks like the Thresh, like the Viego, that both of these teams are using to perfection.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that Twist Fate is something you have to keep your eye on. Of course, the Lucian, another champion that Humanoid has looked super good on so far this split, and definitely back in the past too. And it really does come down. I feel like, of course, top side of the map, there's a lot of power picks that are going to be up and available that these guys can go for. But now that the Thresh has been banned out, that sort of opens up the pool for supports a whole lot more. Alistar is, of course, one that's been very popular, especially for Hylissang. The Leona, actually, for Kaiser has been super popular there as well. And Kaiser maybe wants to try his hands on that Leona after he saw what Mickey did against him yesterday.
Yeah, and I wonder what's one of these like more OP S-tier picks are gonna make it through. I'm assuming this is gonna have to be a Viego ban, and then that leaves open the Mundo that has been wreaked havoc in the Rift in general. Adam played it to great succession. Buipo has played it as well, but the Kalista has been seen to have so much success right now that an Upset is like no stranger to it.
No, not at all. Upset, of course, gonna love that, Kalista. The Upset Hylissang bot lane that was destroying in the 2v2 so much during spring split. Still very, very strong. Now, Ashe, a good pick into that Kalista. Of course, the slow she's gonna have on her auto attacks gonna be so frustrating for a Kalista to deal with. And a big question for me is, what is the support gonna be paired with it? Because we've seen things like the Taric come out of Hylissang before. The Alistar, like I mentioned previously, of course, can be such a strong pick for him too. And it really depends how aggressively Fnatic want to start off these fights. But when you see an Ashe and an Olaf on the other side, that's a lot of, CC view from a far away sprint at you. Potentially, the later we get into this, a turret could be an option.
Yeah, the tower could be an option. Even a Malphite could be an option at this point. You already have 2 locked-in AD champions from the side of Mad Lions. Ashe is extremely immobile. Humanoid, usually, if he's not on the likes of Akali, he's on something very immobile as well, such as the Syndra that has completely gone through this entire draft right here. Might potentially get locked in for Niski.
It definitely could be. Keeping the Mundo flexible here is obviously going to be strong for Fnatic, and I think, yeah, if support was going to be saved for the second rotation, obviously Mad Lions can start banning out a whole lot of those strong combinations there, so it makes a whole lot of sense to see Alistar get picked here. Now, the question is it going to be a mid lane blind pick and then a couple of bans targeted against it? I would expect to see support get locked in here for the main priority alongside this Ashe. I would personally like to see something like the Leona, but it looks like Humanoid wants to go the route of the Sylas, seeing that Alistar ultimate, Alistar ult, one of the most powerful ultimates that a Sylas can pick up, and can dive into those backlines easily with an Olaf there too.
And that also diminishes the fact that now Fnatic cannot go for the Malphite. They cannot threaten the Ashe on the backline because Sylas will pick up the ultimate and do the same to them. So I find this to be a huge genius move right here from Humanoid. Now, I feel like from the side of Fnatic, they need to ban out some supports like the Nautilus, like the Leona that Ender mentioned, potentially even the Tam Kench if they feel like Ashe is in a lot of danger. And on the other hand, I'm not sure, I'm going to be honest, why the Irelia gets banned out here, specifically because Mad Lions do have the upper hand when it comes to having the red pick and having the counter pick, but I'm sure they have something in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think Irelia could perform decently well in the mid lane up against that Sylas. I'm also looking at other bot lane choices that Mad Lions could potentially go for. Braum might not be the worst in the world. I think Braum plus an Ashe against a Kalista can be pretty frustrating there, especially if you have something like that Olaf. A good prediction there on the Nautilus, of course, going to be banned away first. And now Mad Lions have to choose, is there going to be more engaged duty put on Armut, whatever he's going to take in the top lane, or do you find, a second string support that can get fights going? Because you really have to look down the list. Like, there's not a whole lot left. A Galio, something like that in the past could have worked, but the Braum is going to be the support of choice, and that's going to affect what Armut has to take in the top side.
And that's going to be so rough right here, because again, they've left over the Syndra, but the fact that the Sylas is there, having all these R buttons from the side of Fnatic for him to choose from, whether he wants Engage, he can grab the Set ultimate. If he wants Survivability, he can grab the Alistar / the Mundo, but the Cassiopeia was recently banned in 11-15, and it's one of not only the top counters to Sylas, because she literally destroys him in lane, but also we've seen Niski dominate on that pick this season.
Yeah, no, I love it. Of course, the ability to drop your miasma down. Now, all of a sudden, Sylas can't go anywhere. No! I hate seeing it personally. Armut's going to be playing the Jace. 25% win rate on it this summer, split in 4 games played for Armut. And, I mean, now, of course, you still have engage options, right? With an Ashe Arrow, you have Sylas and, ultimates you can potentially steal with something like that Set R. But I feel like it's a lot to invest here to put Jace into Armut's hands when you know that Mad Lions love to have all these tools where you can start fights off so immediately.
Yeah, and I just actually love what Fnatic have done right here. They've got a way to stop the engage coming in from the Sylas, the Braum, the Ashe. Yes, Mad Lions do have the range, but then Set can grab one of the frontliners, dunk him into the backline. The Mundo can follow up. Upset and Hylissang have been so great at positioning themselves around these fights. And of course, the Cassiopeia is right there to make sure that no one can hop, skip, and jump around to reach the backline.
No, we'll see what happens. Mad Lions and Fnatic with some very interesting drafts and some new compositions. We will see indeed what happens. What a huge matchup, not only for the standings, but also in that race for the playoffs and the playoffs themselves. Fnatic have lost 3 games in a row. They don't want to lose another one, and they want to start by taking down the reigning champions. The stage is set for our match of the week. Without further ado, let's get to it.
everyone, before we jump onto the Rift, I have one question for you, Mac. Thank you for joining me. They have a very beefy front lane, if I may say, but they also have opportunities to throw your front line into the back line and destroy Ashe. How do you plan on tackling that?
I think Ashe is a champion that's naturally very good at kiting back and dealing with big bruisers. That's why she's very often picked into Kalista, because Kalista comps often have big front lines. And we also have Braum, who's very good at kiting back.
Yeah, and a word on this Sylas blind pick, maybe?
Marek was feeling it.
All right, he was feeling it. Let's see how it pays out. Bye to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Lore and Max. Some nice insight there. Sometimes it is just as simple as you're feeling it on the day.
Yeah.
But that said, Kadril, how are you feeling about these compositions? We heard from the desk, we heard a little bit from Mac. That's us.
Hello.
Talk to me about the comp.
So Mad Lions' comp is slightly confusing because the Jace last pick feels out of place. I agree with Ender. The only other confusing thing I have for Fnatic is you ban out Leon and Nautilus on 4-5 and you give them Ashe, Braum into Kalista Alistar, which I think Braum ban maybe should have came in. I thought they were going to pick Braum on 3, but there's the Sylas blind pick. But both compositions, Fnatic, you know, skirmish heavy. Mundo set. You got 2 melee champions that just want to dive onto your backline. Cassio and Kalista, really good, consistent backline damage, but obviously Fnatic's comp is just pure teamfight. If Set's ahead, he can manage the side lane, but Mad Lions have really good side laners in Jace and Sylas. So for Fnatic, it's about getting top lane ahead. This Ashe Braum seems a bit tricky to take down and playing through mid to ensure Cassio can keep the push.
Oof. And this game, of course, very tense. Again, Fnatic lost to lock Misfits and G2 in the top 4. This would also mean that Fnatic would be our 5th seed going into playoffs. Big, big stakes. Basically lose and you are in the loser's bracket.
So, might not look like much is happening, but Mad Lions gonna win out on bot side because Fnatic have the leash and you're playing into Alistar so you can win. And also there's a ward on Whippo's blue buff, so they know where Whippo's pathing. So they know they leashed, they know he's top side, so Elyoya has a lot of information to work with. Whippo's going for red, blue Gromp, early level 3. I wonder if he's just gonna clear top and path back down, because right now Mad Lions have pushing top, pushing mid, pushing bot. And I think when it comes to 1v1s in the jungle matchup, Whippo has PTA. But I wonder who's gonna win out on that. Naturally Olaf wins level 4, level 3 fights, of course, but against the PTA Mundo, I'm not really sure, but I think Olaf should have the upper hand.
It's also new Mundo's been out for such a short period of time. I think this is the first time I've had the pleasure of watching this matchup.
Oh, really smart pathing here from Elyoya. So he had a ward on Raptors, he knew where Whippo was. Maybe he can take these away. Whippo won't have the information though, so that's going to be an instant one-camp advantage. Kaiser's already here, all the lanes are pushing in and Whippo's going to lose his Raptors.
Well, now needs to back away. Of course, he can mitigate the first form of CC. Humanoid misses a little bit there, though, on the chain, so they won't be able to follow up, but they do get the flash from
Karzi needs to be careful. They could flash onto Karzi, but he's going to back off. So, wait a second, here is armor trade. So, just like I talked about, they have 3 pushing lanes. They get a ward on his blue buff. They get a ward on his Raptors with the mid push, and because of the bot push leash, Kaiser can help out to force Whippo's flash to deny a camp. Now, Elyoya needs to be careful here. He has a red buff, so Whippo will win. Red buff in the early game is really powerful in the jungle 1v1s. But 1 camp advantage for Elyoya. Whippo should be able to get top crab. Nisqy has the push now. So Fnatic want to facilitate Nisqy's push. They want to play through mid to help their side laners. And Elyoya just wants to full clear now. Whippo might want to contest his red with Nisqy's push.
No, trying to leverage that as much as possible. You can see in the mid lane, though, big damage going in on a
Humanoid's
Humanoid.
dead,
Humanoid's about to die. He's ticking down. He looks like he's going to manage to survive with the help of Corrupting Potion, but Adam now going to be going in onto Arma. Level disadvantage here, but Arma... Ooh, I'm getting a little too hype, a little too crazy, but we panned away right as Humanoid was on the brink of death here. He does manage to survive.
Saw a Cassio Q above his head, so I thought he was dead when he was on around 50 HP, but I think, yeah, you're right, the potion probably came in and saved him. And Whippo's looking for bot camps, but none of them are there. But bot dive. Mad Lions use their tempo towards top to help Whippo get shut down, but now dive.
Flash out from Karzi. Again, Hylissang following up with the flash of zone. That's the CC. Karzi now taken down. Kaiser, the last man standing under this tower. Humanoid forced to TP and respond, but Fnatic already got what they came for.
Redive? There's no way.
They can go for it. Kaiser now backing away. Nisqy taking a lot of initial tower damage, but they shift tower angle flawlessly. Kaiser blocking what he can. Hylissang getting taken down, though. It's a bit more of a mess. It's going to be traded right back. It's a double kill for Kaiser.
Okay, but Fnatic won the dive already, and they denied the wave, but they still go for the redive. It's a 2 for 2 in the end. Adam's going to struggle on this one now because Armwood's TP'd back the lane, and the wave's pushing against him. He's going to have to TP back. So let's just recap what happened. Karzi and Kaiser have bot push. We'll recap it after the replay first. So the bot wave stacking into them because obviously they moved earlier on.
Yeah.
They instantly commit to TP and they know Elyoya's top side because Whippo spotted him out. So at best, it's 3 members of Mad Lions in the TP. TP comes in late. You got first blood. You got Karzi. You got his sums. You denied the wave. Do you really need to redive for Braum?
About to see solo bolo on the top side here from Young Arma. It should be an easy
flash.
Waiting for the... Yeah, that's going to be it.
Wow. Okay, so I'd love to see the replay of that further on because I think Adam must have cancelled his recall because he only has a Doran shield now and the wave was really bad for him. I wonder if he just tried to sneakily crash the wave in Armwood's face and Armwood just killed him because that's really confusing to me that he's just fighting him without having TP'd back. Armwood has a serrated Dirk and he had nothing.
And this is really, really important for Mad Lions because Armut is the guy who, if anything, coming into this series, we expected to be a weak point. So the fact that he is already off to an incredible start, that again, he has built for himself individually in his 1v1 matchup, to be fair, kind of expected when you're playing the Jace, but solo kills never expected in professional play. This is a big deal for Mad Lions, ironing out what have been some of the weaker points in your early game in the case of Armut, and showing up big on this Jace in a game that is so crucial.
Now contesting the Raptors. Armut definitely struggling, of course. You can see in the stats, losing lane majority of the time, but still picking winning lanes. Jace not working out for him so well, but LeC has no flash. He's going to use the Hex flash to maybe get away, but Kaiser can... Okay, I think the headbutt's going to save him unless Kaiser W flashes. There it is.
Goes for it. Q, auto 3-4. Incredibly squishy Alistar here. LeC now going to be in trouble. Yo-Yo flash forward. That's the act to connect. Are they going to go for a little bit more? Upset could now be in trouble, but Bwipo's on the way back down. Tower shot tanked by Yo-Yo. That's so many spears in the back of the Olaf, but not quite enough damage to finish. Upset still chasing, though.
Have to back off. Bwipo has no flash. Upset couldn't close the range. So a lot of cool things are happening in this game from just a macro standpoint, all stemming from the early bot leash. And then this top play just feels like a misplay from Adam. Upset's just going to push it in. Bwipo might start off a Drake here. Okay, so we got a replay here. So Adam, yeah, he didn't base yet. He just wanted to crash the wave in Armut's face because the wave's frozen. And he uses his E to try and get the last hit on the creep. So Armut has a serrated Turk. Adam tried to crash the wave without having TP'd back with items. Tries to fight him and just dies. Big mistake there from Adam.
And the second you lose the Phase Breaker, you have no way to guarantee the Haymaker. You see Jace there with the Phase Rush. That's why he takes it instead of taking something like the Conqueror. He can just run circles around.
Oh, LeC's top.
Level 6 for Adam.
Niski's here too. That's the mid push we were talking about.
Haymaker comes out, but he's still tanking the tower. The knockback is there. They're in the area. Niski behind him. Oh, Yo-Yo coming in. No level 6 for the Olaf means he's not invulnerable to the CC if Niski wants to turn and burn, but that's the ulti. They're slowed. Armut's already gotten one. Adam now going to try to fire back, flashing away to safety. Oh, Yo-Yo can get nothing. Fnatic trading 1-for-1.
Yeah, 1-for-1 favors Mad Lions though, because Elyoya can catch his top wave, which was on the tower, and Humanoid can push in mid and move bot. So you can see, pushing the wave. Looks like he's just going to base because he realizes Upset's going to crash the wave before he gets there. So all of these plays that are happening from either team are just snowball effects. So Hylissang dies, and because he dies, he has tempo on enemy support, as stupid as it sounds, because Kaiser's still in lane. So he just runs top. Adam has a stacking wave, 1-for-1. It's a good play in general to get Adam back in the game, gets him a kill. Should be able to weather the storm in this lane phase. But Humanoid gets a little bit of a CS advantage.
Ooh. And overall, a very tense few minutes of the first game. 8 kills in 8 minutes. Certainly the pace we expect from both these teams.
I think important thing to remember, of course, if Fnatic lose this game, that'll lock Misfits and G2 in the top 4, which means Fnatic would finish in 5th seed in playoffs.
Yep.
The loser's bracket, in a sense.
The loser's bracket, to be matched up against whoever can lock in 6th, but again, no luxury of losing a best of 5. They would have to win over and over and over again if they wanted to even make it to the finals, let alone win the LEC.
And Worlds. This is a really, really important game for Fnatic. They can't afford to be messy, they can't afford to be scrappy. This is it. This is going to determine if you're going to finish in the top 4. If you lose here, you're finishing 5th, and you're going to go up against whoever our 6th place team is going to be.
And Fnatic, while it certainly has been a team effort this season, one player showed up in a big way for me, and I feel like that is Niski in the mid lane. And the fact that he is on a champion that he has seen so much success on historically is a big deal in a game that is do or die. Niski is Cassio. This is all time. This is over the years. You might remember his incredible plays in the 3rd place match so many years ago on Splice. 6'2", 7.1 KDA, incredible numbers for someone who's played 8 games is a significant amount of games. The fact that he has been doing so well, when keep in mind, historically, he was on a 3rd place team. We've talked about him as the 3rd best mid laner. But one thing we can say about Niski for sure in the LEC is that his Cassio is clean. Now,
Yo-Yo, no flash.
You're going to be in trouble. Now going to cast the ultimate. Humanoid going to step forward and try to ult. Niski with a quick sidestep. Humanoid now has to dash out to safety. Challenging Smite means a little bit more damage getting layered down. Fnatic with pressure now in the mid lane. Humanoid cannot take another ulti away, and that means Niski can just keep harassing him if he wants to.
Yeah, Niski really good sidestep away from Humanoid's Cassio ult that he took away. Armut has a lot of pressure in top as well. The good thing for Fnatic is they have winning mid jungle. You can see they're winning out on the 2v2, which stops them from being able to move the side lanes. If, for example, Mad Lions were winning the 2v2, Adam would be getting dove now, and Armut could push his advantage. So this top lane push, it's working well for them. He should be able to check this Herald. Doesn't have flash though, so he has to be careful. Neither does Adam or Bwipo, but he spotted out that they started Herald, and that just gives Elyoya some room to maybe just clear his camps, look for something bot side, but losing Herald definitely gonna hurt when this is used, and you expect it to go towards mid.
All I heard is the ka-ching sound from the Mundo skin. I didn't know it made that sound. So that's awesome.
I like his race card.
I like his race card too. I love it. Oh man.
You don't like his race? You like his race card?
No, I love his race card.
You love his race card?
I like that in the midst of what is a do or die game with an entire year even of hope on the line for both these players, we can still take a moment to appreciate Corporate Mundo's race car.
Corporate Mundo's race car. Yeah, and we won't see it until he dies or home guards.
Observers, if we can get the next race car. Just a request, I mean, if you're not too busy with what I assume is going to be a chaotic number of fights. We are 10 minutes into the game. The gold, pretty dang close. The Mountain Drake for Fnatic is going to matter as we get later and later into the game. It will be an Ocean or a Cloud Rift. With our luck, it'll probably be the third cloud of the day for us.
See the trades. When Nisqy has blue buff, he can afford to trade as much as he wants. He doesn't have to worry about mana. He has a Sapphire Crystal on a tier, but that blue buff just lets it so he can trade as aggressively as he wants. Humanoid, the way Sylas works in mid, against mages especially, is you trade your HP for the wave. So Humanoid pushes in the wave and trades his HP for it, uses potions or uses base timers to keep up with the tempo of it. So you see Humanoid push in the wave, takes all the damage, knows he won't die, knows his limits, knows he can dash away, and then he comes back towards mid. That's just how Sylas naturally works into mages.
Yeah. And once he gets the Everfrost, certainly has a little bit more setup. CC in the mid lane if he can connect onto Nisqy with Elyoya in the area. A lot of tools to get that started, especially when Olaf can ignore the Petrifying Gaze. Massive cooldown, very easy tool to keep Cassio alive, but again, I think a ton of pressure on Nisqy in this game. Humanoid as well, though, expected to lose out a little bit in the early game. Still a bit ahead in CC, part of that just due to the timing on the waves. CS, yes.
Yeah, you're completely right, but he's back in mid, and he's a little bit ahead of Nisqy, because if you remember, Nisqy did roam, and it just gave Humanoid a little extra push in mid when he went towards top side to get him a little bit of an XP advantage. Mid lane wave is contested, bot lane push is in favor of Fnatic. They have vision in the river and Whipple's already there. Dragon has spawned Elyoya's bot side. Armut has no mana, so if he wants to fight this Drake and wants to TP in, he's probably gonna have to base before he does that. Whipple started it up, and I think Mad Lions want to contest. Adam's backing off, he's gonna TP, Armut's spacing.
TP on the way, TP being matched by Fnatic. Kaiser now has to run for the hills, can put up the Unbreakable, uses the ultimate to get out to safety, but Hillsang already in the midst of him. Now into the knockback from Adam. He's dug the team back in the midst of everything. It's an absolute bloodbath. Armut off to the side. Nisqy isolated. Nisqy getting focused down onto Elyoya. Elyoya now has to pull back. Kaiser trying to body block as much as he can. It's an absolute bloodbath, but Nisqy, the poison, starting to break through. Shutdown coming in. Kaiser taken out, but overall, just a massive back and forth with both sides. 2 for 2. Humanoid going for a little bit more. Has to be careful. The flash out from the knockup is going to be big. Elyoya trying to disengage with the axe. Both sides so determined to win the exchange.
Wow, these fights are so scrappy. Everyone's literally on top of each other in these fights. Adam kind of clutched it out there. There's the race car we were talking about. Okay, I was going to be a bit serious there, but we got a race car. And we got it from the observers, but that fight was so messy. The big reason why Fnatic was winning it at the start was because, like we talked about, Armut was out of mana, so he had to base before he could TP in. That means Adam, sorry, can TP in instantly. Look, the TP instantly comes in from Adam. Armut has to base first, and then watch Adam here. Flash forwards, gets the E onto Karsi, and then knocks him into the team. So I thought from there, it's one for Fnatic. But Mad Lions, with Humanoid having Alice ruled, with Elyoya being really tanky and unstoppable, he can shred through the front line of Fnatic. Whippo dies, it's favorable for them, but Nisqy's untouched. And if the Cassio's untouched in these fights, she can actually hit this front line of Mad Lions, these melee champions of Braum, Sylas and Olaf, and she's going to take over. But 2 for 2, Mad Lions get the Dragon. Both top laners use TP. Armut's got kills though. He got 2 kills from that. Now, I think he got 1 kill actually, sorry, I think he had 2 kills from earlier on. But now he's ahead in top, he has Eclipse. Top lane should be more favored now for Mad Lions.
And the big awkward thing there too is that they get the shutdown on Kaiser, not somewhere you normally expect to get a shutdown, but has the 2 kills from earlier, so getting a bit more gold in their income. If we can quickly, observers, I know I'm asking you for a lot today, just check the gold across the board would be wonderful to see. You can see some of the individual discrepancies. Ashe expected to win out on some of that early prio, but obviously the play is going in favor of Fnatic, and Braum roaming a little bit here does mean decent CS lead coming for upset. Now the tower as well. If Kalista gets really far ahead of the clock, it's going to be a difficult game for the side of Mad Lions.
Yeah, I think the meaningful ones are just solo lanes. The Cassio's ahead and the Jace is ahead. So pushing mid favored for Fnatic, you'd expect just based on items, and then pushing top as Armut is just keeps on pushing and trying to chunk out that tower. Interestingly, he hasn't had that much attention because Fnatic's mostly playing towards bot side. Mad Lions trying to match it despite the early attempt at a dive. And both teams want to cover bot, it seems. Fnatic want to play for this bot tier 1, and Mad Lions want to cover Humanoid. Yeah, we'll find Whippo here, who has no flash.
Pop Whippo can do good damage here. Whippo ultimate available, can start to run away here, but he's getting cut down very, very quickly. That's the stun, but it will not matter because of the ulti and the passive. He picks up just a little bit more health. He's running for his life. Elyoya wants to finish the job, but can he get the kill? How close is it going to be? Elyoya takes him down, but gives his life in the process, and now Nisqy is here, and Fnatic will take the exchange.
Yeah, you can see Whippo laughing on the camera. He knows he died, but he knows it's favorable for Fnatic. 1 for 2. Elyoya missed his Q. It went wide as Whippo tried to run away. If he hit that, he would have died instantly. But favorable trade for Fnatic. We'll be able to catch bot wave, and Mad Lions won't be able to get anything from the play itself. Armut can just keep pressuring top because he sees where everyone is on the map. No TPs to worry about.
Certainly. And you can see even in the top side, as much as Adam has been suffering, he is behind overall, is now with the Iron Spike Whip able to clear the waves out a little bit, slow Armut's pressure. But Humanoid waiting in the darkness, maybe hoping to fish for a play, maybe hoping to find something. Keeping an eye on Carzzy to a certain degree. You said it, the solo lanes are what's important here, but the Ashe arrow can be a big defining factor.
I think the scariest thing here for Mad Lions is, yes, the game is slightly even, but Nisqy is getting stronger and stronger and stronger on this Cassio. Obviously, Cassio, one of the best late-game champions in the game. And the fights are so scrappy because there's so many melee champions that Cassio is going to be able to hit no matter what in these fights. There's nothing to really zone her away because Olaf is going to run at her. Sylas is going to run at her and she can just do free damage because both compositions want to dive backline, right? You have Olaf, Sylas, Braum versus Mundo and Sett and Alistar. So Nisqy just needs to survive. He needs to make sure he can get in a good position, dodge away from the Olaf and Sylas perhaps, and just melt through the front line. They don't have that much lockdown CC. Yes, he doesn't have cleanse, so the only thing he needs to be scared of is an Ashe arrow.
And Kendra, we've had this conversation before, but Cassio, one of the hardest champions to play in the game of League of Legends, because you miss a single Q, your damage output goes to the roof, you miss position for 1 second, you instantly get popped. Now, if you play it flawlessly, it's also one of the most powerful, and certainly a lot of pressure on Nisqy to do so. But as you mentioned, good news is, Elyoya's just going to run at him in a straight line. Yes, he can't CC him, but if he hits the Q, he gets the movement speed, he gets to get away. So, not the hardest game to play Cassio, and certainly not a game where he has to worry about trying to land skill shots on a Zed or a Talon or something that's going to be diving all over the place.
Like a Varus or a GP.
But go forward. Here we go. Sang fight kicked off now, running through the backline, has the ulti up and available. Fnatic running forward, Upset running forward. The CC not going to matter in the face of the Whip, but Armand on the backside trying to isolate Nisqy. Nisqy now continuing to go in. Carzzy untouched for now. Upset stepping forward. Flash forward. Nisqy. It's big, but Armand on the backside. Can he be the difference maker? Bwipo going in. Armand, he might have done it. Bwipo now backing off. He can't connect anything else. Bwipo has to run. Armand is massive in this exchange, finding the flank, finding the fight. Mad Lions now barreling forward. Bwipo has to run for the hills. He's a very tanky Mundo, but with no ulti challenging, might be the only thing that he has. There's nothing he can do. Elyoya grabbing that one.
Massive fight for Mad Lions. Armut is the one who's strong and he manages to win the fight for them. Nisqy, we were just talking about the Cassio being able to hit, and if she can, she should carry the fights, but in this case, he had to flash forwards because Fnatic went really deep and he was slightly late to the fight itself. So Hylissang instantly commits. He knows Carzzy has no sums, and once he commits, he just gets his whole team behind him, right? Fnatic, Bwipo's there, Upset's there, but they get onto the back line. Look at Nisqy. He's zoned away from the Fissure. He gets poked out, so he has to flash forwards to fully commit. Once he does, it looks like they can clean up. Armut flashes off the wall himself. Elyoya, 1 HP because of the stun on Upset. And they turn it to take down Bwipo this whole time. Adam's in bot lane.
And the two big things I think we saw in that fight are, one, Arma and Nisqy essentially 1v1ing at the start, the two strongest members of the team. So it's all four of the weaker members of the team going toe-to-toe. The other big thing that we saw, as good as Hylissang's initial engage was, Braum passive over the course of that fight was so big. Upset getting stunned right before he can pull out the spears, right before he can finish off Elyoya, is a fight-defining moment.
And that's why I wondered why Fnatic even gave away Braum in the 4-5 bans. You know, this champion is just so powerful when there's so many melee champions. He can just buy so much space, block the damage from the carries who are ranged as well, and does a lot of work against the melee champions with the melee champions that he has. Anyway, the game still pretty even. Mad Lions, the Jace is really strong, the Olaf is really strong. You should be able to win out on the side lane itself when Jace can start the pressure. For now, Fnatic have control over top. Pushing in, have members towards the top side, they're dropping bot waves, they're dropping mid waves to secure this Herald. Humanoid might get dove here, he has no stopwatch, so he might have to just respect this and back off.
Yeah, walking away. No item active either. Just use the Everfrost though. You're going to take the bot side, you're going to take this Drake. Neither team very close to soul point whatsoever, so not a massive win condition yet for either side.
Yeah, if Fnatic just let this happen, basically what's going to happen in the next couple seconds is this top tower will die, this bot tower will die. Neutral objective for neutral objective, and it's just a trade-off. The mid push will be going in both ways, both teams will just push it out, and it's just a general trade-off. The Herald will have to expend it for this top tier one though. So, will Fnatic commit to a tier 2? Armut has TP if he wants to commit as well. He's trying to defend it, and you can see Elyoya's already facing. The problem is Carzzy and Kaiser on the other side of the map. If Fnatic know this, maybe they can go for it.
Of course, Kato, the big distinction here is that you are trading off the Herald, of course, for the Dragon. The Dragon may be more beneficial in the long run, but the Herald, immediate gold in the back pocket, specifically of Upset. Yes, the Cassio is the core, but it's Upset who's benefited from the first two Heralds of this game, clearly funneling resources into Kalista to try to take over some of these fights.
Herald's only going to get them at tier 1 though, so Mad Lions sitting at 2 dragons. We won't see a soul then for at least 10 minutes, maybe 30 minutes on the clock if Mad Lions can get the next 2 dragons, Ocean Dragons. The most powerful soul in the game, arguably next to Infernal. And now Mad Lions have free gold top. Now, I'm just going to bring up the minimap one more time. Because Armut pushed in bot all the way in base, and he has TP anyway, he can afford to run top and just Shadow Humanoid to take top tier 1, because it's a free objective. Armut, if he based and ran back bot, what can he achieve? All he's going to do is catch a wave. There's no tier 1, so he doesn't really have to sweat about it. He can just waste time here, take the tier 1, move top side of this team. It's a free objective, then he can base and catch bot whenever he wants.
Cadril, both these teams playing around the map, looking for the next opportunity to find a fight. Fnatic sending some members to respond, but Elyoya taking his time on this one. 20 minutes in, I can't believe that the gold is so close. These are two of our most explosive teams in the early game, and usually, to be honest, one team has overcommitted to the point that the game is in crazy disarray, but both these teams just fighting back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, look, just to go back to the point I just made, Armut back in time for the wave, lost basically nothing, and now he'll push out. And what will happen is Mad Lions will shadow him. Now they'll move bot to help him push out again, and it's just like a trade-off of handshakes. You know, you help me, I help you. That's basically what's going on here. And Fnatic could pressure a Baron, but I think Mad Lions aren't too scared of a 20-minute Baron. Although, as I say that, Cassio is on the map, and so is Kalista, so it'd be really easily secured, but they see Nisqy on mid-range.
And Cosmic Drive as well for the additional movement speed. Cassio, of course, if you've never seen
They're
this
gonna
champion,
start it.
doesn't build boots.
There's pings coming onto it. They're going to start it. They're going to force a fight. Mad Lions have summoners on their carries, but they don't have vision. They should have Ashe E as well to check it.
They have Cassio, Kalista. They shred through this in an instant. 7k already. We're only 20 minutes in the game. They're already trying to get it kicked off. Olaf has been locked up. Olaf now trying to run out to safety, but that's the ultimate coming in from Upset. Upset can re-engage. That's the TP now coming in, but Aluya is completely out of the fight. Whippo on top of the TP already. Sylas stealing the ultimate away, trying to heal up. That's the Alistar ult. Humanoid gets a little bit more time to work. Nisqy very low, running out of mana rapidly. Upset trying to step forward, but Carzzy disengaging. The last little bit of mana to volley and disengage the fight.
Yeah, the fight happens, but nothing comes of it. Humanoid TP's in and Elyoya loses his flash, but on the other side, Whippo has to flash too, and Fnatic lose bot wave. So again, it's just a trade-off. Fnatic want to force fights because the Cassio is so strong. Elyoya gets out alive. If Elyoya dropped there, maybe Fnatic could have turned and started the Baron up again. But in the end, everyone's sitting around 2 items. It's very hard to overcommit into these fights just because of the range of each team's champions. Yes, you have a lot of melee champions that just want to commit and just dive the backline, but if you go too deep, your range carries can't follow up, and that's why both teams are hesitant to overchase.
Mad Lions, though, happy with the exchange for now, as it does mean that they get priority control over the pit. 1 minute and 50 seconds for the Dragon, though, means that that might not be too relevant when the objective does finally respawn. See what they can do. Fog of War, always a big deal for them. Had the Ashe Shard reveal the flash forward. Hylissang now going to be in trouble, though. Ultimate does have flash, but is just going to be willing to give his life on that one. Free pick for Mad Lions, but again, no major objective for them to take unless they're willing to force Baron.
You're completely right. What can they get for it? Midwave's dead, and Nisqy's pushing top. He should get this top tier 2. Mad Lions have to cross map. They have to force something. Let's force bot tier 2. If they want to commit to it, they have a wave, and Adam is under the tower. I think they should just be able to trade off here. So a kill, and towers traded. Again, even. Yeah, just discount the kill. It's a 0-4 Alistar already, 0-5 now. It doesn't really count too much. Hylissang didn't use flash. Looks like they'll get mid tier 1 as well, so definitely beneficial play for Mad Lions here. But still, Fnatic finding something to trade back, and the gold is still only around 1,000 or 2,000 difference.
Mad Lions, though, that big influx of gold is going to be nice. Whippo going to take away the red buff as he can, but again, big stakes in this game. Neck and neck in the standings. Championship points, though, from the previous split, heavily favoring teams like Mad Lions, who did win the split. A Fnatic loss, again, is going to lock Misfits and G2 in the top 4, meaning there is no space left for Fnatic. They will be 5th. They will play against the 6th place team. That is going to be a big deal because, again, if you are in the top 4, you get the luxury of double elimination. If you are in the bottom 2, 5th and 6th, there is nothing for you. There's no safety net.
TLDR, yeah, if Fnatic lose, they're 5th place no matter what. And right now, they're sitting okay. They're sitting comfortably. Both teams scale pretty well, but the Cassio obviously will be very strong. But for now, Mad Lions seem to have some sort of control. They need to crack open Fnatic's vision around bot side.
Backing off.
See, they're just trying to get the wave, and then I think they're just going to turn and burn Dragon. 10 seconds on the Drake, and like we talked about Baron, they one-shot this Drake. Neutral objective shred. Big poke coming out. Armut level 15 on the Jace, 3 items. 1 QE hits the carries. They're just melted. Nisqy's committing to the Dragon, and the rest of Fnatic are running to Nash to contest. So Nisqy can TP in, but he needs to finish the Dragon first. Mad Lions' Baron is not too slow either.
Humanoid. Very quickly with the Rage Blade. Hylissang off to the side. The knockup is still going to connect to the Hylissang. Force the ult out early. Carzzy and Elyoya, eyes on the prize. They're focused on that major objective, but the Ocean is already down. Now Fnatic come to the area. 7k. They gave up the Drake for 5k damage on the Baron. But now there's a TP on the backside. He might be too late though. Whipple's already been caught out. Nisqy not where he needs to be. Can Hylissang buy enough time to keep the fight going? Mad Lions can turn back to the objective, but Nisqy too far away. TPing too far away cannot impact the fight. Mad Lions now set to take the Baron.
Yeah, Fnatic went in way too early. The Nash was still at 7k HP, and now they just lost 2 members. 3 versus 5. Humanoid has
big chunk.
Alistar ultimate. They're on Nash, 8k HP. How do you contest this? You don't have Smite. Adam has Flash ultimate. But Upset and Nisqy, I don't think they can get in range. The second they do, Humanoid's going to turn. They're going to go for it anyway.
Adam flashing forward. He wants to get a Humanoid off to the backside. They've isolated Humanoid, but the Baron's still at 3k. The reset, Adam going in. Who can get the Baron? Get into the pit. Both sides splitting their focus. Nisqy trying to do what he can, but Humanoid goes gold, and he buys so much time. Mad Lions will take the Baron. They'll take the fight. Upset the last name on the list. Nisqy running for the hills. It's massive for the side of Mad.
Yeah, and just like that, now Mad Lions 5,000 gold up, and they have a Baron buff. Nisqy lives on a slither of HP from the poke of Armut. And in a 3v5 contest, you have to question, if we lose this Baron, are we going to lose the game? And if the answer is yes, by no means, of course, they should contest that Baron, but Adam's engage was flashed away from. He didn't get the right target. Oh man, I think Fnatic went in way too early here. Niski's still on the Dragon. There's no real good wards for him to TP to at this point. Look at Fnatic's vision. There's no blue wards. There's one on the Raptors entrance. Perhaps he could have gone there. But you see, look at the Baron HP. It's 7k HP and Fnatic are just walking in. They don't have vision on it. They need to check it. The pink ward comes in for Whippo, but look at the left of your screen. That's where Niski's TPing. TPing to the right would have been way too dangerous. And by then, Whippo's already dead. He has no flash. Hylissang overcommits, but even if he doesn't, he's going to have to base anyway. So it's a 3v5 regardless. And then watch Adam. When he tries to make the turn happen, he doesn't get the right target. Niski and Upset have already taken one shot blast. When he goes for the turn itself, he's looking at Carzzy. And when he goes for Carzzy, Carzzy flashes it. Humanoid zones away Niski and Upset. And they lose the fight.
Instant Alistar ulti as well. Why he blind picked that champion right there is because of the Alistar ult interaction. Impossible to kill by so much space, by so much time for the team. Gets him a Baron buff as well. And now you can see in the picture now on the main screen, tier 2 taken down. 650 more gold in the back pocket of Mad Lions. Already a 3.2k Baron power play. They are pulling ahead. Moments ago, Cagel, it was neck and neck. It was dead even in the gold line. Now it is a massive lead for Mad.
Yeah, Mad Lions got top tier 2, bot tier 2 fell earlier on. Now they're sieging mid. Now you might be wondering, why is Jace not pushing side lane? It's a split pusher. It's much better to group. His poke does so much damage. His 3.5 items, 1 QE onto Upset or Niski. They have to base immediately. So he's just helping his team, facilitating the push. Humanoid can deal with the side whips. He can push them in. No one can go on him and he has TP anyway. Hylissang. Arrow's gonna go wide. Upset has ultimate. Hylissang, you can see the damage from the poke.
Without ulti, Hylissang is incredibly squishy, even with the lock to the Iron Solari.
But even then, 2 tier 2's full. Mad Lions, 6 towers. Fnatic only 3. The Baron buff obviously helped him out there, but sieging tier 3s is really, really hard at this point in the game. 26 minutes. Sieging a tier 3, you're at risk of getting engaged on, so Mad Lions, I think they're just going to back off. I think that might be the end of the Baron. There's 40 seconds left. They don't really have any waves to play on. Next objective is this Dragon.
And the thing is, Mad Lions being ahead in gold is just so massive. Yes, Cassio, in a theoretical world where you all dive into the backline, can do a lot of work, but when Olaf is 6-1-5, it certainly gets harder. Jace 5-1-4, you've seen what the poke damage can do. And Carzzy, you heard from Mac, he is there to kill the front line. He's almost got the Lord Dominix. He's finally catching up to Upset, who had so many resources funneled into him. And when Adam and Whippo aren't tanky, Fnatic, it's going to be nigh impossible for them to win fights.
Yeah, the Ashe is going to scale really well. Should be able to shred through the front line. And Fnatic have to commit. You have Kalista, Alistar with those sets. You have to dive on the back line. Humanoid can take away Alistar ult, zone away both of the carries. And Carzzy and Elyoya can deal with that front line. Armwood's obviously there as just a poking tool. He will do a lot of damage in fights. He has 4 items, but he's just going to poke out the carries non-stop. And that's the power of Jace. You have a winning lane. You have poke in fights, and you win over side lanes. You can push sides and move mid first. Hang on. Fnatic might want to look for a fight here.
Armwood off to the side. He's going to go in on Adam. Armwood has the overstays welcome, though. Niski can't go in. Flashback out from Armwood. Now it's Olaf barreling through the back line. Upset running, though. That Kalista's very fast. Not enough room for the Olaf to get back. Mad Lions, have they overstayed? 3 commitment, the re-engage from Hylissang, the knock-up across the entire team. Armwood is there, but he's not doing the damage that he needs to. Yes, he is! From downtown, Carzzy gets the kill in the end, but a massive shock blast.
Yeah, but the Alistar falls. It's a 1 for 2. Still good for Fnatic. There wasn't any siege coming out from Mad Lions, and you won't be able to get any objectives from it, but you got a shutdown onto the Olaf, and you can see the power of the Cassio Kalista. If they are full HP and they are untouched and there is no threats, Humanoid, Elyoya was diving onto them, but Humanoid wasn't there in time, so it was just a solo dive from the Olaf onto both carries of Fnatic, so he got melted down and died. So big shutdown goes across to them. Mad Lions overchasing there. This team fight area for red side is really, really bad, just from the amount of positions that the enemy team can hit you from. Armwood has to flash away instantly, but Mad Lions, the only way they can reach Upset and Niski in this funnel is to go through the choke. Watch Elyoya, he has to literally run through everyone to get onto him in a choke, which means his team can protect him. Hylissang can combo Humanoid, zone him away. He can act as a front line. So this team fighting area is really, really bad for red side. Mad Lions overcommitting way too deep.
Certainly can't afford to walk through those chokes. And again, you're against Cassio. She throws down the miasma. You're not dashing anywhere. You're not going anywhere. Humanoid lucky, can still take away that Alistar ult. Walk away without really a scratch on him. But Cassio ult now stolen means Humanoid certainly has the potential of his own to stop any play. Third Drake.
Third Drake.
Soul point for whatever team can manage to secure this one. Fnatic, it feels like they're going to have to go for the steal. They're trying to force their way in, but it's Humanoid off on the flank.
Carzzy no flash for around 10 seconds. If Hylissang's timed it, he can flash on him.
Locked it up. Manages to take the Dragon. Fnatic, they're still committing for the fight anyway. They want to force this one. Flash forward, but Carzzy manages to make it out. Fnatic now on the retreat. It's Humanoid dashing forward. Arrow lands from downtown. Upset, trying to rain down some damage, but Hylissang isolated off to the side. Armwood just immediately going to blow up the enemy team's support. Mad Lions cutting down Fnatic. Adam has to run the flash out to safety, but they're chasing him. That's the acceleration gate. There's no getting away from that one. Mad Lions take another fight and the Drake to boot.
And the question is, can they end? 35 seconds on Niski, 50 seconds on Adam. They have a mid-wave, and there's 5 members strong. Kaiser's just trying to find behind the members of Fnatic just to slow them down to get back to base. There's not much wave clear either. Upset's gonna have to step forwards. Bwipo's gonna have to step forwards into 5 members to actually clear out these waves. 20 seconds on Niski. Can they commit to it? Baron spawning in 30. I think just mid-inhibitor and Baron might be the call here.
The tension in this game wasn't enough. Lose, they are 5th place. Fnatic have to hold on. They need to give everything they can to survive this moment. But Bwipo's down. Upset's running. There's no way to get away from the Ashe. Yes, Hylissang is up, but it's 8 seconds to Niski. It's 20 to Adam. It's 40 to Bwipo. Can they hold on?
Nah, they can't. Humanoid was too low HP. Doesn't have TP to commit to the base, so it's a 4v3 at best. And the Baron's up. Jungler's dead. It's absolutely free. There's no need to go for the risk and throw it all away into a Cassio. Just kill Bwipo and take the Baron. That's going to be the call here for Mad Lions. And when we get a look at that replay of that fight, Carzzy on the blast code, stopping Hylissang's Q flash from Fnatic overcommitting on the carry. That's what saved the fight there.
Certainly did. A difficult game for Hylissang. Side of Fnatic, so many engages, so many small fumbles, getting caught out without the ultimate available.
Yeah, so Carzzy's flash, you can see it on the bottom of your screen. It's about 5, 4, 3. Hylissang knows it, but as he Q flashes, Carzzy blast cones, and from there Mad Lions realize Alistar has no combo, guys. Let's come into the fight. Fnatic has to run away. Arrow, really good arrow. Hits Niski, of all people. We talked about the only thing that Niski has to be scared of is an Ashe arrow. What hit him?
Ashe arrow.
They lost the fight.
Ashe arrow into his own ultimate, stolen away by Humanoid. Facing slightly the wrong direction, costs him his life there.
Yeah.
Bwipo stepping a little bit too far back to allow the Cassio hitbox, whatever size or shape it might be. I honestly have no idea with a tail like that. That's the difference. And that's how close some of these fights can be, but ultimately Fnatic were already not the favorites in that fight. And it only gets harder as more and more items come through. Hearthbound Axe for Carzzy means the Wit's End is on the way in, which means so much of the magic damage that Cassio is going to bring is going to be mitigated. So much more on-hit damage coming in from the Ashe as well.
Now Mad Lions, mid and hip's dead. But still, buffing the waves and pushing them in is what you need to do. 4 members strong. Armor's going to try to poke them out. Humanoid is Alistar ult. They can look for a dive here if they want to. Carzzy has no flash, so look how far back he's playing. He's respecting the engage of Fnatic really well. He's playing so far behind the scene. Hylissang.
A little bit of an early ult there, now locked up. Fnatic going to continue to step forward. Hylissang off to the side. Adam is going to be a big ultimate. Niski now stepping forward. Oh, it's a Niski to flash forward, but Carzzy, he turns in an instant, and Niski gets nothing. He has to just walk away. It was all eyes on the Cassio, but Fnatic now, they're just running for the hills. Humanoid, absolutely unkillable. Kingslayer coming through to take down Fnatic. A TP back into the mid lane. Arma not even in the fight. They don't need him. Bwipo goes golden, but just buys himself a moment. Fnatic locks now in 5th place by the might of the Mad Lions as they secure top 4 in the LEC.
Fnatic tried to find the miracle fight they had to make at last stand. It's a ticking time bomb. This comp with Mad Lions, once the dragon spawned, it's Ocean Soul. 1 minute 40 seconds on that, so they knew they had to fight. If they drop this inhibitor, 2 inhibitors down, and Mad Lions have setup and control, they're gonna bleed out the game. They're gonna lose Ocean Soul, and they're gonna lose the game. So one last stand, flash in, Adam TP behind. Not enough. Mad Lions saw the play coming. Carzzy was already way out of range. Adam dropped quite quick. Niski tried to make the hero play, but Mad Lions were ready for everything.
And of course, credit to Mad Lions for not only stopping the potential hero play, but for putting Fnatic in a position where all they had were desperate last stands, a back and forth early game, a single fight really shifting the gold in the favor of Mad Lions. Fnatic thought they could take the dragon and fight the Baron as well, but it all fell apart when the team did not engage at the same time, when Mad Lions punished them so cleanly for overcommitting.
Yeah, and they played so well over side lanes as well. Armored especially, we criticize Jay so much, we criticize his performance in general, but wow, what a fantastic game from him. And now Fnatic, you're on a 4-game losing streak, you're locked in 5th place. Got to do a lot of work for when playoffs comes around.
Certainly do. And again, 5th place was the worst finish that Fnatic have had since 2016 summer when they locked in that in the best of 5. We'll have to see if they can do better in the best of 5s this time around, but for now they are locked in 5th. They will face our 6th place team. Key player of the game at LEC, though, it's a focus on Mad Lions this time around. As they did take the day, it's Elyoya, Armut, and Kaiser. And we're soon going to hear from Kaiser before Armut joins us in the post-game lobby, so don't go anywhere.
Bye-bye.
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
3 seconds. 2 1. 1. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0 We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back to the LEC Mad Lions takedown Fnatic in our match of the week. And Kaiser, I had everything I was expecting for this match, because knowing Fnatic and you guys, I was expecting a bloody game, which it was. But I can't help but wonder, you seized every opportunity to fight you could test Boku and Fnatic, but how do you keep tracks on what's a good opportunity or what's just a fight that may lose you the advantage?
I mean, I think especially against Fnatic, it's hard to tell, because like sometimes you feel like they're inting, but then all of a sudden like Adam is behind you and like ulting you on set or something, right? Like they always are really decisive with especially their TPs, right? They use them really frequently. So it's of course it's hard to tell, but like sometimes you kind of have to call their bluff sometimes and like just kill that hill saying that is in your jungle, like trying to look for a flank, or kill that Bippo that is like trying to be in your face as much as possible, to be annoying, right? And I think that's what we did well this game. Like I think we had a good comp to fight them like at every opportunity. So yeah, that's why we came out on top today.
Do you feel like, or do you try to be more creative against teams like this? Because as you said, maybe Bippo is going to be somewhere he shouldn't be, and then he can create something he shouldn't do.
I mean, it's maybe not being creative, but like just thinking about what like they want to do, because of course, like these creative players, like before Hill is saying, are always looking for this kind of stuff, right? And even Adam, right? Like when he came in, like I was kind of surprised by him, right? Like how well he's playing and like how sacrificial like of a player he is, right? Because usually top laners are kind of like they want to play for themselves, right? But he plays the map really well. So we know about Fnatic that they just like to fight a lot and they just like to surprise you. And if you kind of think about like how they can surprise you, like if you look for flanks and then it gets a lot easier, right? Because you eliminate like opportunities for them, and then you can just like win the game by like if they're out of position, you just catch them and stuff like this.
And it's always an interesting challenge, I can imagine. Talking about the LEC games we had for the past 2 weeks, actually, I feel like we got a lot of interesting games, if I may say. How do we explain the amount of blood and bloodiness we had in games? And what do you think of the level in EU overall right now?
I mean, I think the level in the EU has actually gotten a lot better. I think like a lot of teams just introduced new players that maybe like made them get better, like by giving new ideas, or like just new, like fresh blood, right? Like Excel, SK. I think they improved a lot, and I think that's why the games look a lot closer than they were before, right? Like even Schalke took G2 to like 40, 50 minutes, right? Like every game is decided by an Elder flip. Like it's kind of unexplainable, but I guess it makes sense if you think that LEC teams are like pretty close in skill level. Even the bottom tier teams can take games off anyone, right? And yeah, I think that's pretty good.
All right, well, that's a good way to see it. But now with you winning against Fnatic today, we have the top 4 for playoff, which is going to be Rogue, Mad, Misfits, and G2. Seedings to be decided still. We'll know about that tomorrow. But what's your take on playoff as you see the top bracket now compared to what you faced off in spring?
I mean, I think it's not that much different. I think Misfits looks pretty good as well. Like, of course, people are talking about the top 4, right? Like Rogue, Mad, G2, and Fnatic. But I think Misfits kind of earned their spot in the top 4, right? And I think they're a force to be reckoned with as well. I mean, looking at like Rogue, G2, I think, of course, they're really tough opponents, right? We lost to G2 yesterday. We know that they're a really strong team, and they're like, with ball caps, of course, looking to be stronger again. So I don't think that any team is like a free win, you know. We always have to be careful. We always have to be prepared, as like in every playoff scenario, I guess. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of it.
Of course, and you will be coming back to playoff as the spring champions. I know that things have been hard for you for the past split with MSI and everything, and Armut explained also lack of motivation. When you think about these teams that you're about to face in best of 5 and the fact that you have to defend the title, how do you feel?
I mean, of course, it's more fun to defend the title, right? I think especially Rogue is like really hungry for the win, because like we beat them in a reverse sweep, right? That must feel really bad, and I can kind of feel for them. So like just beating them in playoffs again would be like the best feeling in the world, kind of. And like yeah, like shattering their dreams is our goal for sure. So I would like to play Rogue for sure. I think the other teams, of course, are hungry for the win as well. Like G2, they have the most titles, right? They want to win again. Fnatic, they're hungry, right? Like Misfits making playoffs. Of course, so I think like every team is really hungry for the LEC win, and yeah, we'll be looking to defend it.
I can't wait for best of 5s and playoff. But thank you, Kaiser, for the interview. Congrats on defeating Fnatic today, and we're going to take a break now. We'll be back in a few minutes with PGL, with Shox and Armut. Stay tuned. It's going to be so cool for playoff.
to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Shugs, joined by Trouble and Armut. We were just discussing kind of whole the standing situation and the championship points. It's confusing even when you work on the show, so but we'll explain it all to you today. We're gonna start though by talking about Mad versus Fnatic. Armut, yeah, what did it come down to for Mad to take the win?
I mean, I think our draft was pretty strong because I was playing Jace into Set plus Mundo, which was like, okay, I'm kind of free here, and I was just scaling, winning my lane, having no pressure on my side, and like it was really easy for me to play, to be honest.
You had a solo kill again, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
Not a big deal. However, it was one of those games where Fnatic got off to a pretty good start, right? And they've been doing this. They do pretty well in the early game, but they seem to falter later in the game. Is that something that you've seen out of them also in this game? And why do you think that is?
I mean, I think this game was completely different because we were just like too ahead from the start.
Yeah.
I mean, this is how I felt, to be honest. Because we had like, I think our draft was like kind of dominating theirs. This is what I think, and we played perfect as well. I mean, I kind of almost perfect game by me. And like, but like watching Fnatic, even while they were first, I think they were like shaky. You wouldn't call them the strongest team in LEC while they're even the first. Yeah, that's what I can say about Fnatic.
Okay.
Oh my god, dude, your damage is massive. You absolutely dominated that game. And of course, having the range with the Ashe and the Jace, and they have a pretty straightforward engage, right? Straight ahead, the Mundo, the Set, the Alistar, they're coming at you, and you're literally just chilling from a distance. But I have to say, like, Humanoid had better Cassiopeia ultimates than Niski did. And you were just chilling there in the back, sort of like throwing your shock blasts. And in the picks and bans, Ender was like, I don't want to see Armut on the Jace, 25% win rate, but I think you closed some mouths there in this game?
Maybe, because I don't think my Jace is, but I mean, I think my verse Jace, when I played 0-10 into C9 Fuge, it was like disappointing, to be honest. But I mean, I think I improved a lot as a like general, and now I think that improvement also affected my Jace also. So I think I'm confident at my Jace right now.
Do you think Jace is just one of those champions in the top lane that if the team does not win, everyone's immediately like, that Jace was so bad? And then when you win, also they don't actually give you credit for winning.
I mean, I think if you fall behind with Jace, coming back is really hard. And like, if you die once, you just keep dying usually.
Yeah.
Which is like, this is really hard champion to play. But I think if you play like perfect, there is no champion that can beat you.
Do you think it's a misconception that Jay should always be just poking alone in a side lane or whatnot? Should he actually just group and poke with the rest? And that's mostly what you did as well, right?
I mean, it's completely depending on the each draft, every game. Like, yeah.
But in this one, it seemed like it was the right approach.
Yeah.
You are also the Kia player of the game with 68%, no, 66% of the votes, actually. So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Pretty good, Jace, I would say. Yeah, Armut, I want to talk to you a little bit about, obviously, the burnout situation, which has come up a lot. And just ask you how you're feeling right now. Is it better?
Yeah, it's like, I feel like I wanted to win again. I wanted to play League again. I mean, I wasn't playing so much solo queue, so my mechanics were like kind of meh, you know? But right now I'm playing solo queue. I'm doing good in scrims, I think. And I'm ready to show myself again in the stage.
What does it take to turn that mentality around?
I mean, for me, I just stay away from League a little bit while. Then
not playing at all?
Yeah, like the time just makes me better.
Kind of
makes it better.
Detoxing from League a little bit.
Kinda.
Did you see Wonder's tweet before the game yesterday?
Yeah, I did. I think he's kind of right. So I couldn't say anything back to him, so I think he's right, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I just burn out. What can I do? Like, this is not in my hands. I'm sorry, but like, I cannot control it.
Yeah, I actually thought it's banter like we're used to them. But overall, I still think it's really nice that you guys talked about it publicly because I think it's something that should be talked about. And everyone can take it for what it is, right? Everyone's different. Some people do better when they train more. Some people don't.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, like for me, I had to explain because I was playing so terrible. So I had to like... I felt like I had to say something to people that are supporting me because it was like really weird performance by me. I mean, even I was like, what is this
Yeah.
to be? Yeah, I was even surprised. Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you for being open because there's probably a lot of people that, don't want to talk about it or don't realize that they're in a similar situation. So from me to all of you, thank you. And I hope that you guys can regain your energy going into the playoffs because we're close to that. So let's take a look at the standings before our final day. Basically, our top 4 is decided now in the standings. We have Rogue, Mad Lions, G2, and Misfits have all locked the top in the spot 4, the top 4 rather, so the upper bracket. But their seeding is still left to be decided. Now, Fnatic will be our 5th seed due to championship points. Rogue will lock the first seed if they beat SK tomorrow. And of course, the most interesting story is the race for the last playoff spot between Astralis, XL, and Team Vitality. Bear with me here. XL, no matter what, they need to beat G2. Then they are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker for 6th. Astralis, if you beat Vitality and G2 lose to XL, you're in the playoffs. If you win versus Vitality, win XL rather. If you win versus Vitality, will also secure you a tiebreaker game. Vitality, they have to beat Astralis and hope G2 beat XL, then you are in the playoffs.
I didn't understand anything.
The biggest takeaway is the loser of Astralis versus Vitality is out, and I know people listening will be like, well, I'm not going to remember all that shocks, and you're right. You don't have to remember.
Just win.
We just win. We'll tell you again. We'll tell you again tomorrow. Armut, let's talk about the top 4 and let's talk about how things played out. First off, you guys locking top 4. I believe based on the second half of your split, that was probably not really a surprise. But how glad are you with how you guys have done if you look at the entire season? Summer. Yes.
Oh, I think entire summer wasn't very good for us, to be honest. I think our games was so shaky, and even we were second last week, I think, and we were like, how we are second? How did we get so many wins? And because I think our performance was so bad, to be honest, we weren't in the best spot, of course. So we are not feeling very good about it. But right now, coming to the playoffs, we are gaining much better. We are getting much better every day, I feel like.
So there's 2 types. When you win a trophy like you guys did in spring, there's sort of the pressure of, oh, shoot, now we're first. Now we need to hang on to that trophy tight and prove why we got it in the first place. And then there's the other side where it's now I'm fired up. No one's taking it from me. Where do you guys stand in that? Could be both?
I mean, I don't feel we are now the champions of LEC. After
you are.
I mean, we won just once, so I don't feel like the owner of LEC right now. But we have great potential to win again. I mean, I can watch the games and I can see we can still win. Yeah, so we are just going forward. We just cannot hold the trophy forever, I know, but I think trophy is not ours anyway. That's what I'm trying to say. So I don't feel like it's ours, but we have huge chance to get it.
Okay. In terms of play style and whatnot, do you feel like you have evolved? For me, it's pretty hard to say because, as you say, you haven't had the best season, right? So I think there were multiple times in spring and especially in the playoffs, and you could really see, Mad's team fighting is completely on point. They have the ability to destroy teams or come back from deficits and whatnot. And that, for me, was really the mark of when Mad Lions was at their best. Do you feel like that is still the thing that you're the best at? Is team fighting something you need to work on? Or do you think you have become more, I would say, diverse in the way you can win games? Have you made up ground this summer because of losing a bit more games as well?
I don't know. I mean, I think we were trying to get back ourselves first to become stronger than before. So we will find out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good example where, sometimes we try to ask questions and how would the player actually even know? We'll see in the best of 5s, of course. We need to talk about the kind of last spot for playoffs. Trouble, you were on the XL hype train very much so. As a reminder, it's Vitality, Astralis,
I'm one leg out of that train. See, there's another train coming right next to it, and it has it's yellow and it's black, and it has all these insects around it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Vitality have made a statement this weekend, honestly. Seeing Selfmade play the way he did, I think he's really fired up. The 0-2 did not stick well with him, and all engines are on the side of Vitality.
Yeah, they beat Rogue today. Armut, I don't know if you saw this game.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, what did you think?
It was pretty impressive, I would say. I think they are the strongest playoffs I don't know how to say the word, but yeah.
Contender?
Yeah, contender.
Yeah. In an interview with NukeDuck after the Excel win earlier, he said that he thinks that definitely they are stronger than Astralis, and he actually thinks that they're playing very well. It's hard for us to think about like how good Astralis is because they seem to win games out of nowhere often. How do you feel respectively about Astralis, how they've been playing, and Excel, how they've been playing?
I think Excel, with the change of support and jungle, I think they just seem more consistent team. So I think they would be stronger than Astralis in my opinion. But I think Vitality has like huge potential than both of these teams. But like they have huge potential, but they have also really bad games as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Philip. Yeah.
It's going to be a flip.
Yeah.
Who do you think would be the best team to make it, like would have the best chance in best of fives in the playoffs out of those three teams? Versus Fnatic.
I mean, I would say Excel or Vitality, but if I had to choose one, I would say Vitality.
Okay, good. Trouble, what do you think? Now that we know it's
I think Vitality as well, because to fight fire, on the side of Fnatic, you need fire, and
Okay.
Vitality have more than that.
I like that. Final note then on the upper bracket predictions. Armut, who would be your dream opponent to play in the playoffs in the first round?
Broken Blade.
Well, that's impossible. I'm sorry. I don't know if you heard the news.
Who would I want to play against first?
Yeah, let's say now that the top four is locked in, you know, actually you can pick whoever you want, but let's say it's Rogue, Mad, G2, Misfits, then if you could pick, which is not certain, who would be the team that you would pick and why?
As a top laner or as a team? Like
As a team. And it can be both like that, you think you're going to beat them easily, or you think it's going to be a great game.
I mean, I don't want to face Rogue because I want to face them in the finals again and show them again.
Reverse sweep them again?
Yeah, it will be fun. Not for them to be.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say, I think it will be Misfits because like I want to face G2 or Rogue in finals if we can. Because it's going to be more hype and I will be more motivated. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, there is a chance that Rogue lock first and pick Misfits and then you play G2, of course. That's
Yeah,
possible.
it can happen.
Or the other way
I mean,
around.
we don't mind, but this is what I like choose, yeah.
Yeah. When it comes to the finals and possibly and whatnot, since you just alluded to it, do you think Rogue is they're clearly one of the best teams because, you know, they're in the #1 spot, they're doing very well. Do you think they'll be the best team or the team to fear in the best of fives as well?
Depends. I think G2 is showing also like really big capacity. For example, yesterday's game against that, I think it was really good game from them. So they are like, they have huge capacity, I would say.
Yeah.
They have like better capacity than Rogue, but I think Rogue is more consistent.
Trouble, what would be a dream matchup you want to see in the playoffs in a best of 5?
I would sound very, very old-fashioned if I said the G2 Fnatic, so I'm going to stray away from that. And I'm going to say, I just want to see Mad versus Rogue again. It has to be. Because Rogue, they have this fire where they're like, there's no way we got reverse sweeped. It's not going to happen again. We have to face them seriously this time. And Rogue looks pretty clean. But then Mad's engine is revving up at this point, and it's like, okay, Rogue are teamfight machines, but then Mad's team fighting is so good that I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I really love the fact that we're talking about like a Fnatic and a G2, but also talking about a Rogue and a Mad, like almost in this entirely in the same breath, and are as excited about all of these matchups. That is really awesome for the LEC, of course. And yeah, one thing I have to ask you, of course, is kind of the Worlds quest. Since there are only 3 teams that are going, how much is that on your mind right now in Week 8 and going into the playoffs?
I mean, when I came to the Mad Lions, what I was thinking about the Worlds, I was not even thinking about the first season, to be honest, spring season. But yeah, Worlds gonna be our like main object. I mean, of course, if we can win LEC again, it will be really great. Yeah, but our main object is the going Worlds, of course.
Going to the World Championship. We'll see. It's going to definitely heat up. And this week is not over yet. Surprise! Super Week. We also have a day tomorrow, and everything will be decided. We're going to close out Super Week and the regular season. We will maximum have 1 tiebreaker game possible, depending on the results of the matches. And that would be between Astralis and Excel. Now, because of the potential tiebreaker, Game 5 tomorrow will be played online instead of in the studio. But this is the schedule, Trouble. Are you excited for day 3? I believe you'll be on the analyst desk again?
I will be on the analyst desk, and I'm so excited because we still have last day. We still have 3 teams that want that spot. And I think it's not going to be solved until the last game where XL played G2. And this is going to be the decider of, are XL going to be able to do it? Are they going to get the tiebreaker? Who are they going to have to play? How is it going to go?
I think second game is the best game.
It's also
tomorrow,
a great
yeah.
game. You should be part of the casting crew. You're good at building the hype for the games. No, Vitality Astral is going to be amazing. XL was a bit sad that they were playing so early, so they'll be really happy they're playing the last game versus G2, possibly for all the marbles. Final note, because I heard you mentioning BB, Schalke is of course playing versus Fnatic, and funnily enough, that matchup is the one where Schalke ended up in the final. They played Fnatic the final that they ended up losing, unfortunately, which is kind of poetic. Is there anything you want to say about Schalke and kind of the last game we'll see out of them and BB?
I mean, I just feel sorry for them, and I mean, it can happen. Like bad seasons, bad games, it can happen. So
Yeah.
I hope they come back stronger.
Yeah.
I mean, I think organization will not come back, but I mean, I think the players, most of the players will come back.
Yeah. We would very happily see them again, and I hope that's going to happen as well. Thank you so much, Armit. Good
Thank
luck
you so much for
tomorrow.
having me.
No problem. I will see you in the playoffs and tomorrow. But that was all from us here tonight. The LCS is about to start. We've got 100 Thieves versus Golden Guardians, and we'll be back tomorrow for the final day of the regular season. Don't miss it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Welcome back, everyone, to Berlin, Germany, and the LEC Super Week. It is day 2, and 1 down, 3 left to go in the race for playoffs. Astralis, XL, and Vitality, they are the ones left standing. Only one of them will make it to the end of the week.
Misses the QE, and Caps should be able to win out in this trade, but Curate's right behind him, double 3. Oh, Caps flash W.
In, but Caps, that might not be where you want to be. He can't get the last auto nuclear in. How low is he? 13 HP.
Dipping through the mini wave. That's a flash forward. Flash away from here. It's going to get run down underneath the tower. Mundo goes where he pleases.
And Lilib and Jesu, they play around that so patiently with the fellas. They continue.
The Emperor's Divide, scooping up Vitio and donating him into Genax's waiting hand.
Selfmade is here, but so is Rogue.
Lux is going to try to back away. Big damage could come through. They're trying to run down Inspired. Inspired very vulnerable. Leader going to find 1 kill. Trippy now needs to make it out, but that's Odoamne, and that's the quadra kill cannon from earlier. Oh, it's Leader. Oh, there's just no room for him to play on that one. Gale Force and the Coling. Larson getting it done. But the rest of Vitality on the way. Here comes Leader. He goes golden. Now the fog. The active comes through. That's the 3-man route. The Coling going down, but who's getting cold? Leader. Shot out of mid-air. Ski shoot for Larson. Double kill for Crown Shot. It was a brawl. It was a bloodbath. The Vitality stay alive for 1 more day.
Chill, guys. Caps. Might be in trouble here. Limit flash combos over the wall. But yeah, here he comes.
Weak flash combo instantly. Now they're not got the pillar as well.
Caps!
Oh,
No,
flashing
Caps!
into the wall.
No, Caps, you didn't do that. No. It was a pillar.
Flash forward. McCarthy manages to make it out. Fnatic now on the retreat. It's Humanoid dashing forward. Arrow lands from downtown. Upset. Trying to rain down some damage. Killisang isolated off to the side. Mad Lions cutting down Fnatic. Adam has to run the flash out to safety, but they're chasing him. That's the acceleration gate. There's no getting away from that one. Mad Lions take another fight in the Drake to boot.
Now while that's happening, Kai's kills are promised to, and Jester will get run down. Not enough members, not enough damage. There's not enough hook. I think XL have done it. They keep their playoff dreams alive.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had sending alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably